trance and romantic love in that moment is more intense than in other situations. And I think it's also just very unique to humans. So I appreciate that.
Maybe that's the reason. Maybe that's what the Stoics are searching for. Andrea, Alex, thank you so much for this. And thank you for an amazing conversation. Thank you for creating, keep creating, and thank you for putting knowledge and love out there.
Thank you for having us, Lex. And we're both big fans of your podcast.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Alexandra and Andrea. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Bobby Fischer. Chess is life. Thank you for listening. And hope to see you next time.
Well, the source of energy at the origin of life is the reaction between carbon dioxide and hydrogen. And amazingly, most of these reactions are exergonic, which is to say they release energy. If you have hydrogen and CO2, and you put them together in a Falcon tube and warm it up to say 50 degrees centigrade and put in a couple of catalysts and shake it, nothing's going to happen. But thermodynamically, that is less stable. Two gases, hydrogen and CO2, is less stable themselves. What should happen is you get cells coming. Why doesn't that happen? Is because the kinetic barriers, is because that's where you need the spark.
The following is a conversation with Nick Lanning, biochemist at University College London, and author of some of my favorite books on biology, science, and life, ever written, including his two most recent titled Transformer, The Deep Chemistry of Life and Death, and The Vital Question, Why is Life the Way it is? This is the Let's Speak podcast supported. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, with Nick Lanning. Let's start with perhaps the most mysterious, most interesting question that we humans can ask for ourselves. How did life begin?
You could ask anybody working on the subject, and you'll get an answer. They would be pretty passionate about opinions, and their opinions count these things. But they're still really at this point their opinions, because there's so much stuff to know. That all we can ever do is get a kind of a small slice of it, and it's the context which matters. So I can give you my answer. My answer is from a biologist. That has been missing from the equation for decades, which is, well, what does life do on Earth? Why is it this way? Why is it made of cells? Why is it made of carbon? Why is it powered by electrical charges on the membranes? There's all these interesting questions about cells. But if you then look to see, well, is there an environment on Earth that kind of matches the requirements of cells? Well, there is one. It's a very obvious one. It's basically created by whenever you have a wet, rocky planet, you get these hydrothermal vents, which generate hydrogen gas in bucket loads and electrical charges on kind of cell-like poles. That can drive the kind of chemistry that life does. So it seems so beautiful, so obvious that I've spent the last 10 years or more trying to do experiments. It turns out to be difficult, of course. Everything's more difficult than you ever thought it was going to be. But it looks, I would say, more true rather than less true over that 10 years. I have to take a step back every now and then and think, where's this going? I think it's going in a sensible direction. And I think then you have these other interesting dilemmas. I'm often accused of being too focused on life on Earth, too kind of narrow-minded and inward. Not one people talk about carbon, talk about cells. Maybe you or plenty of people can say to me, yeah, but life could be anything. I have no imagination. And maybe they're right. But unless we can say why life here is this way, those reasons are fundamental reasons, or if they're just trivial reasons, then we can't answer that question. So, but I think they're fundamental reasons.
yeah, there might be some deep truth to the puzzle here on Earth that doesn't resonate with other puzzles elsewhere. That solving this particular puzzle feels like true. So, what to this puzzle? You said dense, hydrogen, wet. So, chemically, what is the potion? How important is oxygen? You wrote a book about this.
Yeah, and I actually just came straight here from a conference where I was training a session on whether oxygen matters or not. And of course, it matters, but it matters most to the origin of life being not there. As I see it, we have this. I mean, life is made of carbon. It's primarily organic molecules with carbon bonds. And the building block, the Lego brick that we take out of the air or take out of the oceans is carbon dioxide. And to turn dioxide into organic molecules, we need to strap on hydrogen. And so we need them, and this is basically what it's doing. It's hydrogenating carbon dioxide. It's taking hydrogen and bubbles out of the earth and these hydrogen events and sticks it on CO2. And it's kind of really as simple as that. And actually, thermodynamically, the thing that I find most troubling is that if you do these experiments in the lab, the molecules you get are exactly the molecules that we see in the heart.
Is there something to be said about the earliest origins of that little potion, like chemical process? What really is the spark?
There isn't a spark. There is a continuous chemical reaction. And there is kind of a spark, but it's a continuous electrical charge that helps drive that reaction.
So literally spark.
Well, the charge is, yes. I mean, spark in that sense is. We tend to think in terms of fragments. We tend to think in terms of electricity. At one moment you zap something, it comes alive. And what does that really mean? It's come alive, and now what's sustaining it? We are sustained by this continuous chemical reaction. And if you put a plastic bag on your head, then you've got a minute or something before it's all over.
There's some way of being able to deliver a source of energy.
Well, the source of energy, the origin of life, is the reactions between carbon dioxide. And amazingly, most of these reactions are exergonic, which is to say they release energy. If you have hydrogen and CO, and you put them together in a Falcon tube and you warm it up to say 50 degrees centigrade and you put in a couple of catalysts and you shake it, nothing's going to happen. But thermodynamically, that is less stable. Two gases, hydrogen is less stable than cells. What should happen is you get cells coming. And so why doesn't that happen? It's because of genetic barriers. It's because that's where you need to start.
Is it possible that life originated? The way you describe it sounds amazing.
There's a long distance to go from the first bits of pre-biotic chemistry to, say, molecular machines like ribosomes.
Is that the first thing that you would say is life? Like if I introduce you to the two of you at a party, you would say that's
I would say as soon as we introduce genes, information, into systems that are growing anyway, so I would talk about growing protocells. As soon as we in random bits of information into there, I'm thinking about RNA molecules, for example, it doesn't have to have any information on it, it can be completely random sequence. But if it's introduced into a system which is in any case growing and doubling itself and reproducing itself, then any changes in that sequence that allow it to do so better or worse are now selected by perfectly normal natural selection.
but the system
So that's when it becomes alive.
that's encompassed into like an object that keeps information and evolves that information over time, changes that information over time in response to.
So it's always part of the system.
So is your sense that it started only once because it's difficult, or is it possible it started with multiple locations on it?
Multiple occasions. There's two provisos to that. One of them is oxygen makes it impossible to start. So as soon as we've got oxygen in the atmosphere, then we can stopping it. So I often get asked by people, why can't we have starting? It's so easy, why can't we start these vents now? And the answer is If you want hydrogen to react with CO2 and oxygen, hydrogen reacts with oxygen instead. Just get an explosive reaction. It's rocket fuel. So it's never going to happen. But for the origin of life earlier than that, all we know is that there's a single common ancestor for all of life. There could have been multiple origins and they all just disappeared. But there's a very interesting deep split in life between bacteria and what are called archaea, which look just the same as bacteria. And they're not quite as diverse anymore, and they are very different in very chemistry. So any explanation of the origin of life has to account as well for why they're so different and so similar. And that makes me think probably did it.
Can you describe the difference? That's interesting there. How they're similar, how they...
Well, they're different in their membranes primarily. They're different in things like DNA replication. They use completely different enzymes and the genes behind it for replicating DNA.
So they both have membranes, both have DNA replication.
Yes.
The process of that.
They both have DNA. The genetic code is identical in both. The way in which it's transcribed into RNA, into a copy of a gene, and the way that that's then translated into a protein, that's all basically the same in both these groups. So they clearly share a common ancestor. It's just that they're different in fundamental ways as well. And if you think about what kind of processes could drive that divergence very early on, I can think about it in terms of membranes, in terms of the electrical charges on membranes. And it's that makes people think about it. There are probably many unsuccessful attempts.
Can you explain why that divergence makes you think there's one common ancestor? I think you even described the intuition. I'm looking up there, but why they diverge? Like the leap from a divergence is there's one. Do you mean like the divergence indicates that there was a big invention at that time?
Yes. If you've got, as I imagine, if you have a common ancestor living in a hydrothermal vent, let's say there are millions of vents and millions of potential common ancestors living in those vents, but only one of them makes it out first. Then you can imagine that cell is then going to kind of take over the world and wipe out everything else. And so what we see would be a single common ancestor for life. But with lots of different vent systems all vying to create the first life forms.
So this thing is a cell. Single cell.
Well, we're always talking about populations of cells, but yes. These are single cells.
But the fundamental life form is a single cell. Right? So like they're always together, but they're alone together.
Yeah,
there's machinery in each one individual component that, if left by itself, it's still out of work.
Yes, it's the unit of selection. But selection operates over generations and changes over generations in populations of cells. So it would be impossible to say that a cell is the unit of selection in the sense that unless you have a population, you can't change.
Right, but there was one Chuck Norris, the American reference. Cell, right? Oh, like the first one.
So imagine then that this one cell gets out and takes over.
Gets up in the water.
Well, deep in the oceans. But actually, two cells got out. And they appear to have got out from the same vent because they both share the same code. So unless we've got a million different common ancestors in all these different vents. So either they all have the same code, the two cells spontaneously emerge from different places, or two different cells fundamentally came from the same place. So either way, one of the constraints that say not just one came out, or not 500,000 came out, but two came out, that's kind of a bit strange. So how did they come out? Well, they come out because what you're doing inside a vent is you're relying on the electrical charges down there to power this reaction between hydrogen and CO2 to make itself grow. And when you leave the vent, you've got to do that yourself. You've got to power up your own membrane. And so the question is, well, how do you power up your own membrane? And the answer is, well, you need to pump. You need to pump ions to give an electrical charge. So what do the pumps look like? Well, the pumps look different in these two groups. It's as if they both emerge from the common ancestor. As soon as you've got that ancestor, things move very quickly. and divergent. Why does the DNA replication look different? Well, it's joined to the membrane. The membranes are different. The DNA replication is different because it's joined to a different kind of membrane. So that's interesting. This is detail, I'm saying, but it's also fundamental because it's about the two big divergent groups of life on Earth. We seem to diverge really early on.
It all started with one organism, and then that organism started replicating the heck out of itself with some mutation in your DNA. So like there's a competition through the process of evolution. They're not like trying to eat each other up. They're just trying to live.
They just replicate us.
Yeah. Well, let's not.
Yeah.
They're just trying to chill. They're trying to relax. There's no sense of trying to survive. They're replicating.
I mean, there's no sense in which they're trying to do anything. They're just kind of an outgrowth of the Earth.
What's the other? It's just kind of us. It might be less primitive life. It's just ants that are hairless, mostly hairless.
Overgrown ants.
Overgrown ants. Okay. What do you think about the idea of panspermia? That the theory that life did not originate and was planted in outer space, or pseudopanspermia, which is like the basic ingredients, the magic that you mentioned.
I don't find them helpful. I'm not to say they're wrong. So pseudo-transfermia, the idea that chemicals, the amino acids, the nucleotides are being developed. Well, we know that happens. It's unequivocal. They're delivered on meteorites, comets, and so on. So what do they do next? That's to me the question. And what they do is they start a soup. Like presumably they land in a pond or in an ocean, or wherever they land. And then you end up with your best possible case scenario is you end up with a soup of nucleotides and amino acids. And then you have to say, so now what happens? And the answer is, well, we have to go become alive. So how do they do that? You might as well say then me. I don't believe in soup. I think what will have an event is a continuous conversion, a continuous growth, a continuous reaction, continuous converting the flow of molecules into more of yourself. So you've got a kind of continuous self-organization of growth from the very beginning. You never have that in soup.
Isn't the entire universe living organisms in the universe? Isn't it just soup all the way down? Isn't it all soup?
No, I mean, soup almost by definition has no structure.
But soup is a collection of ingredients. They're like randomly.
Yeah, they're not. I mean, we have chemistry going on. Membranes forming, which are oil water interactions.
Okay, so it feels like there's a direction to the process.
There are directions to the process. And if you're starting with CO2 and you've got two reactive fluids being brought together and they react, what are they going to make? Well, they make carboxylic acids, which include the fatty acids that make up the cell membranes, and they form directly into bilayer membranes. They form like soap bubbles. It's spontaneous organization caused by the nature of the molecules, and those things are capable of growing, capable of, in effect, of being selected even before there are genes. We have a lot of order, and that order is coming from thermodynamics. So thermodynamics is always about increasing the entropy of the universe, but if you have oil and water and they're separating, you're increasing the entropy of the universe, even though you've got some order which is the soap and the water, not this one. No, to come back to your first question about panspermia properly, that just pushes the question somewhere else. That just, even if it's true, maybe life did start with so what are the principles that govern the emergence of life? And it's an assumption that life started. And it's an assumption that it started in a hydrothermal vent or it started in a terrestrial geothermal system. The question is, how do we work out a testable sequence of events that lead from one to the other one, and then test it and see if there's any truth in it? With panspermia, you can't do it.
But the fundamental question of panspermia is, do we have the machine here on Earth? It is the vent enough. It is oxygen and hydrogen and whatever the heck else we want, and some source of energy and heat. Is that enough to build life? course, you would say that as a human.
Yeah.
But there could be aliens right now chuckling at that idea. Maybe you need some special sauce. Special sauce. In your sense, it is we have everything.
I mean, this is precisely the question. I like to, when we're talking in schools, I like to start out with the idea we can make a time machine. We go back 4 billion years, and we go to these environments that people talk about. We go to a deep sea hydrothermal vent, we go to a Yellowstone Park type place environment, and we find some slime that looks like it's testing. It's made of organic molecules. It's got a structure which is not obviously cells, but is this a stepping stone on the way to life or not? How do we know? Unless we've got an intellectual framework that says this is a stepping stone, that's not just, we never know. We wouldn't know which environment to go to, what to look for, how to say this. So all we can ever hope for, which I'm never going to do that time machine, is to have an intellectual framework which can explain step by step, experiment by experiment, how we go from sterile inorganic planet to living cells as we know them. And in that framework, every time you have a choice, it could be this way or it could be that way. Lots of possible forks down the road. Did it have to be that way? Could it have been the other way? And that would give you life with very different properties. And so if you come up with it's a lot of hypothesis, because as I say, we're going from really simple prebiotic chemistry all the way through to genes and molecular machines. That's a long pathway. And nobody in the field would agree on the order in which these things happen. Which is not a bad thing, because it means that you have to go out and do some experiments and try and demonstrate that it's possible or not possible.
So freaking amazing that it happened. It feels like there's a direction. Can you try to answer from a framework perspective? What is life? So you said there's some order, and yet there's complexity. So it's not perfectly ordered. It's not boring. There's still some fun in it. And it also feels like the processes have a direction. Through the selection mechanism, they seem to be building something. Always better. Always improving. And maybe it's
that's perception.
That's our manifestation. Things are always better. Things that get better, we'd like to believe that.
I mean, you think about the world from the point of view of bacteria, and bacteria are the first things to emerge from whatever environment they came from. And they dominated the planet very, very quickly. And they haven't really changed. 4 billion years later, they look exactly the same.
So about 4 billion years ago, bacteria started to really function. And then nothing happened for it.
Nothing happened for 2 billion years. Then after 2 billion years, we see another single event, origin, like our own type of cell, eukaryotic cells, cells that are stuff going on inside. Another single origin, only happened once in the history of life on Earth. Maybe it happened multiple times, and there's no evidence that anything has disappeared, but we have to at least take it seriously, that there's something that stops bacteria from becoming more complex. Because they didn't. That's a fact. They changed 4 billion years ago, and something happened 2 billion years ago, but the bacteria themselves didn't change. They remain bacteria. So there is no necessary trajectory towards great complexity of human beings at the end of it. It's very easy to imagine without photosynthesis arising, or without eukaryotes arising, the planet could be full of bacteria and nothing else.
But we'll get to that, because that's a brilliant invention. And there's a few brilliant inventions along the way. But what is life? If you were to show up on Earth, but to take that time machine, and you said, asking yourself the question, is this a stepping stone towards life? As you step along, when you see the early bacteria, how would you know it's life? This is a really important question. You go to other planets and look for life. Like, what is the framework of the difference between rock and bacteria?
I mean, the question is kind of both impossible to answer and trivial at the same time, and I don't like to answer it because I don't think there is an answer. We're trying to describe the process of the answer. There is not. I mean, there's at least 40 or 50 different definitions of life out there, and most of them are, well, obviously bad. I mean, this phrase, I never remember the exact words as well. There's a NASA working definition which more or less says a system which is capable of self-sustaining system capable of evolution, something like that. I immediately have a problem with the word self-sustaining because it's sustained by the environment, and I know what they're getting at, I know what they're trying to say, but I think the whole, and there's always likes to say, by that definition, a rabbit is not alive, only a pair of rabbits would be alive, because a single rabbit is incapable of cooking itself. There's all kind of pedantic, silly, but also important objections to any hypothesis. The real question is what is, we can argue all day, people do argue all day about is a virus alive or not, and it depends on content. Most biologists cannot agree about that. So what about a jumping gene, retroviral, something is simpler than a virus, but it's capable of converting its environment into a copy of itself. And that's how this is not a definition, this is a kind of description, is that it's able to parasitize the environment, and that goes for plants, bacteria and viruses, to make a relatively exact copy of themselves, information.
But it doesn't really have to be copy of yourself, right? It has to be, you have to create something that's interesting. Like the way evolution is, so it is extremely powerful process of evolution, which is basically copy yourself and sometimes mess up a little bit. Okay, that seems to work really well. I wonder if it's possible to it's a big time as a standard. That's what it's called.
It's called a full monster. In principle, actually, it turns out, I would say that this is due to the re-emergence. There's some amazing work from Michael Levin in Costing, but you have anything to do with evolution.
Yeah,
Okay.
So I mentioned about there's
So
two people that Andre Coffee's a friend who's really my community that you have to Michael and to Nick. So this, of course, I'm a huge fan of yours. Being first of all, which actually
Michael Levin is doing amazing work, basically about the way in which electrical fields control development. And he's done some work with planetary worms, where he'll tell you all about this, so I won't say any more than minimum, but basically you could cut their head off and read a new head. But the head that they develop depends, if you knock out just one iron pump in a membrane, so you change the electrical circuitry just a little bit, so you can come up with a completely different head. It can be a head which is similar to the diverged 150 million years ago, or it can be a head which no one's ever seen before, a different kind of head. Now that is really, you might say, a hopeful monster. This is a leap into a different direction. The only question for natural selection is, does it work? Is the change itself feasible as a single change? And the answer is yes, it's a single change to a single gene. The second thing is rise to a completely different morphology. Does it work? And if it works, that could usually be a shift. But for it to be a speciation, for it to continue, for it to give rise to a different morphology over time, then it has to be perpetuated. So that shift, that change in that one gene has to work well enough that it is started
and copy enough times to really test it.
So the likelihood it will be some cases where it's yes, the idea that we can have sudden fairly abrupt change.
What about this idea that kind of trying to mathematize the definition of life and saying how many steps, the shortest amount of steps it takes to build it?
I like that one, because I think that in a sense that's not very far away from what a hypothesis needs to do to be a testable hypothesis for the origin of life. To spell out is each step, and here's the experiment to do for each step. The idea that we can do it in the lab, some people say, created life within 5 years, but that's not really life. We have a planet, 4 billion years ago, with these vent systems across the entire surface of the planet. We have millions of years if we wanted. I have a feeling that we're not talking about maybe millions of nanoseconds or picoseconds. We're talking about chemistry, which is happening quickly. But we still need to constrain those steps. But we've got, a planet doing similar chemistry. You asked about the trajectory. The trajectory is the planetary trajectory. The planet has properties. It's basically got the iron in the centre of it, it's got a lot of electrons in the centre of it. It's more oxidized on the outside, partly because of the sun, and partly because the heat of volcanoes puts out oxidized gases. So the planet is a battery. It's a giant battery. And we have a flow of electrons going from inside to outside in these hydrothermal bubbles. And that's the same topology as a cell has. A cell is basically just a natural version of the planet. And it's, there is a trajectory. There's an inevitability that certain types of chemical reaction are going to be made. And there's an inevitability in what happens in water, the chemistry that happens in water. Some will be immiscible with water and will form membranes and cellular structures. And waters nobody really understands water very well. And it's another big question for experiments of the origin of life. What do you put it in? What kind of structure do we want to induce in this water? Because the last thing is life to be just bulk water.
How fundamental is water to life, would you say?
I would say pretty fundamental. I wouldn't like to say it's impossible for life to start any other way. But water is everywhere. Water is extremely good at what it does. Carbon works in water, especially in blood. So those things, carbon is everywhere. So those things together make me think probabilistically, if we found 1,000 life forms, 995 would be carbon-based.
Now, the reverse question, if you found a puddle of water elsewhere, it's from carbon. No, just a puddle of water. Is a puddle of water pretty damn good indication of life as it either exists here or has once existed here? So it doesn't work this way.
I think you need a new planet. You need a planet which is capable of turning over its surface. It needs to be a planet with water. It needs to be capable of bringing those electrons from inside to the outside. It needs to turn over its surface. It needs to make that water work and turn it into hydrogen. So I think you need a living planet. But once you've got the planet, I think the rest of it is fairly dynamic.
If you were to run Earth over 1 million times up to this point, maybe beyond to the end, let's run it to the end. What is it? How much variety is there? You kind of spoke to this trajectory that the environment dictates, like chemically, I don't know what we're talking about, spiritually, like dictates kind of the direction of this giant machine that seems chaotic, but does seem to have order in the steps it's taken. How often will life, how often will bacteria emerge? How often will something that humans emerge? How much variety do you think?
I think at the level of bacteria, not much variety. I think we will get this. How many times have you seen them? A million times. I would say at least a few 100,000 bacteria again.
Oh wow!
Because I think there's some level of inevitability that the wet rock planet will give rise through the same processes to something very. I think this is not something I thought a few years ago, but working with a PhD student and Stuart Harrison who's been thinking about genetic code, or just been publishing on that. There are patterns that you can discern in the code, that if you think about them in terms of we start with CO2 and hydrogen, these are the first steps of that chemistry. You come up with a code which is very similar to the code that we see. So it wouldn't surprise me any longer if we found life on Mars and had a genetic code that was not very different to the things that we here, without it just being transferred across. There's some inevitability about the whole of the thing.
That's really promising because the basic chemistry is tightly linked to the genetic code. That means we can interact with other life if it exists.
Well, that's potential.
That's really exciting. That's okay. bacteria.
We've got bacteria. How easy is photosynthesis? Not hard. So,
Let's actually go. Let's go to the inventions.
yeah.
What is photosynthesis, and why is it hard?
Well, there are different forms. I mean, basically, you're taking hydrogen and you're sticking it onto CO2 with power. So the question is, where are you taking hydrogen from? And photosynthesis that we know in plants is coming from water. So you're using the power of the sun to split water, take out the hydrogen, stick it onto CO2. The oxygen is a waste product, and you just throw it out. So it's the single greatest planetary pollution event in the whole history of the Earth.
The pollutant being
Yes. Yeah. It also made possible animals. You can't have large active animals without oxygen in the atmosphere. And it's not in the sense that we know on Earth.
That's a really big invention.
It's a huge invention. Happen once. There's a few things that happen once on Earth, and you're always stuck with this problem. Is it once it happened and it becomes so good so quickly that it precluded the same thing happening ever again, or are there other reasons? And we really have to look at each one and stuff. Why did it only happen once? In this case, it's really difficult to split water. It requires a lot of power, and that power, you're effectively separating charge across the membrane, and the way in which you do it, it doesn't all rush back and kind of cause an explosion right at the side. It requires really careful wiring. And that wiring, it can't be easy to get it right, because the plants that we see around us, they have chloroplasts. Those chloroplasts are cyanobacteria. Those cyanobacteria are the only group of bacteria that can do that type of photosynthesis. So there's plenty of opportunity.
So who invented photosynthesis?
That is cyanobacteria, or their ancestors.
And there's not many.
No other bacteria can do what's called oxygenic photosynthesis. But lots of other bacteria can split. I mean, you can take your hydrogen from somewhere. You can take your hydrogen sulfide bubbling out of hydrogen, but grab your two hydrogens, sulfide. You can do it from higher. You take electrons, so the other oceans are probably full of that. You can take an electron from ferrocyan, so iron 2 plus, and make an iron 3 plus, which now precipitates as rust. And you take a proton from the acidic of the ocean, stick it there, and you get a hydrogen atom, stick it onto CO2. You've just done the trick. The trouble is, you bury yourself in musty coal. And with sulfur, you bury yourself in sulfur. One of the reasons oxygenic photosynthesis is so much better is the waste product is oxygen.
That seems like extremely unlikely, and it's extremely essential for the evolution of complex organisms because of all the oxygen.
Yeah, remember, it didn't accumulate quickly.
So it's converting. What is it? It's converting the energy from the sun and the resource of water into the resource needed for animals.
Both resources needed for animals. We need to eat, we need to burn food. We're eating plants, so getting the energy from the sun, and by burning heat with their waste product, which is the oxygen. So there's a lot of kind of circularity. Without an oxygenated planet, we couldn't really have predation. You can have animals, but you can't really have animals that go around and eat each other. You can't have ecosystems as we know them.
Well, let's actually step back. What about eukaryotic versus prokaryotic? How big? What are we?
I personally think that's the single biggest invention in the whole history of life.
So what are they?
Yeah, so I mentioned bacteria and archaea, these are both prokaryotes. They're basically small cells that don't have a nucleus. If you look at them under a microscope, you don't see much of them. If you look at them under a super resolution microscope, they're fantastically complex. In terms of their molecular machinery, they're amazing. In terms of their morphological appearance under a microscope, they're really small. And simple. The earliest life that we could physically see was stromatolites, which are things like bacteria, and they're large superstructures, effectively biofilms placed on top of each other, and you end up with quite large structures that you can see in the process. But they never came up with animals. They never came up with plants. They came up with multicellular things, filamentous cyanobacteria, for example. streams of cells. But the origin of the eukaryotic cell seems to have been, I suppose, an endosymbiotic. And I think that transformed the energetic possibilities of life. So what we end up with is a kind of supercharged cell, which can have a much larger nucleus with many. Think about it as a multibacterial value. So you've got a cell and there's a bacteria living in it, and those bacteria are providing the energy currency it needs. But each bacteria has a genome which can turn over, convert into proteins. What the mitochondria did, which are these power packs in the own cells, they were bacteria once, and they threw away virtually all the genes.
So mitochondria is the bacteria inside the cell, and they threw away all the stuff that doesn't need to survive inside the cell, and then kept it.
So what we end up with, so it kept all those alpha genes. In our own case, that's but there's a few protists, single cells, things that have got 7 genes, so it's not always the same. There's always a small number, and you can think of it as a pared down power pack, but a control unit is really big. It's pared down to almost nothing. So you're putting out the same power, but the investment in the own house. That means that you can support much larger nuclear. So we've gone up in the number of genes, but also the amount of power you have to convert those genes into proteins. We've gone up about fourfold in the number of genes, but in terms of the size of genomes and the ability to make the building blocks, make the proteins, we've got about.
Does it tell you when you die?
So it's a huge step change with the evolution. And it's interesting then, the only 2 occasions that complex life has arisen, plants and animals,
But you
you could say are complex, well, they don't form such complex technologies. Start with a single cell. Start with
like that's
so we start developing cells, and all the cells in the organism are identical to them. And you switch off in the brain.
What weapon do you feel?
Switch on those genes,
What weapon do you feel different?
I understand the evolutionary explanation for that is you're restricting context. You don't have a load of genetically
Nice.
different cells that are right.
When an opponent kills you, what weapon do they usually kill?
They're all genetically different, and effectively they're incapable of that level.
Right. Not like
Yeah, so
not
why is this such a difficult invention of getting this bacteria inside coming to function with the mitochondria? Why do you assign it such great importance? Is it great importance in terms of the difficulty of how it was achieved, or great importance in terms of the impact it had on life?
Both. It had a huge impact on life because if that had not happened, we're certain that life on Earth would be back in.
And it took a really long time.
It took 2 billion years, and it hasn't happened since to the best of our knowledge. So it looks as if it's genuinely different. And if you think about it then from interesting informational perspective, you think bacteria have got, they structure their information differently. So a bacterial cell has a small genome that might have 4,000 genes, but a single lonite cell has access to about 30,000 genes potentially. It's got a kind of messaging where other E. coli out there have got different gene sets and you can switch them around between themselves. And so you can generate a huge amount of variation. They've got more genes. E. coli messaging is larger than the human genome. So, and they've had 4 billion years of evolution to work out what can I do and what can't I do with this messaging. And the answer is you're stuck. You're still bacteria. So they have explored genetic sequence space far more thoroughly than eukaryotes ever did because they've had twice as long at least, and they got much larger populations. And they never got around this problem. So why can't they? It seems as if they can't solve it with information alone. So what's the problem? The problem is structure. If cells, if the very first cells need an electrical charge on them, and in bacteria, it's the outer membrane that surrounds the cell, which is electrically charged. You try and scale that up, and you've got a fundamental design problem, an engineering problem. And there are examples of it, and what we see in all these cases is what's known as extreme polyglot, which is to say they have tens of thousands of copies of a complete genome, which is energetically hugely expensive, and you end up with a large bacteria with no further development. What you need is to incorporate these electrically charged power pack units inside with their control units intact, and for them not to conflict so much with the host cell that it all goes wrong, perhaps it goes wrong more often than not. Then you change the topology of the cell. Now you don't necessarily have any more DNA than a giant bacterium with extreme polyglot. What you've got is an asymmetry. You now have a giant nuclear genome surrounded by lots of subsidiary energetic genes that do all the control units that are doing all the control of energy generation.
Could this have been done gradually, or does it have to be done? Does the power pack has to be all intact?
I mean, it's a kind of step change in the possibilities of evolution. It doesn't happen overnight. It's going to still require multiple generations. So it could take millions of years. It could take shorter time. This is nothing. I would like to track the number of steps and try and work out what's required with each step. We're not trying to do that with sex. You can't have a very large genome unless you have sex. So what are the changes to go from bacterial recombination to eukaryotic recombination? What do you need to do? Why do we go from passing around this DNA as this change to fusing cells together, lining up chromosomes, recombining across the chromosomes, and then go through 2 rounds of cell division to produce the gametes? All eukaryotes do it that way. So again, why switch? What are the drivers here? So there's a lot of time, there's a lot of evolution. But as soon as you've got cells living inside another cell, what you've got is a new design. You've got new potential. Didn't have before.
So the cell living inside another cell, that design allows for better storage of information, better use of energy, more delegation, like a hierarchical control of the whole thing. And somehow that leads to very multi-cell organisms.
I'm not sure that you have hierarchical control. You've got a system where you can have a much larger information storage depot in the much larger genome. And that allows multicellularity, yes, because it allows you. It's a funny thing to have an animal where I have 70% of my genes switched on in my brain and a different 50% switched on in my liver. You've got to have all those genes in the egg cell at the very beginning. You've got to have a program of development which says, okay, you guys switch off those genes and switch on those genes, you guys. But all the genes are there at the beginning. That means you've got to have a lot of genes in one cell and you've got to be able to maintain them. The problem with bacteria is they don't get close to having enough genes in one cell. So if you were to try and make a multicellular organism from bacteria, you bring different types of bacteria together and hope they'll complement realities. They don't.
That's really, really tough to do.
Yeah, we know they don't because it doesn't exist.
Without the data, as far as we know. I'm sure there's a few special ones we need to work with. I'd love to know some of the most fun things bacteria have done since.
They can do some pretty fun things. And this is broad brushstroke that I'm talking about.
Yes, generally speaking. So how was another fun invention? Us humans seem to utilize it well. But you say it's also very important early on is sex. So what is sex? Just asking for fun. And when was it invented and how hard was it to invent, just as you were saying? And why was it invented? Why? How hard was it? And when?
I have a PhD student who's been working on this.
Sex?
Sex, yes.
You need to publish because biology. It's a biology journal.
This is actually PNS, Proceedings of National Government. Sex.
Yes.
The job of biologists is to make sex go.
Yes. Yeah. It's a beautiful way to put it. Okay. So when was it invented?
It was invented in eukaryotes about 2 billion years ago. All eukaryotes share the same basic mechanism. They produce gametes. The gametes fuse together, so the gametes is the egg cell and the sperm. They're not necessarily even different in size or shape. So the simplest eukaryotes produce But called motile gametes. They're all like sperm, and they don't swim around and find each other fused together. They don't have much going on there beyond that. And then these are haploid, which is to say we all have two copies per gene, and the gametes have only a single copy of the gene. So when they fuse together, you now become diploid again, which is to say you have two copies of your gene now. And what you do is you line them all up, and then you double everything. So now we have 4 copies of the complete genome. And then we crisscross between all of these things. So we take a bit from here, stick it on there. That's a recombination. And then we go through 2 rounds of cell division. So we divide in half, so now the 2 daughter cells have 2 copies, and we divide in half again, and we have some gametes, each of which has got a single gene. And that's the basic ground plan for what's called meiosis. Syndrome, which makes sense. It happens at the level of single-celled organisms. It happens pretty much the same way in plants, pretty much the same way in animals. And it's not found in any bacteria. They switch things around using the same machinery. They take a bit of DNA from the environment, they take out this bit, and it's the same molecular machinery they're using.
What about the animals that find each other? It's kind of imperative. Yeah, find each other. What is that? Like, is that?
Well, you've got a few cells together. So the bottom line on all of this is bacteria. I mean, it's kind of simple when you figured it out. You're figuring it out. This is not me. This is my PhD student, and in effect, if you're doing that, you're a neutralized cell. You've got 4,000 genes. You scale up what you create cells. 20,000 genes. And I need to maintain my genome so it doesn't get shot to pieces by mutations. And I'm going to do it by lateral gene transfer. So I know I've got a mutation in the gene. I don't know which gene it is. I know I can't grow. I know all my regulation systems are saying, pick up some DNA. If you've got a small genome, the chances of you picking up the right bit of DNA from the environment is much higher than if you've got a genome with 20,000 genes. To do that, you've effectively got to be picking up DNA all the time, all day long, and nothing else. And you're still going to get rid of DNA. You've got to pick up large chunks, and in the end, you're going to line them up. And you're forced into sex. Going for it. So you're
so there is a kind of incentive.
If you want to have a large genome, you've got to prevent it mutating to nothing. That will happen with bacteria. There's no reason why bacteria can't have a large genome. But as soon as you give them the power pack, as soon as you give eukaryotic cells the power pack that allows them to increase the size of their genome, then you face the pressure that you've got to maintain its quality for a stop it just mutating away.
What about sexual selection? So the finding, I don't like this one, I don't like this one seems alright. Like, what's is it, like, which ones become less bad?
It's hard to know.
Because eukaryotes is kind of
yeah,
is there
there's
like
that kind of selection in single cell eukaryotes. It probably is. It's just that I don't know. By the time
you don't hang out with eukaryotes,
I do all the time.
but you can't communicate with them.
Peacock course. The kind of standard, and this is not quite what I work on, but the standard answer is that it's female mate choice. She is looking for good genes. And if you can have tails like this and still survive, still be alive, while actually being taken down by the major predator, then you must have got pretty good genes, because despite this handicap, you're able to survive. So
those are like human interpretable things like with the peacock. But I wonder, I'm sure echoes of the same thing are there with more primitive organisms. Basically, your PR, like how you advertise yourself that you're worthy of.
Absolutely.
So one big advertisement is the fact that you survived it all.
Let me give you one beautiful example of an algal group. And this can be cyanobacteria, this can be bacteria. So if suddenly you pump nitrate or phosphate or something into the ocean, and everything goes through, you end up with all this algae growing. A viral infection or something like that can kill the entire bloom overnight. And it's not that the virus takes out everything overnight, it's that most of the cells in that room kill themselves before the virus can react. And it's through a form of cell death called programmed cell death. We do the same things. So we have different gaps between our fingers and so on. It's how we craft synapses in the brain. It's fundamental again to they have the same machine in these groups. How do they know who dies? The answer is they will often put out a toxin, and that toxin is a kind of challenge to you. Either you can cope with the toxin or you can't. If you can cope with it, you form a spore, and you will go on to become the next generation. You'll form a kind of a resistance spore, sink down a little bit, you get out of the way, you're out of the you can't be attacked by a virus if you're a spore. Whereas if you can't deal with that toxin, you pull the plug and you trigger your death apparatus and you kill yourself.
It's truly life and death.
Yeah. So it's a challenge, and this is a bit like sexual selection. It's not so they're all pretty much genetically identical, but they've had different life histories. So have you had a tough day? Did you happen to get infected by this virus? Or did you run out of iron? Or did you get too much sun? Whatever it may be, if this extra stress toxin just pushes you over the edge, and you have this binary choice: either you're the next generation or you kill yourself.
It's also exactly the way I coach dating. That's probably why I use it. Okay. What about if we can step back, DNA? This mechanism of storing information. RNA, DNA.
Yes.
How big of an invention? That seems to be fundamental. Like something deep into what life is, the ability, as you said, to kind of store and propagate information. You also kind of infer that with your and your students' work that there's a deep connection between chemistry and the ability to have this kind of information. How big of an invention is it to have a nice representation, a nice photograph of the past?
Huge, I suspect. But when I was talking about code, we see the code in RNA as well. RNA was first. And there's been an idea going back decades for the RNA works, because RNA, in theory, can copy itself and can pass back reactions. So it cuts out this genetic loop.
DNA is possible, not like special.
So RNA is the thing that does the work. And the code lies in RNA. The code lies in the interaction between RNA and DNA. It still is there today in the ribosome, for example, which is kind of a giant ribosome, which is the data enzyme that's made of RNA. So getting to RNA, I suspect, is probably not that hard. But getting from RNA, how do you there's multiple different types of RNA. How do you distinguish? This is something that I actively thinking. How do you distinguish between a random population of RNA? Some of them go on to become messenger RNA. This is the transcript of the code, the gene that you make. Some of them become transfer RNA, which is the kind of the unit that holds the amino acids. Some of them become ribosomal RNA, which is the machine which is joining them all up together. How do they discriminate themselves? Some kind of phase transition going on there? I don't know. It's a difficult question. And we're now in the region of biology where information is coming in. But the thing about RNA is very, very good. But the largest genomes supported by RNA are RNA viruses, HIV, for example. They're pretty small. And so there's a limit to how complex life could be unless you come up with DNA, which chemically is a really small change. But how easy it is to make that change, I don't really know. As soon as you've got DNA, then you've got an amazingly stable molecule for information storage. And you can do absolutely anything. How likely that transition from RNA to DNA?
Possibilities of variety in ways of store information. Because it seems to be very specific characteristics about the programming language of DNA.
Yeah, there's a lot of work going on in what's called the center of DNA. Can we replace the bases themselves, the letters, if you like, Can we replace the backbone? Can we replace, for example, phosphate with arsenate? Can we replace the sugar ribose with deoxyribose, the different sugar? And the answer is yes, we can. Within limits, There's not an infinite space there. Arsenate doesn't really work with the bonds and all the strong phosphate. It's quite hard.
Do you find that? Do you find that camouflage?
It's possible to do it. The question to me is, why is it this way? Is it because there was some form of selection that this is better than the other forms and lots of competing forms of information storage over one, this one was the only one? Or was it kind of channeled that way, that these are the molecules that we're dealing with and they work? And I'm increasingly thinking it's that way, that they're channeled towards those phosphates and bases that are used. But there are 200 different matters kicking around out there that could be used.
It's such an interesting question. If you look at in programming or in computer science, there's a programming language called JavaScript, which was written super quickly. It's a giant mess, but it took over. And it was kind of
very violent.
It was kind of a running joke that like surely this can't be. It's a terrible program. It's a giant mess. It's full of bugs. It's so easy to write in crappy code. It took over all front end development in the web browser. If you have any kind of dynamic interactive website, it's usually running JavaScript, and it's now taking over much of the back end. And it becomes super fast with the different compilation engines that are running. So it's like we really took over the way. It was very fast. Initially crappy derived at the end, which actually takes out the mobile. And then the question is, did human civilization always strive to JavaScript? Or was JavaScript just the first programming language that we have in the browser? It's sticky. The first is the sticky one. And so it wins over anything else because it was first. I don't think that's the answer, right? But it's good to ask that. I suppose in the lab, we can get running through programming languages, but in biology, probably do some kind of small scale evolutionary test to try to infer.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, we've got the hardware and the software. The hardware is going to be the DNA and the RNA itself, and the software is actually about the code. Did the code have to be this way? Could it be a different way? People talk about the optimization of the code, and there's some suggestion for that. But you could imagine you could come up with a million different codes, and this would be one of the best ones.
Well, we don't know this.
Well, people have tried to model it based on the effect of mutation. So, no, you're right, we don't know, because that's a single assumption. Mutation is what's being selected for. There's other possibilities too.
I mean, there does seem to be a resilience in the numbers that it's hard to mess up. And the way you mess it up often is likely to produce interesting results. So it's
are you talking about JavaScript? Well, I mean, it's almost, biology is underpinned by this kind of mess. You look at the human genome, and it's full of stuff that is really either broken or dysfunctional, or there's a virus once, whatever. Somehow it works. Maybe we need some potential genes are taken from this.
So what about, you mentioned predatory behavior. You talked about sex. What about violence? Predator and prey dynamics. How was that invented? And poetic and biological ways of putting it. How do you describe predator-prey relationship? Is it a beautiful dance, or is it a violent atrocity?
Well, I guess both. I mean, when does it start? It starts in bacteria. You see these amazing predators. Gallavibrio is one that Marvelous used to talk about a lot. It's got a kind of a drill piece that drills through the wall and the membrane with the bacteria, and then it effectively eats the bacterium from just inside. The peroplasmic space. And makes copies of itself that way, so that's straight predation. There are predators among bacteria.
So predation in that, sorry to interrupt, means you murder somebody and use their body as a resource in some way.
Yeah.
But it's not parasitic in that you need them to be still alive.
No. I mean, predation is you kill them. Parasites.
Okay. So it seems the predator is really
So what we see if we go back 560, 570 million years before the Cambrian explosion, there is what's known as the Ediacaran form, or sometimes they call it veterinary, and it's not obvious that they're animals at all. They're stalk things. They often have fronds,
Yeah, but they can't.
leaves with fractal branching patterns on them. And the thing is that they're found
Not like that.
sometimes geologists can figure out the environment that they were in and say this was more than 200 meters deep. There's no sign of any waves, no storm damage down here, this kind of thing. They were more than 200 meters deep, so they're definitely not photosynthetic. These are animals. And they're filter feeders, sponges and corals and things, filter feeding animals. They're stuck to the spot. And little bits of carbon that come their way, they filter it out, and that's what they're eating. So no predation involved in this beyond stuff just dies. And you feel it's like a very gentle, rather beautiful, rather limited world. So there's not a lot going on there. And something changes. Oxygen definitely changes during this period. Other things may have changed as well. But the next thing you really see in the fossil record is the Cambrian explosion. And what do we see there? We're now seeing animals that we recognize. They've got eyes, they've got claws, they've got spines.
I recognize that some people don't like me.
And so we've gone from a rather gentle but limited world to a rather vicious and hazard world that we recognize, and which leads to kind of arms races, evolutionary arms races, which again is something that when we think about a nuclear arms race, we don't go there, it's not done anybody any good. In some ways, maybe it does do good. Make an argument for nuclear arms, but predation as a mechanism forces organisms to adapt, to change, to be better, to escape, or to kill. If you need to eat, then you've got to eat, and you've got to choose to run at that speed, and it has to because the zebra is capable of escaping. So it leads to much greater feats of evolution than would ever have been possible without it. And in the end, to a much more beautiful world. So it's not all that. I mean, but the thing is, you can't have this if you don't have an oxygenated planet. Because it's all in the end, it's about how much energy can you extract from the food that's good. And if you don't have an oxygenated planet, you can get about 10%. It's not much more than that. And if you've got an oxygenated planet, you can get about 40%. And that means you can have, instead of having 2 trophy planets, you can have 6 trophy planets. And that means things that other things and so on. We come to a level of ecological complexity which is completely impossible in this exposure.
This reminds me of the highest option that for every moment of triumph, for every instance of beauty, many souls must be trampled. The history of life on Earth, unfortunately, is that of violence. Just the trillions and trillions of not just our organisms, like murder in the struggle.
It's a sorry statement. Yes, I suppose it is.
And that somehow is a catalyst from an evolutionary perspective for creativity, creating more and more complex organisms for the better survival.
Survival of the fittest. If you just go back to that old phrase, the weakest. What's fit, what's weak, these are terms that don't have much interest in. But the thing is, evolution only happens because of death.
One way to die is the constraints, the scarcity of the resources in the environment. But that seems to be not nearly as good of a mechanism for death than other creatures roam about in the environment. When I say environment, I mean like the static environment. Then there's the dynamic environment, bigger things trying to use you for your energy.
It forces you to come up with a solution to your specific problem that is inventive and is new and hasn't been done before. So it forces literally change, literally evolution on populations that have to become different.
And it's interesting that humans have channeled that into more. I mean, I guess what humans are doing is they're inventing more productive and safe ways of doing that. This whole idea of morality and all those kinds of things. I think they ultimately lead to competition versus violence. Because I think violence can have a cold, brutal, inefficient aspect to it. But if you channel that into more controlled competition in the space of ideas, in the space of approaches to life, maybe be even more productive than evolution. Because evolution is very wasteful. Like the amount of murder required to really test a good idea, genetically speaking, is just many generations.
Morally, we can base society on the way that evolution works.
Yes, that's
But actually, in some respects, we do. Which is to say, this is how science works. We have competing hypotheses that have to get better, otherwise they die. It's the way that society works. You know, in ancient Greece, we had the Athens and Sparta and city-states, and we had the Renaissance and nation-states. Universities compete with each other.
Yes.
Tremendous amounts of companies competing with each other all the time. It drives innovation. And if we want to do it without all the death that we see in nature, then we have to have some kind of societal level control rule that says, well, it's the guys, and these are what the limits are going to be. And society as a whole has to say, right, you limit the amount of death here, so you can't do this, we can't do that. And who makes up these rules? And how do we know? It's a tough thing, but it's basically trying to find the material basis for avoiding the death of evolution, natural selection, and keeping the innovation, the richness of it.
And we have said it that murder is illegal. Murder is illegal except when it's done to the sound of trumpets on a large scale. So we still have rewards. But we are struggling with this idea that murder is a bad thing. It's so interesting. And we're channeling the best of the evolutionary imperative and trying to get rid of the stuff that's not productive. So trying to almost accelerate evolution. The same kind of thing that makes evolution creative. We're trying to use that.
I think we naturally do it. We can help ourselves do it. You know, capitalism as a form is basically about competition and different rewards. But we, society, and we have a, I keep using this word, moral obligation that we cannot operate as a society if we go that way. It's interesting that we've had problems achieving balance. So, for example, in the financial crash in 2009, do you let banks go to the wall? This is kind of a question. In evolution, certainly you let them go to the wall, and in that sense, you don't need the regulation because they just die. Whereas if we, as a society, think about what's required for society as a whole, then we don't necessarily think about it. In which case, you then have to impose some kind of regulation that bankers themselves will, in a revolutionary manner, exploit.
Yeah, we've been struggling with this kind of idea. Capitalism, the cold brutality of capitalism that seems to create so much beautiful things in this world, and then the ideals of communism that seem to create so much brutal destruction in history. We struggle with ideas. Like, well, maybe we didn't do it right. How can we do things better? And then the ideas of the things we're playing with as opposed to people. If a PhD student has a bad idea, we don't shoot the PhD student. We just criticize their idea.
Yeah, very humane.
Yeah, I don't know. You got to do it. The way I run things, it's always left in debt. Okay, so it is interesting about humans that there is an inner sense of morality, which begs the question of how did Homo sapiens evolve? If we think about the early invention of sex, early invention of predation, what was the thing invented to make humans? What would you say?
I mean, I suppose a couple of things I'd say. Number one is you don't have to wind the clock back very far, 5-6 million years or so, and let it run forward again. The chances of humans as we know them is not necessarily that high. Imagine as an alien you're flying in the planet Earth and it's got everything about the humans on it. It's an amazing, wonderful, marvelous planet. But nothing that we would recognise as extremely intelligent life, spacefaring civilization. So when you think about aliens, we kind of after something like ourselves, or after a spacefaring civilization, we're after zebras and giraffes and lions and things, amazing though they are. But the additional kind of evolutionary steps to go from large, complex monkeys, let's say, to humans doesn't strike me as really a distance. It's all about the brain. And where's the brain and morality coming from? It seems to be all about groups, human groups, and interactions between groups.
The collective intelligence.
Yes, the interactions. And there's a guy who's here called Mark Thomas who's done a lot of really beautiful work, I think, on this kind of questions. So I talk to him every now and then, so my views are influenced by him. But a lot seems to depend on population density. The more interactions you have going on between different groups, the more transfer of information, if you like, between groups. So people moving from one group to another group, almost like natural gene transfer in bacteria. The more expertise you're able to develop and maintain, the more culturally complex your society can become. And groups that have become detached, like on Easter Island, for example, very often degenerate in terms of the complexity of their civilization.
Is that true for complex organisms in general? Population density
Really
is often
matters.
productive.
Really matters, but in human terms, I don't know what the actual factors were that were driving up a large brain, but you can talk about fire, you can talk about tool use, you can talk about language, and none of them seem to correlate especially well with the actual known trajectory of human evolution in terms of cave art and these kind of things. That seems to work much better just with population density, number of interactions between different groups, all of which is really about human interactions, human-human interactions and complexity of those.
But population density is the thing that increases the number of interactions. Then there must have been inventions forced by that number of interactions that actually led to humans. Like Richard Wrangham talks about that it's basically the beta males beat up the alpha male. So that's what collaboration looks like. Because when you're living together, they go back. Our early ancestors don't like the dictatorial aspect of a single individual at the top of the tribe. So they learn to collaborate how to basically create democracy of sorts, and democracy that minimizes, or lessens the amount of violence, which essentially gives strength to the tribe and make the war between tribes versus the dictator.
I mean, I think one of the most wonderful things about humans is we're all those things. I mean, we are deeply social as a species, and we're also deeply selfish. I mean, it seems to me the conflict between capitalism and communism is really just two aspects of human nature, both of which are we are both, and we have a constant kind of vying between the two sides. We really do care about it. Beyond that, we care about society and society we live in. And you can say that's a drawing towards socialism and communism. On the other side, we really do care about ourselves. We really do care about our planet and working for something that we gain from it. And that's the capitalist side. They're both really deeply ingrained in nature. In terms of violence, interactions between groups, yes, all this dynamic, if you're interacting between groups, you can be certain that they're going to be burning each other and all kinds of physical violent interactions, which will drive the kind of cleverness of how do you resist this. Let's build a calculus. What are we going to do to prevent being overrun by those marauding Japanese troops? You look outside humans and you look at chimps and they're very, very different structures to society. Chimps tend to have aggressive type structure, and bonobos are, they have basically a female society. The males are predominantly excluded and only brought in the females. We have a lot in common with both of those groups.
serious one. Do we want to be fun? Asking for a friend again. What do you think happened to Neanderthals? What did we cheeky humans do to Neanderthals? Human sapiens? Do you think we murdered them? Was this? How do we murder them? How do we complete them? Or do we outcompete them?
I think it's unequivocal that it's self-related with them.
We always try to make it that.
Yes, pretty much. There's some interesting the first sequences that came out in mitochondria, and that was to go back to about 2002. What was found was that Neanderthal mitochondrial DNA was very different to human mitochondrial.
Oh, that's so
You
interesting.
could do a clock on it, and it said the divergent state was about 600,000 years ago. And then the first whole genomes were sequenced, and they showed plenty of signs of mating. So the mitochondrial DNA effectively says no mating, and the nuclear genes say, yeah, lots of mating. But we also have
So can you explain the difference between mitochondrial DNA and
I've talked before about mitochondria, and power packs in the cells. These are pairs that control who is their DNA. So it's passed on by the mother only. And in the next cell, we might have 500,000 copies of mitochondrial DNA. There's only 37 genes left, and we do it. It's basically the controlling of energy production. That's what it's doing.
it's a basic old school machine that does
And it's got genes that were considered to be effectively tribute because they did a very narrowly defined job, but they're not true in the sense that they're narrowly defined jobs about everything that's being alive.
yeah.
So they're much easier to sequence. You've got many more copies of these things, so you can sequence them very quickly. But the problem is because they go down only once online from mother to daughter, your mitochondrial DNA go nowhere. It doesn't matter any kids we have, they get from mother to mitochondrial, except in very, very rare, strange circumstances. And so it tells a different story. It's not a story which is easy to reconcile. And what it seems to suggest, to my mind at least, is that there was one way traffic of genes, probably going from human to the Why did the Neanderthals disappear? I don't know. I suspect that they were probably less violent, less clever, less populous, less willing to fight. I don't know.
And it's
Drove them to extinction of large Europe.
and it's interesting how much we ran over and over again. How many of these branches of intelligent beings have figured out some kind of how to leverage collective intelligence? Which ones of them are control points of potency? Is it the more violent ones? Is it more isolated? You know, like dynamics and stuff like that. I suppose we know to know is the more complex the organism, the harder it is to put down the exposure.
Yes. In some respects, maybe it's best if we don't know.
What about if we actually step back? A couple of interesting things that we can do. One is object manipulation and movement. Of course, movement is something that was an big invention about the environment. And the other one is sensory mechanism, how we sense the environment. One of the coolest high definition ones is vision. How big are those inventions in history of life on Earth?
Vision movements, again, extremely important. Going back to the origin of animals, the Cambrian explosion was something you see in eyes in the Boston record. It's not necessarily, again, some people historically have said, well, this is you go in a series of steps from a light sensitive spot on flat just to an eyeball with a lens and so on. If you assume no more than I don't remember this was a specific model that I know 1% change and 0.5% change for each generation. How long would it take to evolve an eye is not answered in 100 years. It doesn't have to take long. That's not how evolution works. That's not an answer to the question. It just shows you can reconstruct the steps you can both. So it's not that big a deal to evolve. But once you have it, then again, we'll go back to prey relationships, we'll go back to the benefits that we able to see things. And if you think, philosophically, that's locations, I have no idea. I suspect that the former image of the world is pretty much the same way we do. It's just a matter of reconstruction. So I suppose the other thing about science, there are some organisms that have got a lens and a retina and a cornea and basically camera type eye in the sequence. They don't have a brain. What they understand about the world is impossible to say, but they're capable of coming up with the same structure to do so. So I suppose then is that once you've got things like eyes, then you have a big driving pressure on the central nervous system to figure out what it means. Then we come around to our other point about manipulation, sensory a huge requirement to understand what the environment is and what it means and how it reacts and what makes it run away and what just things.
Actually, I'm not going to read. I don't know if you know the work who talks about, who uses the argument mechanism of evolution to say that there's not necessarily a strong evolutionary value to seeing the world as it is. So objective reality, that our perception actually is very different from what's objectively evolution. We're living inside an illusion. We're basically the entire set of species that aren't thinking, I guess repeating in space as an illusion that is distinct from, it's far away from physical reality.
So it's the illusion so much as a benefit. I mean, we have a sensory input which is a fraction of what we could have a sensory input. And we interpret it in terms of what's useful for us to know to stay alive. So yes, it's an illusion in that sense, but the tree is physically there, and if you walk into the tree, there is, it's not purely delusion, it's psychological.
So it's a sensory slice of reality as it is, but because it's just a slice missing a big picture. But he says that slice doesn't necessarily need to be a slice. It could be a complete fabrication. That's just consistent. Which is an interesting, or at least it's a humbling realization that our perception is limited and our cognitive abilities are limited. And at least to me, this argument from evolution, I don't know how strong that is in the argument, but I do think that life can exist in the same way with a reality video game, you can have a vibrant life inside that place, and that place is not real in some sense, but you can still have a vibrant, all the same forces of evolution, all the same competition and dynamics that between humans you can have, but I don't know if I don't know if there's evidence for that being it seems that Earth.
I think in either environment, I wouldn't deny we would have exactly the world we talk about. I think it would be very difficult to, the idea Matrix movies and stuff, the whole world is completely about construction. And where fundamentally to do it, it's difficult to say that's impossible or couldn't happen. And you certainly reconstruct in on land but we do have input, and that input I would hesitate to say it's not real. Precisely how we do understand the world. We have eyes, but if you keep someone this kind of thing happens, someone kept in the dark room for 5 years, they never see properly again because the neural wiring that underpins how we interpret vision never developed. You need to watch a child developing. So it looks on the table, you have your head on the table, it hurts. Now you've got two inputs, you've got what came from this sharp edge, two probably touched it to realise it's the head, it's a sharp edge, what it vision. So if you learn so limited reality, but it's true reality. If you don't become that copy, you will get eaten, you will get hit with a bus, you will not survive. And the same if you're in some kind of say computer construction reality, you're not the way around it. But if you construct the rules that this is what reality is, so then you play by those rules.
Yeah, but as long as the law is consistent.
Yeah.
So just like you said with the lab, the interesting thing about the simulation function, yes, it's hard to know if we're living inside a simulation, but also, yes, it's possible to do these kinds of experiments in the lab. More and more, the interesting question is, how realistic does the virtual reality game need to be for us to not be able to tell the difference? A more interesting question is, how realistic or interesting does the virtual reality world need to be in order for us to want to stay there for much longer than physical reality? Prefer that. And also prefer it not like we prefer hard drugs, prefer deep behavior. We enjoy.
I mean, I suppose the issue with the Matrix, I imagine it's possible to read the mind sufficiently to generally, in that way, do think that you are interacting with the real world and in fact delve into simulation. How good does the simulation need to be to be able to do that? It needs to convince you that all your sensory is correct and accurate and joins up and makes sense. Now, that sensory input is not something that we're born with a sense of touch or born with eyes, but we don't know how to use them. We go around and we bump into trees, we cry, we're pain. But we're basically booting up the system so that it can make head and tail with the sensory input that it's getting. And that sensory input is not just a one-way flux of things, it's also you have to look into things, you have to hear things, you have to put it together. Now, if you've got just babies in the Matrix who are slotted into this, I don't think they have that kind of sensory input. I don't think they have any way to make sense of what we want as a world that they're part of. The brain is just developing.
I can't make sense of it. But yeah, I mean, when you said pain, you're walking into things, well, you can create a pain too. And as long as it's consistent, that certain things result in pain, it's don't feel it's part of reality. There's some, maybe disagree with you, but I think we are born almost with a desire to control reality. Like that desire to accept control. So there's an inherent, so whatever that reality is given to us, the table inspires how I think we want to be the in the sense that we want to make a simple Einstein simple theory of the thing right. We want that simplicity. And so maybe the hunger for the simplicity is the thing that can be used to construct a dumb simulation that tricks us. So maybe tricking humans doesn't require building simplicity.
No, I don't. I mean, that's not what I work on. Right? How close to it we are. I agree with you that says, yeah, I'm sure it's morally justifiable thing to do, but is it possible? It's, I think it will be very difficult, but I don't see why it would be possible. We try to understand the world, we try to integrate the sensory inputs that we have, and we try to come up with a hypothesis that explains what's going on. I think, though, that we have huge input from the social context, but we don't do it by ourselves. We wander around in the universe by ourselves and understand the whole thing. We're told by the people around us what things are, what they do, and we're just coming in here and so on. So it would have to be an extremely impressive simulation to see anything like that.
Yeah, so they come with that, share the social construct, the thing that is spread of ideas, and that's how it is. But those questions are really important to understand as we become more and more digital creatures. It seems like the next step of evolution is us becoming partial. All the same mechanisms we're talking about are becoming more and more plugged in into the machine. We're becoming scientists. And there's an interesting interplay between wires and biology. zeros and ones and with biologics. I don't think you just. I don't think we'll have the luxury to see humans as disjointed like technology was created. We are a thing that's.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, but we can't really make this consciousness. Is there a distinction there? Because what you're saying in that right says really a distinction. I'm capable of building an AI which is sufficiently close to the simple that we merge with its head. To all intents and purposes, that AI is conscious. And I don't have a strong view, but I have a feeling. I wrote about it in the last book, it was 10 years ago. I wrote a chapter in called Life Assembly about consciousness. And the subtitle of Life Assembly was 10 Great Inventions of Evolution. I couldn't possibly write a book with a subtitle like that did not include consciousness, but specifically consciousness as one of the great inventions. And it was in part because I was just curious to know more, and I read more for that chapter. Never worked out, but I thought, how can we reach the question? And I was left with the feeling that A, B, there are two main schools of thought with a big skewed distribution. One of them says, oh, it's a property of matter, unknown physics, parapsychism, everything is consciousness, so it's consciousness, just natural. What is consciousness? Just natural. And I find that very persuasive. I can't say it's wrong, it's just that I think we somehow can't tell the difference between it's not. And then the other end is it's an emergent property of a very complex central nervous system. And I never quite understand what people mean by words like emergence. There are genuine examples where I think we very often use it to plaster over things. As a biochemist, the question for me then was, okay, it's a concoction of a central nervous system. A depolarizing neuron gives rise to a feeling of pain, or to a feeling of love, and whatever it may be. So what is that feeling in biophysical terms of the central nervous system, which effectively gives rise to? I've never seen anyone answer that question in a way that makes sense to me.
That's an important question.
If you want to understand consciousness, that's the only question to answer. Because I certainly AI is capable of outthinking. It's only a matter of time. It is already happened. In terms of just information processing and computational skill, I don't think we have any problem in designing a mind which is at least the equal of the human mind. But in terms of what we value the most as humans, which is to say our feelings, our emotions, our sense of what the world is in a very personal way, that means as much or more to people than the information uses. That's where I don't think that AI is a movie because I think it's the property of.
Well, let's talk about it more. You're an incredible writer. One of my favorite writers. We read from your latest book, Transformers, that you write about consciousness. I think, therefore, I am one of the most celebrated lines ever written. But what am I exactly? And artificial intelligence includes two by definition, and therefore is. Yet few of us could agree whether AI is capable, in principle, of anything resembling human emotion. Love, hate, fear, joy, spiritual yearnings, or oneness, or purity, or corporeal pangs, thirst, and hunger. The problem is we don't know what emotions are. What is the feeling in physical terms? How does a discharging neuron give rise to feelings of anything? This is the hard problem of consciousness, the seeming duality of mind and matter, the physical makeup of our animal self. You can understand the principle of how an extremely sophisticated parallel processing system can be capable of wondrous feats of intelligence, but they can't answer in principle when it's such a supreme intelligence that experience joy or melancholy. What is a quantum solace? I, speaking to the question of emergence, there's technical, there's an excellent paper on this recently about the this kind of phase transition, emergence, performance, and NLP, natural language processing. So language models, there seems to be discussion of size. At some point, there is a phase transition. There's a growing size of the level. So the question is, it's somewhat of a technical question where you can ask something. The technical question is there a size that we don't know that starts to be able to form the kind of representations that we can capture in language, and therefore be able to, not just language, but linguistically capturing knowledge with sufficient to solve a lot of problems in language, like be able to have a conversation. And there seems to be not a gradual phase transition. And then we're trying to construct the science of where that is. What is a good size? And why is such a phase transition happening? That sort of points to emergence. Yeah. There could be stages where a thing goes from being, you're very intelligent person, to a toaster that's dealing exactly, turns away, looks out the window, sighing, having no suspicion of Christ. No, Marvin is simplistic because Marvin is just cranky. Yes, it's so easily programmed. Yeah, easily programmed, non-stop existential crisis. You're almost basically there's a news from underground, but it's just constantly complaining about life. No, they're capturing the full roller coaster of human emotion, the excitement, the bliss, the connection, the empathy, and all that kind of stuff, and then the selfishness, the anger, the depression, all that. Capturing all of that and be able to experience it deeply, like it's the most important thing you could possibly experience today. The highest highs, the lowest lows. This is it. My life will be over. I cannot possibly go on that feeling like after a nap, you're feeling amazing. That might be something that.
So why would a nap make an AI being feel better?
First of all, we don't know that for human beings.
But we do know that as like children,
Oh, you're asking me very.
we do in fact feel better. So
Oh, you are asking a technical question. But that's a biological answer. So the question is whether AI can have the same kind of attachment to its bodily function, preservation of the brain's successful function. Self-preservation essentially in some deep biological.
I mean, to my mind, it comes back round to the problem we were talking about before about simulations and sensory learning what stuff needs and life and death. That biology and like society has a definite over everything. And natural selection works on that definite. That if you made this decision wrongly, you die. And the next generation is represented by beings that made a slightly different decision. And that is something that's intrinsically difficult to simulate in order to achieve. So what is
Death in all its richness?
yeah,
Our relationship with death. Or the whole. So which, when you say richness, there's a lot in that.
yeah.
Which is hard to see. What's part of the richness that's hard to see?
I suppose the complexity of the environment and your position in that position of an organism in that environment, and the full richness of that environment over its entire life over multiple generations, with changes in the gene sequence over those generations, slight changes in the makeup of those individuals over generations. But if you take it back to the level of single cells, which I do in the book, and ask how does a single cell in effect know it exists as an unit, as an entity? No, in inverted commas, obviously, it doesn't know anything. But it acts as a unit, and it acts with astonishing precision as a unit. And I have suggested that that's linked to the actual fields of the brains themselves, and that they give some indication of how am I doing in relation to my environment as a kind of real-time feedback on the world. And this is something physical, which can be selected over generations, that if you get this wrong, it's linked with this set of circumstances that I just want to happen. As an individual, I have a multiplying pattern as a bacteria or something like that. Discharge, etc. And you associate over generations, this phase that now is associated with response like that. And it's easy to see how feelings come in through the back door, or through that giving real-time feedback on your position in relation to how you do it. And then you complexify the system. There's no problem with phase transition. Can all of this be done purely by the language, by the issues with how the system understands itself? Maybe it can. But the philosophers for a long time have talked about the possibility that you can have a zombie intelligence, that there are no humans there, but everything else is the same. Throw this back to you. How do you deal with the zombie intelligence?
So, first of all, I can see that from a biologist's perspective, if you think of all the complexities that led up to the human being, the entirety of the history of 4 billion years, that in some deep sense integrated the human being into his environment. And that dance of the organism of the environment, you can see how emotions arise from that. And emotions are deeply connected, creating a human experience. And from that, makes the consciousness and the whole mess of that. But from a perspective of an intelligent organism for the year, like a baby learns, it doesn't need to learn how to be a collection of cells, how to do all the things it's doing. The basic function of a baby is learns to interact with the environment, to learn with the environment, to learn how to fit in with the social society, to the basic response to the baby is to cry, to convince the humans to protect it, or to discipline it, to teach it, whatever. I mean, we've developed a bunch of different tricks, how to get our parents to take care of us, to educate us, to teach us about the world. Also, we've constructed the world in such a way that it's safe enough for us to survive in, and yet dangerous enough to learn about the lessons like the table to the bars and corners, so if you still run into them, it hurts the house. So AI needs to solve that problem, not the problem of constructing this super complex organism that leads up to run the whole, to make it amplified for you. I think the zombie question is something I would believe to be philosophy, because, and I will also leave to them the definition of love and what happens between two human beings. There's a magic that just grabs them like nothing else matters. That feeling, the philosophers can have a lot of fun with that one, and also say that that's just for biological explanation. We have all kinds of it's all fake. It's actually Ayn Rand there's a lot of different interpretations. I'll leave it to the philosophers. The point is the feeling sure as hell feels good. And my toaster makes me feel like it's the only toaster. And when I leave and I miss the toaster, I come back, I'm excited to see the toaster. And my life is meaningful and joyful, and the friends I have around me get a better version of me because that toaster exists. That sure is how I feel.
Is that psychologically different to having a dog?
No,
Because most people dispute whether we can say dog. It doesn't allow to be conscious.
but there's degrees of consciousness and so on. People are definitely much more uncomfortable saying toaster is conscious than a dog. And there's still a deep connection. You could say our relationship with the dog has more to do with anthropomorphism. And we kind of project a human being onto it. You can do the same damn thing with a toaster.
Yes. But you can look into the dog's eyes and you can see something inside. It's delighted to see you again. I don't have a dog.
And the dogs are actually perfectly good at using their eyes to just that.
Now, I don't imagine that a dog is remotely as close to my intelligence, but it's certainly capable of communicating emotion.
But here's what I would venture to say. I tend to think because AI plays chess well and is able to fold proteins now that it's intelligent. I would argue in order to communicate with humans, in order to have this emotional intelligence, it actually requires another form of intelligence. It's not easy to be flawed. Solving a mathematical puzzle is not the same as the full complexity of human interaction. It's actually, we humans just take for granted things we're really good at. Non-stop, people tell me how shitty people are at driving. Yeah, humans are incredible at driving. But people walk object manipulation. We're incredible at this. So people tend to
Discount things we always just take for granted.
and one of those things that they discount is our ability to dance of conversation and interaction with each other. The ability to morph ideas together, the ability to get angry at each other and to miss each other. Like to create tension that makes life fun and difficult and challenging in a way that's meaningful. That is a skill that's learned. And AI would need to solve that
I
problem.
mean, in some sense, what you're saying is that AI cannot become meaningfully emotional, say, until it experiences some consciousness that it's unable to reconcile these various aspects of reality or its reality with a decision to make. Then it feels sad. Doesn't know what to do. I certainly can't dispute that. May very well be how it works. I think the only way to find that is to do it.
So that, yeah, and we could look philosophies could actually feel sad. The point is, the robot would be sitting there alone having an internal conflict, an existential crisis, and that's required for it to have a deep, meaningful connection to be. But does it actually feel that?
But I'd like to say something else, which troubles me reading into that. Noah Harari's book, 21 Lessons from the Last Century, he's written about this kind of thing. And he sees biochemistry as an algorithm. And an AI will necessarily be able to hack that algorithm and do it better than you. So there will be AI better at writing music that we appreciate than Mozart ever called it, writing better than Shakespeare ever did. Because biochemistry is algorithmic, and all you need to do is figure out which bits of the algorithm to play to make it good or bad and appreciate things.
What up, big man?
And it's, as a biochemist, I find that argument
Are you ready?
it's irrefutable and not very enjoyable. I don't like the sound. That's just my reaction. You might like the sound of it because that's that.
I played Zoom and I played Kaiser. Yeah, and I kept confused. I'll give you in just a second. Where did you go? How'd you do that? That's father's what? Oh, that's father's what? Did they also teach you how to join the game? Well, they should have. That's, oh, fuck. That's some horseshit. Fuck, man. What are you doing? What are you doing with this craziness? What is this bullshit? That's some wild shit, man. How about this one? Dude, quit with that bullshit. Let's see what we got here. Get in your way. They better start talking. Camouflage. Alright, I can take a risk, and I'm going to. Oh, my risk may have paid off. It may not have. What are you going to do, big dog? That's my ball. Boom. Hole two. 1-1. I'm going to beat you 5 times here, and then we're going to play that non-skill, that skill and fortune-based game, chance-based game, known as Ocho. No, I did not. I was encouraged to do it around the year 2016, but no, it's not something that I had as a child. I was very dedicated to going to synagogue every day and um, every Shabbat, and I just never missed. And people admired those qualities. Additionally, I was just taking classes on Tuesdays and Thursdays, studying Torah and Talmud, and people around the year 2018 or so really started to tell me that they would want to learn from someone like me. around the time that I should seriously consider becoming a rabbi. So I continued to take classes, and I always felt that I needed to improve my Hebrew because it's not my first language. And while my biblical Hebrew is okay, my secular Hebrew needed some improvement, I felt. So I started taking more Hebrew classes, and then started studying under Rabbi, and joined another synagogue. So I was a member of two synagogues at the same time, and then started working with a rabbi in Beverly Hills, and then he moved to Israel. I continued to work with him through that move, and then I was finishing the process when the pandemic hit, and one of my rabbis set me up with one of his, one of my rabbinical colleagues set me up with one of his um, rabbinical colleagues, and so I finished up my learning under Rabbi Oppenheimer, and that was when he had just moved to Israel, and that was in 2020. Make this. Oh, I know where it is now. I don't think it's that tree. You can try to pick it. I don't know about that. Go, 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 go. That's perfect. I built a little wall. I don't know if you're going to be able to get it. Oh, no way. One of the best shots I've ever seen in my entire life. One of the best shots I've ever seen in my entire life. One of the best shots I have ever seen in my entire life. That was maybe the best shot. One of like the top three best shots I've ever seen. Dog, do you know how good that shot was? I got it recorded. Get there. I can't believe the shot we just had. Well, on that last hole. Ready for this? Are you ready for this? It's an easy shot. Oh, we never played this one. I don't like this. What are you talking about? I never played this one. Hit my ball in the ground. Hit my ball in the ground. You don't think that was a good shot? I'm gonna fuck you over, man. Oh, fuck you, dude. Wow. That was absolute garbage. God, you fucked me. I mean, right there? Yeah. That was amazing. Are you gonna make such a shot? Come on, man, tie it up. That's what I'm talking about. Excellent, man. Here we go. Big shot. Right, like fade away. You're gonna bounce it off this window. Oh, yeah. Right. Oh no. Perfect. Make it. I want to see you make it. And we take the lead. I love this one. Oh no. Hit my ball. Hit my ball. Perfect. Perfect shot. Oh no. I know. They chose not to be for this. Come on, baby. Oh, that was bullshit. No big deal. Well, arguable that there are not that equivalent. So there's blasphemy, which is bad, idolatry, which is bad, drinking blood of a living animal is bad, murder is bad, incest is bad, yeah, there are different reasons why you might have to consider that. If it's to save your own life, then you can do it. But I would probably say, well, there's inappropriate sexual relations. Probably, I mean, like the worst thing you could do is kill every Jew on earth, I guess. Um, so, so most likely anything that can't be reversed, like something like murder, something like that. And I would also say, though, that what some people consider murder, other people might not. If you have to do it for self-defense or to preserve your own life, then those types of things. And also, um, if you are in war, it's not as severe because you have there are it's more the idea of like the time, and we consider that to be like a prosecutor in a courtroom. So essentially, it's not the it's not the opposite of God, but it would almost be like God was the judge and Satan would be the prosecuting attorney against the defense attorney. Oh, your ball is not going to be good. All right. Which way would you go, left or right? Probably left, because seemingly has a better opportunity for right. But I think right is better because of where the carrots are coming. No, not what you got. Watch this one though. That just made. Oh, oh no. What's going to happen? That actually might turn out to be a really good shot. I'll take it. I'll take it. It's better than going in the water. What is that? All right, you ready for this shot? Oh, no way. That's going in the water. I got a perfect game for it. How does that make you feel? Well, that's like asking. I'll tell you. I mean, that's a very broad question. I know some of my rabbinical colleagues feel that, and we all feel that Christians are not practicing the correct faith. There are some who feel that they practice idolatry due to having a statues, or perhaps polytheism due to the belief in the Trinity. It, um, so there are some I know who are more tolerant, especially when it comes to interfaith dialogue. So, like when we have to interact with Christians, um, frankly, Jews have more in common with Muslims in many ways as you can show than we do Christians. Like, for instance, if there's no synagogue available, it is allowed for us to pray in a mosque, but not in a church. So, did you say why? There's an issue that arises. We're monotheistic, and most Christians believe in the Trinity, and so that idea of it being like the Father and the Son and the Holy Ghost is three in one, which is polytheistic, and also the fact that like their crosses generally we refrain from having anything that could be considered an idol, and we avoid such things, like statues, that kind of stuff. Oh, that was a bad shot. Let's see what you got, Sue. Well, yeah, for sure. I mean, there are some rabbis who will spit on Christians. There are some fanatical people who will spit on churches. It depends on how fanatical you are. But that's not generally mainstream, and most people don't treat other people that way, but it does happen. That is a common belief. Oh, fucking hell of that. Leave with you with a shot if you can. Put it in the water. Just make a giant mistake. I mean, it depends what I define as a person. I I don't see them as having a safety system. Do I think they're Homo sapiens? Yeah, generally. But do I think that they have the same rights as Jews? No. There are differences in how the law is interpreted. Oh, what a good shot. And when determining what a person has to do, they aren't forced to or commanded to uphold the law. So there is some differences between them and Jews. So scientifically, do I think that we're all the same? I actually think that differs a little bit. Scientifically, you have matrilineal mitochondrial DNA, where we can generally trace our ancestors back in private, and a lot of other people can't do that. And thus, we're like a we're like a family amongst larger nations. And I do think that we are creating a breakaway civilization, and in doing so, will no longer be Homo sapiens, will be something else, something that perhaps doesn't matter. And so, right now, perhaps we are agriculture because we are on the same DNA, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we're the future. Oh, that's right. What happened? Did it cause any damage? Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Could have been worse. Oh man, did I fuck up. Many were forced, especially during the Spanish Inquisition, during the pogroms. Generally, Christianity is the easier religion. You don't really have to do anything on a daily basis. Like, you don't have to dodge a villain, you don't have to keep kosher, you don't have to necessarily keep some of the marital requirements or family planning steps, so it's easy. And also, Christianity really became popular because of the Roman Empire and the the subsequent civilizations that followed, like the Holy Roman Empire and Spanish Kingdom, and moving into the Germanic kingdoms, and then eventually then the Eastern Orthodoxy, and you had then the pressures of Muslim, the spread of Islam, and then eventually the Reformation in England. There were a lot of other options than just Judaism. That's not Christian, Zoroastrianism that 2,000 years ago, like 2,500 years ago, were not available. You ready for Uno? Here we go. Wow, what a close one. 1-0. Hey, what's up? Do I think there's a chance of life? Absolutely. Generally, would be faster than my communication, which is possible, perhaps. It breaks the logic. It might be possible. Yeah, I mean, using workloads and bending space time. For sure. I played with Caspian Sea and Rise like 3 years ago, and when you play with multiple people, it's a lot different. Like the skips and the reversing, like the way we play is pretty simple, but when you add all that other stuff, it's pretty wild. Well, I think we were seeded here, so that's, I think that they're much more intelligent extraterrestrial biological entities, and that we're basically there. That we're like their zoo. Like they basically seeded the earth like we see an ant farm, and then they just watched us develop and made adjustments depending on how they wanted us to accelerate by evolution. To nothing. Simple. Now, hold on a second. I see special cards. Do you want me to turn on special cards? Right now, we play no special cards. I don't know what special cards means, but we'll try it. So just be on the lookout. We have special cards. Okay, I have a special card. I don't know what it does. What did that do? What is that card I just played? You played a shield. Oh, so maybe that black shield. No, but you had already put down a thing on me. What is that? What's dead red? I don't necessarily see it that way. I think that extraterrestrial biological could have perhaps used the planet, or if you go to the science of it, look at like I've got these. They're like glands, like the dream of gland, and they like animal glands. So it could have perhaps been like a farm where they farm this. Okay. 3-0, good job. What are you doing over here? Are you trying to win? Or, one player each drew 2 cards. The dead red. I don't know what I have a lot of ideas. The one player each drew 2 cards. Neutral card. I have to draw a card then. Oh, you fucked me. Dog, you fucked me. I have so many different color cards right now. I do. What in the fuck is this card, dude? Extra. What's that? So, what's the extra? Oh, did it? You can only see one of my cards? Oh, fuck you, dude. Okay, 3-1. So the special cards are Shield, X-Ray, Dead Red, and Blue Blue. Alright. I think it blocks you from someone like fucking you over. One player each can keep cards. One player each Oh, fuck. Look at that. What the fuck is that? I see you have a green too. Go to the bathroom. Go to the bathroom. Go to the bathroom.
CPG 634. EP7 CPG 635. EP8 series /E4, 706. EP9 CPG 329. 22. Michael Software. 24 TTTV 19244. This expression occurs several times. The GBA 90. 24 EPG 194.5 G337.4. This usage is well tested in GB 91. 25 K4 JD 186.4 186.5 189.3 189.29 92 Arubies. Already found in JP, JPM, and only to the center of the substitute years oneself for which will not be are usually improved. Yes. Because of what we spoke about, now the people restriction is one market. One market you have security as an operation of John Baptist. Not of course yet as additionally that the XKD appears to modern the same usage. Now the 5-6 on the entire word for CPN is extremely unlikely. Its occurrence in psychology. It implies that it was ordered for time with an adaptation to the possible work. The existence of another non-specialized expression entitled efficiently. The previously discussed NB shows that this is not a visible phenomenon. 26 Asmus HB, KPIB 1 slash our master, the use of HB before freedom, the scene of forward to HB. 195 forward is common in most of the dialects. The fourth word is the JPM contact. Since JP uses IB, the fourth age 195.23, 17 is about 8496 in these levels. Also for JB, 27 inch index, 191.92. This word is not only for image from GPM. ID 28 KB this word occurs in two root instances. One Japan/0. The phrase asterisk x3 PM 186.23. This reader refers to the GB would not be repeated this one. 102. Often even phrase XORB this means not only the RB GB 100 and 100 CPM. 100 159 in the fourth, 101 CPGB, 809, 102 Sable Street, 158, 103 Smith, Norway, 59, the correctly translates via paper, 6, the silver, 104 CPGB, 1003, Cambridge, 70, 8 properties, 8 of 8, Buckinghamshire, 23, 47 UHD, 188 over 21. This phrase is very also in this one, where it is used with open prediction of clients. 105, 31 BCPD, transaction, boards, breads, etc. This week occurs in the phrase. 1GTB2XB2T /X 195.21 and the specific meaning of this verbal redesign. Last one, limit of GB 106. 32 PSTKD, G36 This phrase occurs in image as 15 people accepted under the Jewish Rabbi as PBHTPKD 100 and Hebrew that the word phrase occurs in not the phrase may occur in XTTLSD This source 100 43 events the same words 1131 while the root campaign posted many Arabic dialects is used for the context limited outreach to the 110 34 degree of names the height speed 186.34 the interpreted code is always JB 100 while the GP code is nearly always PFF 100 and 12 30 clock table useful 194.44 referred to this word without duplicates specifically GB 100 36 numerals nearly all of the difference occurring in the text of the GP 115 3.2 topic 1 mix numbers 194 and 2 115 all Arabic dialects of word PF 4 XMRS except for top his first speech aid is 39 2 BX customers BBRS plus dynamic and beatable this specific expression is found in top each computer XYRIXB YXB and Bootstrap or BMD to 18 and JB 116 3XVT XVT for water drop 196 global drop which targets film also include then talk EG to J24 over 20 4XVT trillion degree 195.46 117 this phrase occurs often in top feature to G17 like X14 and in the OH copy X3 and it is unknown in JP HP 5 H15 122 the form is otherwise non-modified 119 105 1353 106 CPGB 1087 Cambridge 14 107 CG12 1242 108 CPGB 940 451 See also swung hands at block 300 159 CPG 465 1.0 CPGB 252 1.1 CPGB 555
How fucking long is this fucking book? Rap. I thought that because you mentioned the guy's name, there's no way thing. Doug, I'm not saying it's good, but if you kill him, you kill him first. I think that's a little bit worse. Okay, I think that's like somebody's traditional idea. But I'm a realist. I'm a scientist, baby. You want to get on board with this breakaway civilization? Well, like, you can say all that shit all you want. Just don't kill the entire civilization. Alright, you gonna sing your fucking song? I have 3 songs I can sing. Maybe. What is this bullshit crap? Yo, God, what the fuck is this shit? Yo, you know that Hawaiian song? My like the Kid Rock is so wise when just say. Can you please make those lyrics Jewish? Dude, something wrong. God, dude, what is this bullshit? This, what the fuck?
You know that non-Jewish holiday song that is about the line that's like, Miliki is a wise way to say. Can you please make this into a song for Jews? That's great. Yo, dog, you know that Hawaiian song that's like Meleki Laku is a wise way to say. Can you please make that song into a Jewish song? Okay, so it goes. Meleki yo Hachaloki, Aloha, That's not a fucking song. Dog, it's from that movie with Chevy Chase. Do that version, but make it a Jewish song. Okay, so Mazel Tov, it's a joyful day. We like the man, we sing and say, L'chaim to our friends. So here, let's celebrate the best of life this year. Mazel Tov, it's Jewish way. A time for family and life is a time to pray. Challah bread, Marcus, culture bread. We'll stay dancing, it's the festival night. Lots of all sweet things will go on the stove. A brisket so tender you'll love it to know. Gather round the table, our hearts full of cheer. With the show stars out. Mazel tov, it's Jewish way. A time for family, a time to pray. Hey, hey. No, it'd be like, yeah. The guilty sweet, the celebrating with you. How about Mississippi Naya? Is a thing to say during time we eat and pray. Cherry donuts, fine, sweet, gather round the table for this tasty treat. Mazel tov to everyone and all the kids. Alright, what's that other song? Alright, can you please make that song about grandma getting run over by a John Deere into a Jewish song? But like a nice Jewish song, maybe she doesn't die. Alright, so here we go. Grandma's in the kitchen, food is so fine, lighting candles for Shabbat, no, you still gotta be fucking run over. Alright, yeah. Can you make that song Grandma Got Run Over by a John Deere? Just make it into a Jewish song, but she can still get run over by a John Deere. Grandma got run over by a John Deere. On her way to make her go, we all cheered together. She was walking in the kitchen, knife in hand, but the kids came back to the Grandma got run over by a John Deere. She was just bringing brisket, oh dear, but we'll gather around the table, we'll say a prayer, even with Grandma down. That is so fucking now, Grandma's not so don't you fret. She's telling stories, no need to be upset. She'll be up for Shabbat with a smile so wide, let's make a sign and take it in stride. Grandma got run over by a John Deere. She was bringing brisket, oh dear, but we'll gather around the table and say a prayer. Even with Grandma down, there's still love in the know. The tractor hit her slowly, no harm was done. Grandma's got the strength of 1,000 sons. We'll make her some soup, we'll go on inside. She's tough as challah bread, you just can't hide. Grandma got run over by a John Deere. She was just bringing brisket, oh dear. But we'll gather around the table and we'll say a prayer. Even with Grandma down, there's still love in the air. So next time you see Grandma with that plate in her hand, keep an eye out for that John Deere man. But she'll be okay, don't worry, because Grandma's there. Alright, what was it? Is that it? Yeah, now, okay, fucking so. This shit sucks.
What the fuck, dude?
Says that AI is capable of the same kind of emotional feelings about the world as we are, because the whole thing is an algorithm, and you can program an algorithm, and there you are. He then has a peculiar final chapter where he talks about consciousness in rather separate terms, and he's talking about meditating, so medical touchpoints, I don't meditate or anything like that. But he wrote in very different terms, as if somehow it's a way out of the algorithm. Now, it seems to me that consciousness, in a sense, is capable of scuttling the algorithm. I think in terms of the biochemical feedback loops, it is undoubtedly an algorithm. But in terms of what we decide to do, it can be much more based on an emotion. We can just think, I can't resolve this complex situation. And that can be based on a different currency, which is the currency of feelings, and something that we don't have very much personal control over. And then it comes back around to you, and what are you trying to get at in AI? Do we need to have some system which is capable of overriding a rational decision which cannot be made because there's too much conflicting information by effectively an emotional judgmental decision. So let's do this and see what happens.
Yeah,
That's what consciousness is really doing.
yeah. And the question is whether it's a different process from I might, the idea that biochemistry is an algorithm is, to me, of a simplistic view. There's a lot of things that, the moment you say it, it's irrefutable, but it simplifies and in the process loses some fundamentals. So, for example, calling a universe an information processing system. Sure, yes. You can make that. It's a computer. It's a form of computation. But you're missing the process of entropy symmetry, complexity that creates these beautiful artifacts and incredibly complex, or like machines. And then those machines are through the process of evolution that construct even further complexity. Like in calling the universe information processing machine, you're missing those little local pockets. How difficult it is to create them. So the question for me is, how difficult is it to create a software system that runs the human body, which I think is incorrect. I think that is going to be so long. I mean, that's going to be essential to be able to reconstruct the human. Now, what I would want you to say, to get some of the magic into same with emotion, interaction, dog makes a smile, joyful, and all those kinds of things, that will come up sooner. That doesn't require us to reverse engineer the algorithm.
Yes. The toaster is making you. It's not like that you make a toaster.
No, it has to be. The toaster has to be illegal.
Yeah, which is the toaster is in AI.
Yeah, the toaster has to be able to not be illegal. That's essential. That's essential for my being using toaster. The toaster is just not serving. That's not a provider of like services. Like tells me the weather. That's not going to be essential. It has to have control. You're right about life. It has to be able to be conscious of and finite existence. And that life is temporary and therefore needs to be more selective.
One of the most moving moments in the movie was when plugging with Apple in 2001. That was the death of septic. How knew it. So I think we all kind of know that a sufficiently intelligent being is going to have some form of consciousness, but whether it would be like biological consciousness, I just don't know. If you're thinking about how do we bring together, obviously we're going to interact more closely with AI. But are we really? Is a dog really like a toaster? Is there really some kind of difference? You're talking about biochemistry is algorithmic, but it's simple algorithm. It's very complex. So maybe there again conflicts in the circuits of complexity. But I have a feeling that the level of complexity of the total biochemical system, the level of the single cell is less complex than the level of neural networking in the brain of an AI.
Well, I guess I assumed that we were including the brain. So you have to.
I would see that as a higher level of implementation. Using the same biochemical wiring within themselves.
Yeah, but the human brain is not just neurons. It's the immune system. It's the whole package. I mean, to have a biochemical algorithm that runs the intelligent biological system, you have to include the whole damn thing. And it's pretty fascinating if it comes to that. The whole, I mean, if you can, what is it? But if it was just some code, and that says DNA day, it doesn't just tell you what to build, but how to build.
That's a good right here.
It- I mean, the thing is, the question is how difficult is it to reverse engineer the whole thing? I would say,
Doug, it's not that one. Go back to the driveway.
don't want to
It's
say
not that one.
but it's much easier to build with human than to reverse engineer. To build like a fake human like thing than to reverse engineer the entire process.
I'm not sure we are capable of reverse engineering the whole thing. Or if the human mind is capable of doing that. I mean, I wouldn't be a biologist, I wouldn't try it. But I know I can't understand the whole problem. I'm just trying to understand the rudimentary outlines of the problem. There's another aspect that we talk about developing a single cell to the human mind and world of got system subsystems that are better immune systems. This is something that we talk about, I imagine, with Michael Rabbi. But so little is known about talk about reverse engineering. So little is known about the development of pathways that go from the gene to going to fully wired organs. And a lot of it seems to depend on the same electrical interactions that I was talking about happening in the level of single cells and its interaction. There's a whole electrical field side to biology that is not yet written into any textbooks, which is about how does an embryo develop, single cell development into these complex systems, what defines the hair, what defines the immune system, what defines the brain, and so on. That really is written in a language that we're only just beginning to understand. Frankly, biologists, most biologists are still very reluctant to get themselves tangled up in questions like electrical fields influencing development. It seems like mumbo jumbo to a lot of biologists, and it should not be, because this is the 21st century biology. This is where we go. But we're not going to reverse engineer all the man or any of these subsystems until we understand how this development works, how electricity really works. And if it is linked with feelings and with consciousness, so that's the step. In the meantime, let's try. But I think that's where the answer lies.
Do you think it's possible that the key to things like consciousness or some of the more tricky aspects of cognition might lie in that early development, the interaction with electricity and biology? Electrical fields.
But we already know the EEG itself is telling us a lot about language. We don't know which cells, which parts of the neural network is giving rise to language. We don't know the basis. The assumption is, I mean, we know it's neural networks, we know it's multiple cells, hundreds or thousands of cells involved. We assume that it's to do with depolarization during action potentials and so on. But the mitochondria which are in there have much more membranes than the plasma membrane, so much greater membrane potential. And it's formed in very often parallel crystals which are capable of reinforcing the field and generating fields over long distances. And nobody knows if that plays a role in consciousness or not. There's reasons to argue that it could, but frankly, we simply do. And it's not taken into consideration. You look at the structure of the mitochondrial membranes in the brains of simple things like Drosophila and food fly. And they have amazing structures. You can see lots of little rectangular things lined up in amazing patterns. What are they doing? Why are they like that? We haven't the first clue.
What do you think about organ race? The brain organ often. So in the lab, try to study the development in petri dish development of organs. Do you think that's promising to you to look at closer?
I've never done anything like that. I don't know much about it. People who I've talked to who do work on it say amazing things can happen. A bit of a brain grown in a dish is capable of experiencing some feelings or even memories of its brain. Again, I have a feeling that until we understand how to control the electrical fields that control development, we're not going to understand how to turn an organ into a real functional system.
It's so incredibly difficult. I mean, you would have to. I mean, one promising direction. I'd love to get your opinion on this. I don't know if you're familiar with the work that they bind and alpha folding, protein folding. So, do you think it's possible that that will give us some breakthroughs in biology, trying to basically simulate and model the behavior of trivial biological systems as they become complex?
I'm sure it would. The interesting thing to me about proteins is that for a long time, I understand it's not all work, so I know about this, but I understand is that you take the sequence of a protein, and you try to fold it. And there are multiple ways in which you fold and to come up with the correct confirmation. It's not very easy thing because you're doing it from first principles with string of letters, which specify the string of letters. But what actually happens is when a protein is coming out of the rice, it's coming out of a charged tunnel, and it's in a very specific environment, which is going to force this to go there now, and this one to go there, and this one to go there. And so you're forcing the specific conformation set of changes as it comes out of the rice. So by the time it's fully emerged, it's already got its shape, and that shape depended on the immediate environment that it was emerging into, one letter. And I don't think that the field was looking at it that way. If that's correct, then that's very characteristic of science, which is it asks very often the wrong question and does really amazingly sophisticated analyses of something that we never thought to actually get, well, what is biology doing? Biology is giving you a charge electrical environment, forces you to be able to follow. Did DeepMind come up through patterns with some answer that was like that? I have absolutely no idea. It ought to be possible to deduce that from the shapes of proteins would require much greater skill than the human mind has. But if the human mind is capable of saying, well, how many the same time to try and work out what shape is this protein going to take, then we can figure that out.
That's really true about the exoplanet, but like sometimes good luck and our just like in science, the simplified view or the static view will actually solve the problem for us. So in this case, it's very possible that the sequence of letters has a unique mapping of structure without considering how it unravels, so without considering the tunnel. And so that seems to be the case in this situation. The cool thing about proteins, all the different shapes that they possibly take and actually seems to take very specific, unique shapes given the sequence.
That's supposed to be what it is in time. So the problem is actually much simpler. And there was a whole army of proteins that which changed the conformation state, chaperone proteins. And they're only used when this presumably history of how it came out of the using to move on to a different route to that. So very often the chaperone will go there and influence the future folks. So there's two ways of doing it. Either you can look at the structures and the sequences of all the proteins and you can apply immense design to it and figure out or you can look at the actual situation where it is. So it's actually quite simple. It's got a charge environment, and then the question will be, well, these different proteins, different charge environments, and what happens if you're asking a different set of questions to come to the same answer, which is kind of a much simpler story. It explains why it is, rather than saying it could be this is one billion different possible combination of states of this group. The only one it can take, given
well, yeah, I mean, it's currently seen as a very good at the first thinking, and step back. But I think AI is really good at collecting huge amounts of data and huge amount of data of observation of planets that people out that Earth is not at the center of the universe, that's the actual sun or orbiting the sun. But then you can, as a human being, ask, well, how the solar system come to be? What are the different forces that are required to make this kind of happen? And when you start thinking about things like gravity, I get stuck the ordering of gravity wasn't considered as a thing that connects planets, but we are able to think about those big picture things as human beings. AI just listen, protein folding is thought to be impossible. So it's a lot of really resistance that work one protein at a time trying to figure out the structure. And the fact that I was able to do that.
Oh, I'm not knocking it at all, but I think that people have been asking the question.
But then, as people start to ask better and bigger questions, the AI kind of enters the chat and says,
Can I give one of these examples? The risk of getting a disease as we get older, there are genetic aspects to it. You know, if you spend your whole life overeating and smoking or whatever, that's a whole separate question. But there's a genetic side to the risk, and we know a few genes that are pleased for this. And for probably 20 years now, people have been doing what's called genomes, which is genome association studies. So you effectively scan the entire genome, and any single nucleotide problem, which is say a single letter change in one place, that has a higher association with disease. And you can cover thousands of these things across the genome. And if you add them all up, and try and say, well, so do they add up to explain the known genetic risk of this disease? Known genetic risk comes from twin studies. If this twin gets epilepsy, there's a 40% risk that the other twin identical twin will also get epilepsy. Therefore, the genetic factor is about 50%. So the gene similarities that we see should account for 50%. Very often it accounts for less than 10th of the risk. And there's two possible explanations. One which we which is to say, well, we don't have enough statistical power. If we maybe there's a million, we've only found thousands. If we find there's a million, they're weakly related, but there's a huge amount of so we're going to catch that on risk. Maybe this boom. So that's one way. The other way is to say, you're missing a system. That system is a mitochondria. If people tend to dismiss the system or change very much. But a few single letter changes in that mitochondrial DNA, it controls some really basic processes. It controls not only the energy that we need to do it, but also biosynthesis to make the new building blocks to and cancer cells very often take over and rewire so that instead of using for the building blocks for biosynthesis, you need to put new amino acids, new nucleotides for DNA. So they kind of rewire metabolism. Now the problem is that we've got all these interactions between mitochondrial DNA and the genes in the nucleus that are overlooked completely because people literally throw away the mitochondria. We can see in proof that they interact and produce big differences in risk. So you can set AI to this question of exactly what, how many of these base changes there are. That's the one possible solution. Maybe there are a million of them and it doesn't count for the great part of the risk. And the other one is they aren't. It's just not there. The actual risk lies in something you weren't even looking at. And this is where the intuition is very important. There's this feeling that I'm going to do this, I think it's important to let me mind it about it, and in the end, some people are right. That's how it is. Can you get AI to do that? Bloody mind.
and then, like, hang on a minute, you might be missing a whole other system there that's much bigger. That's the moment of discovery, of scientific revolution. I'm giving up on saying AI can't do something. I would say around and still I'm excited about it. At the same time, just like I said, people seem to dismiss the power of humans.
Yes.
Like we're so limited in so many ways that kind of in feel like dumb ways. Like we're not calm, where kind of our attention and memory is limited, our ability to focus on things is limited. We know perception of what it is, but that actually is an incredible computer behind the whole thing. It makes this whole system work. Our ability to interact with the environment, to reason about the environment. There's magic there. I'm hopeful that I can capture some of that magic. That magic is not going to look like Deep Blue playing chess. It's going to be more
But I
interesting.
don't think it's going to look like and that's essentially what the television does very well at that point. It works very well when you're playing with the right pattern. But we are storytelling animals, and the hypothesis is a story. It's a testament of story. But you know, a new hypothesis is leaked into the other. It's a new story. Basically, it says this that. It's a causal setting for storytelling.
It's also possible that you leap into the unknown as a pattern. So,
Yes, it is.
and
It's there.
possible to learn.
I'm sure it is. There's a nice book by Arthur Koestler on the nature of creativity, and he likens it to a joke where the punchline goes off in a completely unexpected direction and says that this is human creativity that they create sorts of direction from unexpected places. Which I'm not saying that's how it works, but it's a nice idea. There's must be some truth in it. And it's one of these. Most of the stories we tell are probably the wrong story. So we don't know them, probably not helpful. And we definitely don't do as well at seeing patterns of things. But some of the most enjoyable human aspects is finding a new story to unexpected. These are all aspects of what being human means to me. Maybe these are all things that AI figures out for itself, or maybe they're just aspects of. But I just have the feeling sometimes with people who are trying to understand what we are like, we wish to craft an AI system which is somehow human-like, that we don't have a firm grasp of what humans really are like in terms of how we operate.
But we get a better understanding of that. I agree with you completely. We try to build the thing, and then we go, hang on. There's another system here, and that's actually the attempt to build AI. That's human is getting us to a deeper understanding of human beings. So the funny thing is how we say about the Magnus Carlsen, what widely considered to be the greatest chess player of all time. And he talked about Alpha Zero, which is a system which you find that plays chess. He had a funny comment. He has a kind of dry sense of humor, but he was extremely impressed when he first saw Alpha Zero play. He said that he did a lot of things that could easily be mistaken for creativity. He refused, as a typical human, refused to give the system sort of its due. Because he came up with a lot of things that a lot of people were extremely impressed with. Not just the sheer calculation, but the brilliance of play. So one of the things that it does in really interesting ways is it sacrifices pieces. So in chess, that means you basically take a step back and you take a step forward. You give away pieces for some future reward. And that, for us humans, is what art is in chess. To take big risks. Because for us humans, those risks are especially painful because you have a fog of uncertainty before you. So to take the risk now based on intuition, I think this is the right risk to take, but there's so many possibilities. But that's where it takes guts. That's where art is danger. And then the Alpha Zero takes those same kind of risks. It does them even greater degrees. Of course, it does it from you could easily reduce down to the code of calculation over patterns. But boy, when you see the final result, it sure looks like the same kind of magic that we see creativity. When we see creative play on the chessboard. The chessboard is very limited. And the question is, if we get better and better, we do that same kind of creativity in mathematics, in programming, in entering biology, college, expand into more complex systems.
I always used to go running when I was a boy. Probably an interesting in the mountains. I was never particularly great at it, but there were some people who were amazing fast, especially with that. And I realised in trying to do this that this was only really two ways. There's three possible ways of doing it. Either you go extremely slowly and you figure out, okay, there's a stone, push on that stone, and then there's a muddy puddle. It's slow, it's pointless. You figure it out steps and steps. Or you can just go incredibly fast. You don't think about it before. The entire conscious mind is shut out because it's saying, there's something in the mind which is doing a whole lot of subconscious calculations. And it's amazing. You can astonishes things down your side with no idea how to do it. And then you panic. And you think, I'm going to make it better. I've got to think about it. So you slow down a bit and try to bring the conscious mind in, and then you do. We cannot think consciously while running down. And so it's amazing. It's amazing how many calculations the mind is able to make. Now the problem with playing chess is if you're able to make all of those subconscious full calculations about what is the likely outcome of this move now, in the way that we can by running down the other side of something. It's partly about what we have adapted to do. It's partly about the reality of the world that we're in. Running fast downhill is something that you better be very good at. You're going to be eaten. Whereas trying to calculate multiple moves into the future is something that we control what to do. 2 or 3, 4 moves into the future is quite a lot. Most of the time.
Yeah. So this solving chess may not be as far towards solving the problem of running as you might think, just because you see chess. Still, it's beautiful to see creativity. Humans create machines. They're able to create art, and art and chess could art otherwise. Even if how hard it is. So I mentioned Andre Carpati earlier. You and I are fans of yours. If you're taking votes, the suggestion was you should write the next book on the film Carpati. So let me ask you on the topic of alien encounters. Since we've been talking about life, and we're encountering aliens. How many alien civilizations are there?
Well, the universe is very big, so some, but not as many as most people would like to think, is my view, because the idea that there is a trajectory going from simple cell like bacteria through to humans. It seems to me there's some big gaps along that way. The eukaryotic cell, cell that we have, is the biggest of them, but also photosynthesis is another. Another interesting gap is a long gap from the origin of the eukaryotic cell to the first animals. That's about 1 billion years, maybe more than that. A long delay in when oxygen. So from the first appearance of oxygen with great oxidation rate to enough for animals to respire was close to 2 billion years. Why so long? It seems to be the geology as much as it believes. We don't really know.
Do you hear me? The shirt is like body armor.
So the idea that there's a kind of an inevitable march towards complexity and sentient life, I don't think is right. It doesn't, not to say it won't happen, but I think it's not going to happen.
If you think of Earth, given the geological constraints and all that kind of stuff, do you have a sense that life, complex life, intelligent life happens quickly on Earth? Or do you know? So, just to get a sense of, are you more sort of saying that it's very likely to get the kind of conditions required to create humans, or is it even if you have the conditions, it's just predictable?
think the problem, the single great problem essentially to my mind is the origin of nuclear itself, which happened once and without nuclear it wasn't and that is something that
If you're saying super important,
I'm saying it's tantamount to saying that it is impossible to build something as complex as a human being from bacteria cells.
so we agree in some deep fundamental way. But it's just like, yeah, one cell going to another.
Yeah.
It's just difficult to get to work right. Like,
Well, again, it happened once. And if you think about, I mean, I know it's not you know, but if you think about the starting point, we've got a simple cell. It's an archaic cell, and we've actually that's what it looks a lot like a bacterium, but in fact comes up a domain. Right? So it looks a lot like a bacterial cell. That means it doesn't have anything. It doesn't have a nucleus. It doesn't really have a complex embryo membrane. It has a little bit of stuff. And it takes up an innocent mass. So what happens next? And the answer is basically everything to do with heredity. To me, there's a beautiful plants and animals and fungi all have exactly the same type of cell. But they all have really different ways of living. So plants cell, it's synthetic. They started out as algae in the oceans and so on. So beans, the basic cell structure that it's built from is exactly the same. With a couple of small differences is doctrinal mass as well. It's got a vacuum of cell wall. That's about it. Pretty much everything else is exactly the same. And yet the ways of life are completely different. So this cell structure did not evolve in response to different environments on the ocean. We photosynthesis on an island around an animal, fungus in the soil, spreading out shoots. So they all have the same level of structure. Why? Almost certainly it was driven by adaptation to the internal environment, having these pest that forced all kinds of changes on the outside. One way you can see that is a really good thing, because it's ability to this process as soon as you've got anything balance, you want to go down to go. Or it could be that there's a huge fluke about it, and you almost certainly get wrong with just about any text possible. You've got a conflict related to effectively war, maybe death, and extinction. It simply doesn't work out. So maybe it happened millions of times and it went wrong every time. Maybe it only happened once and it worked out because actually we simply do not know to say which of those two possibilities is true. Both of them are big great.
when you're leaning towards who's got really looking at because we are. So, do you have a sense of our galaxy comes out? Millions of planets with bacteria already?
I would expect billions and tens of billions of planets with bacteria. I mean, there's probably 5 to 10 planets start, of which I would hope that at least one will have bacteria. So I may expect bacteria to be very common. I simply can't remember otherwise. I mean, I expect it to happen as well. It's not that I think but I think that it's not going to happen inevitably. And there's something, that's not the only problem that the complex life on evolutionist and so on as well. And even humans, we came along very late. We go back 5 million years, and we'd be that impressed if we came across a planet full of giraffes. I mean, you think, hey, there's life there, there's a nice planet to colonize or something. And then you think, oh, this is trying to have a conversation with this giraffe.
Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly we would think. I'm not exactly sure what would seem so interesting from an alien perspective. How they would notice. I talked about cities because it's an issue perspective. How they look at human civilization. Like your sense, I mean, of course you don't know, but it's an interesting world, an interesting galaxy, an interesting universe to live in. It's just like every sun, like 90% of the solar system have bacteria. Like, imagine that. And the galaxy maybe has
Bill, how are
Sticking
you?
up for it's not one
What's up, Ken?
intelligent civilization. That's a wild one.
What's good in
Yes,
this?
I didn't even think about that. It's kind of.
Oh, no way. Oh, you're amazing. I'm live on a bunch of channels, so I don't know which one. You know what angle from which you were watching me? Okay. Okay, cool. I have some accounts with 50,000 followers as well. Oh, excellent. I have 3 different Twitch accounts going right now and 11 different YouTube accounts. Let me send you my YouTube. Do you know what YouTube is? Excellent. Well, I'm sending it to you. Feel free to take a look at it. And you'll see all the different accounts that I have. It's quite a few. So what's been your neck of the woods, Khalil? Khalil means friend, right? Excellent. Well, let me tell you about myself. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream on like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I started this project 3 years ago, it goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of the queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of the king, and everything in between. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, the content is king, and I'm making it true today. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data is Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, everything. And I have more data on mine than any person ever. You can essentially watch my life going back in time, like a time capsule or a timeline for human history. We talk about some things that aren't normally discussed in society, things like anti-gravity, antimatter. We talk about invisibility, clothes, faster than light travel, alien disclosure. We talk about things like life extension technology, essentially human growth hormone, stem cell. We talk about nootropics and cryonics, cryogenics, things that make you extend your life expectancy from maybe age 80 to age 100, 120 perhaps, even older. Eventually getting into another type of technology. Khalil, has anybody ever told you that I don't think you're going to die? Okay, well, you're allowed to believe that, but there are those of us who believe that with a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, we'll be able to scan your brain into a computer for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, there's an opportunity perhaps to have digital immortality, which is a very exciting premise. I appreciate that. We talk about some other things that are important to me, like ending world hunger through the use of perhaps vertical farming, agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, perhaps utilizing hydroponics and cloud seeding, and also utilizing ending world thirst through digging wells, through life straws, and through desalination plants, basically taking water from the world's oceans and pumping it on the land to make it drinkable for people. I think these are very important endeavors, and I'd like to see them expanded throughout the world. I appreciate that. Hey, I appreciate that. One of these days, I'm going to go viral. I'm going to be able to make all your dreams come true. I'm going to make sure that you, your family, your friends are all taken care of, and you'll be able to take advantage of all this technology that I just said, plus even everything. You'll be able to start philanthropic organizations of your own, charities of your own. Your friends will be able to start charities and just do everything that we can to make the world a better place. That's a great thing. conversation on record, and I will be able to say, hey, Khalil, 1600, wherever you are in the world, I know that, well, we're friends on Discord as well, but let's just say you're a random person. I'd be able to say, Khalil, 1600, wherever you are, contact me. You helped me along the way, and I'm going to help you now. You're so sweet. Well, thank you. I do my best to be a good role model of people and to be a light to the nations. And you should know that you're always welcome here. Your friends are always welcome here. If you ever need anything, I'm here for you. If you ever need a shoulder to cry on or someone to hear about your day, I'm here for you. And I hope this is the start of a beautiful friendship. Absolutely. We're just watching podcasts. I like podcasts a lot. So we're watching podcasts. You feel free to chill for as long as you want and just kick back, relax. If you've got things to do, I understand. But know that I'm always here to support you. I appreciate you checking out my Twitch stream. And did you see? Go to the link that I sent you on YouTube. I'm sorry, in Discord. No. I got 11 going right now. Just go to. Okay, I just hit. That's right. Yeah. So that's more than anybody's got going. Most people don't have. I don't know a single person who has more than one goal at a given time, let alone like 10. So it's a lot of data. The data is Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me a very influential person someday. And if that's true, we're going to help everybody out there. We're going to help the developing world. We're going to help the youth. We're going to do everything we can to essentially give people a better life. I do too, Kendall. You never know until you try. So I've been doing this now for more than 3 years with no end in sight. I'm going to continue doing it until we go viral. I did this for about the first 2 weeks. Go ahead. No. I give few people an hour to do this. Absolutely, all the time. Great. Absolutely. I'm currently live in quite a few different Discords at once. So I'm live in Aiden Ross's Discord. I'm live in the Socialized Discord. I'm live in the E-Girl World Discord. I'm live in the Roblox Discord and the League of Legends Discord and the Fortnite Discord. And so people see me, they click on my link, they come on in, we have good conversations. I've had over 1,500 people do that, or 1,500 people join the server. And one of these days, it's going to get to the right person. They're going to see what I'm doing, and they're going to tell a friend who's very influential. They'll tweet about me, and then it's game over. Then everybody in the world will know who I am, and then I'll be able to monetize this. I'm already sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic Pet Video. That's why it's got Sonic the Hedgehog. I don't necessarily like Sonic the Hedgehog. I think it's fine. But it's worth $300 million, and perhaps in the future, I'll be able to have other sponsorships and really make a lot of money doing that. And when I do, I'm going to give it all away. That's a great thing. I appreciate that. Okay. So with that, is there any questions or anything that you have? 100%. I don't stop. Yeah, I haven't stopped in more than 3 years. I'm on camera on 10 different Discords or 10 different YouTubes. The only time that I have to stop a stream is every 12 hours I restart them. So like I might have to stop a stream, and it restarted, stop another stream, and restart, but all the other ones are still recording. So that my whole life is broken up in like 12-hour increments. 100%, yes. I feel it's very important for people to recognize that we're not all that different in humanity, and people will be able to study me like a human zoo in the future, where we study my breathing patterns, my sleeping patterns, what my dreams are, what my eating habits are, drinking habits, behavior patterns, how many times I blink, how many times I breathe, my heart rate. All of this is data that will be studied perhaps in the future, because we've never had one person online for this long that all their data is so available to the entire world.
That's a great thing. That's a great thing.
I appreciate that.
They do so good. Yeah.
100%. I'm someone who does my best to overcome the challenges and the fears. And once you start doing it, it's very easy. I just live my life the way I normally live it, but I just have a camera going. But aside from that, I would be doing the exact same thing. I would be listening to audiobooks, watching podcasts, and just chilling on the internet. I mean, that's what anybody else does. They just don't do it with a camera on. So with that, feel free to watch the podcast that we're watching. It's Lex Friedman, if you know who that is. And if you have any other questions, let me know. And I want you to know, Khalil, that you're always welcome here. And if anything, we want to see you more often. Coming in once a day, just check in with me. Let me know how you're doing. What's good in your room, okay? Well, here we go. If you enjoy it, if you have questions, let me know. If anything, just kick back, relax. There you go.
Thought that, like, one of the reasons it was so exciting to find life on Mars, for statistically, that life, no matter how unlikely you carry as much organisms, sex, violence, what else is really different? I mean, photosynthesis, figuring out some machinery that involves chemistry and environment to allow the breathing of complex organisms. Surely they would have. But I don't know how I would deal with that. Just bacteria everywhere.
It's depressing. It's true.
I don't know what's more depressing, bacteria everywhere or not.
Yes, chilling. But whether it's chilling or not, I don't think it should force us to change our view of that unusual. What I'm saying may or may not be true.
So how did you feel if you discovered life? So it sounds like you'd be less excited than someone else. Because you're like, wow.
What I would be most interested in is how similar to life on Earth. It would actually turn into quite a certain problem because the likelihood of life having gone to and fro between Mars and the Earth is quite, I wouldn't say high, but it's not low. It's quite feasible. And so if we found life on Mars and it had very similar genetic code, but it was slightly different, most people would interpret that immediately as evidence that we transit one way or the other, and that it was a common origin of life on Mars or the Earth, one way or the other. The other way to see that question would be to say, well, actually, our beginnings on Earth lie in deterministic chemistry. Starting likely the abundant materials was the material into Mars was wet and rocky. And will, I won't say inevitably, but potentially will inevitably come up with a genetic code which is not very far away from the genetic code that we already have. So we see subtle differences in the genetic code. What does it mean? It could be very difficult to interpret.
Is it possible to tell the difference? Something that truly originated.
I think if the stereochemistry is different, we have sugars, for example, that are combined from sugar. the opposite sterilizing. So it's perfectly possible to use one or the other. And the same rules that we go through George Church, trying to make life based on the opposite of sterilizing. So it's perfectly possible to do. It will work. And if we were to find life on Mars that was using opposite sterilizing, we could leverage these things.
So hopefully, the life we find will be on Titan is right there, or something like that, where it's less likely that you share, and it's partial conditions, which would be weird.
I wouldn't count on that because life started in the deep sea. I think it's pretty harsh. Yeah. So Titan is different. Europa is probably quite similar to Earth in the sense that we're dealing with an ocean. It's the Indic Ocean. That's the only Earth we be. And all of a sudden, we have just done systems. Same with themselves. You can tell that from these plumes. So it's through the liquidation. You tell that from the chemistry. For Titan, we're dealing with the so that would really, if there really is life there, it would really have to be very, very different from anything else. We know that.
So the hardest loop is the point leaks. The periods to you carry that. What's the second week? It's you have a lot.
Yeah, being the second one, I think. So it's not so much. I mean, photosynthesis is part of the problem. It's a difficult thing to do. Again, we know it happens. We don't know why it happens. But the fact that it was kind of taken on board completely by plants and algae and chloroplasts, and did very well in completely different environments. Seems to suggest that there's no problem with exploring. We have a separate origin to explore this whole domain over there, bacteria will never want it. So that kind of says that the reason that it only happened once because it's difficult, because the wiring is difficult. But then it happened at least 2.2 billion years ago, right before the G. Maybe as long as 3 billion years ago. Whiffs of oxygen, resistant traces of fossil geochemical records. That's really disputed. Some people say it goes all the way back 4 billion years ago, and it's the compensation for life. So immediately you've got groups of people who disagree with a 2 billion year comment about when it started. Let's take the latest date, for example, almost 2.2 billion years. Due to around about the time of the capital explosion when oxygen was definitely got close to modern levels, which was around about 550 million years ago. So we've gone more than 1.5 billion years, where the Earth was in stasis. Nothing much changed. Same as the boring boom. And probably stops at 20 carries around somewhere. So this idea that the world is constantly changing, we're constantly evolving, we're moving up some round, it's a very human idea, but in reality, there are kind of tipping points to a new stable equilibrium, where the cells that are producing oxygen are precisely counterbalance by the cells that are which is why it's 21% now, and it's been very for hundreds of millions of years. We have a very precise balance. You go through a tipping point, and you don't know where the next stable state is going to be, but it can be longer. And so if we change the world with further warming, there will be a tipping point. The question is where, when, and what's the next stable state? It may be uninhabitable to us. It will be habitable to life, for sure. But there may be something like permanent extinction, where 95% of species go extinct. It's a 5 to 10 million year gap, and life recovers from it.
Then the question statistically, or without humans, statistically, is that ultimately the greater complexity and interest in life?
Well, after the first appearance of oxygen with the GOE, there was a tipping point which led to a long-term stable state that was equivalent to the Black Sea today, which is to say oxygenated to the very surface and stagnant, sterile, deep sterile sulphurous lower down. And that was stable, certainly around the continental margins, for more than 1 billion years. It was not a stable that led to progression.
I mean, it's interesting to think about evolution, like what leads to stable states, and how often evolutionary pressures emerging from the environment. So maybe other plants are able to create evolutionary pressures, chemical pressures, whatever, some kind of pressure that says you're screwed unless you get your shit together in the next 10,000 years. Like a lot of pressure. It seems like Earth, like the boring building, might be explained in 2 ways. One is super difficult to take any kind of next step, and the second way could be explained is there's no reason to take the next step.
No, I think that there is no reason. But at the end of it, there was a snowball Earth. So there was a planetary catastrophe on a huge scale where this ice, the sea was frozen in the equator, and that forced change. It's not long after that, years perhaps after that, so short term, this is when we begin to see that. So there's a shift again, relatively catastrophic change to a different takeoff. We don't really know why, but one of the reasons why we're discussing the book is about sulfate getting washed into the oceans, which sounds incredibly parochial. But the issue is the data is we can track roughly how oxygen is going into the atmosphere from carbon isotopes. So there's two main isotopes of carbon. Think about it. One is carbon 12, 99% of carbon is carbon 12. And then 1% of carbon is carbon 13, which is a stable isotope. And then there's carbon 13, which is trivial. So carbon 13 is 1%. And life and enzymes generally, you can think of carbon atoms as little balls bouncing around, balls bouncing around. Carbon 12 moves a little bit faster than carbon 13 because it's lighter. It's more likely to encounter an enzyme. And so it's more likely to be fixed into organic matter. And so organic matter is enriched, and it's just it's enriched to carbon 12 by 3% compared to carbon 13 relative to what we expect if it was just. And if you then bury organic matter, then it's no longer oxidized, so some oxygen remains left over in the atmosphere. And that's how oxygen accumulates in the atmosphere. And you can work out historically how much oxygen was in the atmosphere by how much carbon was being buried. And you think, how could possibly how much carbon was being buried? And the answer is, well, if you're burying carbon 12, what you're leaving behind is more carbon 13 in the oceans, and that represents limestone. So you can look at limestones over these ages and work out what's the carbon 13 score. And that gives you a kind of a feed point of oxygen. Right before the Cambrian explosion, there was what's called a negative isotope explosion, which is basically carbon 13. And what that seems to be saying is the amount of carbon 12 in the oceans was disappearing, which is to say it was being oxidized. And if it's being oxidized, it's consuming oxygen. And that should, so if the big carbon 13 sequence says this, the ratio of carbon 12 to carbon 13 is really going down, which means there's much more carbon 12 being taken out and being oxidized.
Well, it's a good way to estimate the amount of oxygen.
Yeah. If you calculate the amount of oxygen based on the assumption that all this carbon 12 is being taken out, is being oxidized by oxygen, and so all the oxygen is being stripped away, is being left. And yet the rest of the geological data say no, there's oxygen. So it's a kind of a paradox. And the only way to explain this paradox, just on mass balance of how much stuff is in the oceans and so on, is to assume that oxygen was not oxygen. Sulfate was being washed into the ocean. It's used as an electron acceptor by sulfate reducing bacteria, just as we use oxygen as an electron acceptor. So they pass their electrons to sulfate. And so they're oxidizing carbon, passing the electrons onto sulfate. That reaction diagram for iron pyrites sinks down the bottom, gets buried out of the system. And this can account for the mathematics. So why does it matter? It matters because what it says is there was a chance event. Tectonically, there was a lot of sulfate sitting on the ground as a certain kind of mineral. So calcium sulfate minerals, for example, and because there happened to be some continental collisions, mountain building, sulfate was pushed up the side of the mountain and happened to get washed into the ocean.
Yeah, so a lot of many happy accidents like that.
Yeah, statistically, it's really hard. Maybe you can roll like statistically, but this is the course of life on Earth. Without all that stuff, you wouldn't have any, and so on and so on. So it's
This kind of explanation of chemical explosion. So let me actually say it several ways. Folks who challenge the validity of the theory of evolution will give us an example. I'm not explaining this, but will give us an example of chemical explosion. This thing's weird. So, the question I would have is, what's the biggest mystery or gap in understanding of evolution? Is it the Cambrian explosion? So, how do we start by understanding how to explain? First of all, what is it? In my understanding, it's a short amount of time, 10 years, hundreds of years, something like that. Huge number of animals, variety, diversity. Yeah, is that the biggest mystery?
I don't think it's a particularly big mystery. There are still mysteries about why then. And I just said sulfate being rushed into the ocean as well. It needs oxygen, and oxygen levels rose around at that time. So probably before that, they weren't high enough. What we're seeing with the Cambrian explosion is the beginning of predators and prey relationships. We're seeing modern ecosystems, and we're seeing arms races, and we're seeing the full creativity of evolution unleashed. And so I talked about the boring earlier. Nothing happens from the assumption, this is completely wrong, this assumption, is that evolution works really slowly. And you need billions of years to affect some small change, and another billion years to continue. It's completely wrong. Evolution gets stuck in stasis, and it stays that way for tens of millions, hundreds of millions of years. And Stephen Jay Gould used to argue there's a punctuated theory, which he was doing it to do with animals and to do with the last 500 million years or so. Where it's much less obvious than if you think about the entire planetary history. And then you realise that the first 2 billion years was bacteria only. At the origin of life, 2 billion years of just bacteria. Extraordinary photosynthesis arising here. Then you have a global catastrophe, snowball Earth, great oxidation event, and then another billion years of nothing happening, and some period of upheavals, and then another snowball Earth, and then suddenly same thing. This is long periods of stasis where the world is in a stable state, and is not geared towards increasing complexity. It's just everything is in balance. And only when you have a catastrophic level, global level problem like this snowball Earth, it forces everything out of balance, and there's a tipping point, and that goes somewhere else. Now, the idea that evolution is slow is wrong. It can be incredibly fast. And I mentioned earlier on, theory can take 500 years to invent an apple from the right spot. It doesn't take long to convert one tube into a tube with bubbles on it, into a tube with arms on it, and then multiple arms, and then the head starts out as a swell. It's not difficult intellectually to understand how these things can happen. It boggles the mind so quickly, but we're used to human timescales. And what we need to talk about is generations of things that live for a year in the ocean. And then a million years to a million generations of change that can do an effect in that period of time is enormous. And large populations of things where perception is sensitive to pretty small changes. So again, as soon as you throw in the competition of predators and prey, and you're ramping up the scale of the reproduction, it's not very surprising that it happens very quickly. So I don't think there's a big mystery. There's lots of details that need to be filled in. I mean, the big mystery in biology is consciousness.
Big mystery going on. One intelligence is becoming a mystery. I mean, you said biology, psychology. Because from a biology perspective, it seems like intelligence and consciousness are the same, like weird, like all the brain stuff.
I don't see this intelligence as necessarily that difficult, I suppose. I mean, I see it as a form of computing. I don't know much about computing.
You don't know much about consciousness either. So, I mean, I suppose. Oh, I see. That consciousness you do know.
No. I mean, I think I can understand the wiring of the brain as a series of, in pretty much the same way as a computer in theory, in terms of circuitry of it. The mystery to me is how this system gives rise to feelings, as we were talking about.
Yeah, I think we oversimplify intelligence. I think the dance, magic of reasoning is as interesting as the magic of feeling. We tend to think of reasoning as very running a very simplistic algorithm. I think reason is we get to each play between memory, what the hell is going on in the unconscious mind, all of that.
I'm not trying to diminish it in any way, but obviously it's extraordinarily exquisitely complex, but I don't see a logical route into it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with you both. Yeah, there's a big global mystery around consciousness.
I mean, if we compare it with classical versus physics, classical physics is logical, and we can understand the kind of language we're dealing with. It's almost a human language, and it's got some things that we consider intelligence. It's practically impossible for the human mind to compute what just happened there.
I mean, that is the same, because like, you understand mathematically the notes, the position, that intelligence,
Yes.
the why makes you feel such different. That is intelligence. Yeah, that's really. But it was an interesting phrase. I wonder who solves consciousness. I tend to think that consciousness will be solved. Meaning the person who builds, who tries to build versus reality is such a complicated system. I feel like the building blocks of consciousness from a biological perspective are like, that's like the final creation of being free. So it's understand the free thing. You said electrical field, like electrical field has everything, like the whole shebang.
I'm inclined to agree. I mean, my thinking is from my reading knowledge of the history of science is that the biggest breakthroughs usually comes from the field of the small relations. So if anyone, it's not going to be a biologist who solves consciousness. Just wants a biologist to embed it in nature. And then nobody's going to believe it when you've done it, because nobody's going to prove that it's conscious. So, in any case, you can prove that a doctor's consciousness. So it tells you that it is good language and you want to believe it. But I think most people will accept it based on that. That's what it is. All of this probability, complex life. In one way, I think why it matters is that pretty much anything we put out into space, as a but for the universe, for what's out there, will be AI. Will be us. Doing that when we do it, we'll be on a much more scale. And I suppose the same would apply to any civilization. So perhaps rather than look at the science of life, we should look at but then we face the problem that I don't see how a planet is going to give rise to see how a planet is going to do it. And if the principles that govern the evolution of life on Earth apply to other planets as well, then the likelihood of ending up with a human civilization in the first place is massive. Once anyone takes over the universe, maybe there's no risk. But it seems to me that the two are necessary to not just turn us down
You have to have the full the evolutionary computation with the organics to create AI.
How does AI bootstrap itself up without the need for intelligent design?
The origin of AI is going to have to be from chemistry. So that's not a limiting factor, right? I mean, there's that's the funny part. Let's say we live in this incredibly dark and beautiful world of just billions of planets with bacteria and very few intelligent civilizations, and yet there's a few out there. Now, why haven't we at scale seen that? Is it us? It's just is it because they don't exist?
All don't exist in the right place, the universe at the right time. That's the answer for it.
Is that the one we find most compelling?
I find that. It's not that I find it more compelling, it's that I find more probable. Like all of them, I mean, there's one I'm waving in this, we just don't know. So I'm trying to read out what I know about life on Earth to what I have of somewhere else. It gives, to my mind, a bit of a pessimistic view of bacteria everywhere and communication in terms of life. And running forward, humans only once on Earth, and nothing else that could necessarily be any more excited about making contact with than we would be making contact with Earth. So I think the chances are pretty limited. And the chances of us surviving are pretty limited too. Although we're going to be not making ourselves extinct within the next few hundred years, possibly in the next 50 years, seems quite smooth. I hope we can do better than that. So maybe the only thing that will survive humanity will be AI. Maybe AI, once it exists, and is capable of effectively copying itself and cutting it out of the group. So then maybe that will take it.
I mean, there's a kind of inherent sadness in this. But isn't that also potentially beautiful because that's the next step of life? I suppose, from your perspective, as long as it carries the flame of consciousness.
So, I think yes, there can be some beauty to it in this step. I don't know if consciousness matters or not for the world, to be honest with you. But there's some sadness, yes, probably. Because I think it comes down to the selfishness that we're talking about earlier. An individual with a desire not to be displaced from life, or to stay alive, and be here. So I suppose the threat that a lot of people feel is that we will just be wiped out. There will be potential conflict between AI and humans, and
Would that be a sad state of affairs if consciousness is just an intermediate stage between bacteria and AI? So, right, so maybe
some form of feelings in response to it. That's not to say it's intelligent, because algorithms for intelligence, however it does. I think it's beautiful what a planet can come up with. It's astonishing to come up with this stuff that we see around us. That either we or whatever we produce is destroying. It's but it's also it's hugely pessimistic. I'd like to think that people manage to do something which is at least as good, if not better than us.
Yeah, I have that same. I have that same optimism, especially a thing that they would propagate throughout the universe more efficiently, more extensive. Some merger with AI and humans. Where did that come from? Bioengineering, life somehow to carry that kind of consciousness, that personality, and the beautiful tension that's within all of us, carry that through to multiple planets, to multiple solar systems, all out there in the universe. And that's beautiful. That's a beautiful vision. Whether AI can do that, or bioengineered humans can, that's an exciting possibility. And especially meeting other alien civilizations. Do you think aliens have consciousness?
If they're organic.
Organic and connected to consciousness.
I think any system which has got the bootstrap itself from planetary origins. I mean, let me finish this and then from planetary origins is going to face similar constraints, and those constraints will be addressed in a similar basic engineering ways. And I think we will be starting off with charges, and I think we will have to be selected in populations over time. All of these things will attempt to give rise to the same processes as the simplest things to a different level. So I would expect consciousness. I would expect it to resemble life in many ways. When I was about 16, reading a book by Fred Hoyle called Black Channel. I was budding biologist at the time. This was the first time we were really challenging the heart of biology and saying you're far too parochial. You're thinking about life as carbon based. Here's a life which is kind of dust, stellar dust, solar system scale. And I it's novel, but I found enormously challenged by that because it hadn't occurred to me how limited my thinking was, how narrow-minded I was being. And here was a great physicist with a completely different conception of life. But since then, I've seen him attacked in various ways, and I'm quite reluctant to say the attacks make more sense to me than the original story, which is to say, even in terms of information processing, if you're on that scale, that was used to speak about how quickly you can something think. If you're needing to broadcast solar system,
No doubt, but we do
it's very slow. Yeah, an old conversation. Well, the timelines that Fred Hoyle was imagining, but it's not very easy way of doing it, is you speaking like this. And then again, you really can't. It's like Richard Dawkins argued long ago. If you think he's right, there is no other way to generate this level of complexity by natural selection. You can do it. You need populations. And you need selection populations. And a kind of an isolated interstellar cloud. Yeah, it's unlimited time. There's no problems with distance, but you need to have a certain frequency of generations to generate a serious level of
Well, as far as we know, so natural selection, evolution is really possible. There could be other mechanisms. So I don't know if you're familiar with cellular complex systems that includes the components, the seemingly rules based on simple rules, taken as a whole, really interesting complexity measures. I don't know if pressures it's not really selection, but interesting complexities that emerge. and that's not all understood exactly.
and evolution. So some of the work I do in emerging work is thinking about how does how do genes arise? How does information arise? And thinking about it from the point of view of reacting CO2 with hydrogen, you get gases, sort of gases and amino acids. It's quite hard to make nucleotides. And it's possible to make them. There's been pathways, but you make trace amounts. So the next question, assuming that this is the right way of seeing the question, is well, how do you make more nucleotides? How do you become more complex and better with nucleotide generating machine? And the answer is well, you need positive feedback loops, something called catalysis. So that can work, and we know it happens in biology. If this nucleotide, for example, catalyzes CO2 fixation, then you're going to increase the rate of flux in the whole system, and you're going to put things deeper and try to make
How you living?
and this can be inherited.
What's good?
The forms of heredity that you can have. Effectively, if the cell divides into two, there's stuff in the cell. That stuff is basically around as an enabler which is capable of generating itself. Then it will inevitably regenerate itself. And so you can develop greater complexity.
No, big dog.
But everything that I've said depends
What's new?
on the rules of thermodynamics. There's no evolvability about that. It's simply an inevitable outcome of your starting point, assuming that you're able to increase the driving force of your system. You will generate more of the same, will expand on what you can do. It's only when you introduce the information as a gene, as a small stretch of RNA, which can be random stretch, then you get real evolvability. Then you get biology as we think it. But you also have selection as we need.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to think about information. That's kind of memory. It's not, yeah, at the local level, it's propagation. Copying yourself, changing, improving your adaptability to the environment. If you look at Earth as a whole, it has a kind of memory of the key features. It remembers the stuff it tries. Like if you were to describe Earth, I think evolution is something that we experience as individual organisms. That's how the individual organisms interact with each other. There's a natural selection. But when you look at Earth as an organism, it's entirely. How would you describe it?
Well, not as an organism. I mean, the idea of Gaia is lovely. And James Lovelock originally put Gaia out as an organism that had somehow evolved. And he was immediately attacked by lots of people. And he's not wrong, but he backpedals somewhat because that was more a poetic vision than science is now called systems science. It's really about how does the world regulate itself so it remains within the limits which are hospitable to life, and it does it well. And it is working at the planetary level of kind of integration of regulation. But it's not evolving by natural selection. It can't because there's only one of it. So it can change over time. It's not evolving. All the evolution is happening in parts of the system.
Yeah, but it's a self-sustaining organism.
No, it's sustained by the sun.
Right. So I mean, you don't think it's possible to see Earth as its own organism.
I think it's poetically beautiful and I think it's relative to the planet. But it's not in biological terms.
If the aliens were to visit Earth, what would they notice? What would be the basic unit of life?
It's green. It's green and blue. That's the first thing we notice. It stands out from space as being different to
So we notice the trees first.
what I would notice green.
And then probably notice the graphic books.
Probably notice systems.
Yeah. Let me
They
actually.
arrived at night. They just
It depends the time. You write quite beautifully in Transformers once again. I think you opened the book this way. I don't know. From space, describing Earth. It's such an interesting idea. Earth is. You also Hitchhiker's Guide summarizes it as harmless, mostly harmless. It's a beautiful. You open Transformers with space, and it's gray and crystalline, obliterating the blue-green colors of the universe. It is crisscrossed by regular patterns and convergent striations. There's a central amorphous density where these scratches blend. This quote, road does not collide, although it is extended out along some lines. There is something grasping in her synth art. Across the globe, there are thousands of them, varying in shape, detail, but all of them green, angular, and organic, spreading. Yet, at night, they light up, filling up the dark sky, suddenly beautiful. Perhaps these gatekeepers on the landscape find something to live. There's a controlled flow of energy. There must be information, some form of metabolism, some turnover of materials. Are they alive? No, of course not. They are cities. And so is there some sense that cities are living beings? You think aliens
easy to see it that way. Um,
it brings up the concept.
I imagine that any alien that is responsible to get here would understand this. My reason for saying that is that we tend to think of biology in terms of information and forget about the cells. I was trying to draw a comparison between the cells as sitting and the energy flow through the sitting and the energy flow through the cells and the turnover of materials. And an interesting thing about cities is that they're not really exactly governed by there are regulations and systems and whatever else, but it's pretty loose. They have their own life, their own way of developing. And in that sense, they're quite biological. There was a plan after the Great Fire of London. Christopher Wren was one only to support cathedral, but also to rebuild and large Jerusalem type nuclears and earlier central London was burned. And it never happened because they didn't. But it's interesting what was in the plan. All these bungalows, but there were no pubs, no coffee houses or anything like that. And the reality was London was very grew up in this set of jungle streets. And it was the coffee houses and the pubs where all the business city of London was being done, and that was where the real life of the city was. No one planned it, the whole thing was unplanned, and works much better that way. And in that sense, the cell is completely unplanned, it's not controlled by the genes in the uterus. It's kind of evolved entity that has the same kind of flux, the same animation, the same kind of growth. It's a beautiful analogy, but I don't get too stuck with it as a
Yeah, I disagree with you. I disagree with that. I think you are so steep next to the entirety of science, the history of science is steeped in a biological framework. And not just biological, it's very human centric too. The human organism is the epitome of life. I don't know. I think there is some deep fundamental ways in which a city is a living being. In the same way that
it doesn't give rise to an offspring city. So I mean, it doesn't work by natural selection. It works by anything needs and works by.
yeah, but isn't it
itself conceptually as a mode of being?
so? I mean, maybe memes, maybe ideas are the organisms that are really essential to life. Maybe it's much more important about the collective aspect of human nature, the collective intelligence than the individual. Maybe the collective humanity is the organism, and the thing that defines intelligence of humanity is the ideas. And maybe the way that manifests itself is maybe or society, geographic society, nations. Right? I mean, from an alien perspective, it's possible that is the more deeply noticeable thing, not from a place of ignorance.
Noticeable doesn't tell you how it works. I think, I mean, I don't have any problem with what you're saying, really, in the sense that it's not possible without humans. We went from the hunter-gatherer type economy, if you like, without cities, through to cities. And as soon as we get into human evolution and culture and society and something, then yes, there are other forms of evolution and other forms of change. But cities don't directly propagate themselves, they propagate themselves through human societies. Human societies only exist because humans as individuals propagate themselves. So there's a kind of there is a hierarchy there, and without humans in the first place, the rest doesn't exist.
So view life as primarily divided into the basic unit on which evolution can operate.
That's a really important thing.
And we don't know, we don't have any other better ideas.
I never came across that. I mean, maybe I'm just ignorant of it, unless you mentioned about sport later. And I don't think specifically about that, but I have thought about it in terms of selective units of the in life and the difference between vulnerability and complexity, just an increasing complexity, but within very narrowly defined limits. The great thing about genes and about selection is it just knocks down all those limits. It gives you a world of information which is limited only by the biophysical reality of what kind of an organism you are, what kind of planet you live on, and so on. And cities and all these other forms look alive and could be described as alive because they can't propagate themselves through existing as the product of something that didn't exist.
Yeah. I mean, there's a deeply compelling truth about I just hope that we will miss the giant cloud.
I kind of hope that I'm wrong about all of this because I can't say that I know feel this particularly uplifting. But in some sense, it doesn't matter if it's uplifting or not. It's about what's reality, what's out there, why is it this way? And I think the beauty of the truth.
There's beauty in darkness. And you're right about life and death on a sort of a biological level. There's the question of suicide, why live? There's the question of why the human mind is capable of depression. Are you able to introspect that from a place of biology? Why our minds, why we humans can go to such dark places? Why can we commit suicide? Why can we go, suffer, period, suffer from feeling of meaninglessness, of going to a dark place that depression can take you? Is this a feature of life?
I don't know. I mean, if it's a feature of life, then I suppose it would have to be true of other things as well. We were talking about dogs earlier on, and they can certainly be very sad and upset and maybe weeks or days after they died or something like that. So I suspect in some sense it's a feature of biology. It's probably a feature of mortality. But beyond all of that, I mean, I guess there's two ways you could come at it. One of them would be to say, well, you can effectively do the math and come to the conclusion that it's all pointless. There's really no point in being here any longer. And maybe that's true. In the greater scheme of things, you could justify yourself in terms of society. Society would be done with enough as well. And that would be a big place just by logic.
So that's just surprisingly fine.
Well, maybe this is where consciousness comes in. You have transient joy, you have transient joy, you have transient misery as well. And sometimes, with everything in biology, getting the regulation right is practically impossible. You will always have bell-shaped kind of some people, unfortunately, joy in, some people misery in. That's the way friends are likely to adapt. It's the same with sex and everything else as well. Dealing with people who you can't regulate it. It's anything goes. It's all part of biology.
Amen to that. Let me on writing in your book Power, Sex, and Suicide. First of all, can I just read off the books you've written? If there's any better titles and topics to be covered, I don't know what they are. Please we look forward to whatever you come to write next. You write next. First, you wrote Oxygen and Molecules in Life on Earth, as we talked about this idea of the role of oxygen in life on Earth. Then, wait for it, Power, Sex, Suicide, Mitochondria, and Alien Life. Then, Life Ascending, 10th Grade Adventures in Evolution. The Vital Question, the first book I read in Guinness, The Vital Question, Why is Life the way it is? And the new book, Transformer, Deep Chemistry of Life and Death. In Power, Sex, and Suicide, you write about writing, or about a lot of things, right? I have a question about writing. You write, in The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, One Perfect spends 15 years researching his revision guide's entry on the Earth, which originally read homeless. By the way, I would also, as a side question, I'd like to ask you what would be your summary with this. You're right, his long essay on the subject is edited down and the guide.
How's your day going? Excellent. Doing well. Let me tell you a little bit about myself. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream out 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I've been streaming for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. You've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Some of the things that we discuss on the stream that aren't normally discussed in society are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel. We talk about de-extinction and things like life extension technology, human growth hormones, stem cells, really advanced things. I know that Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s that confidence came on making it true today. In 2018, the Economist magazine stated that data is Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, air, gold, petroleum, palladium, everything. And I have more data online than any person. So perhaps that may be a very successful person someday, very influential, and if I am, I'm going to help you and your friends and your family. How's that sound? Excellent. Great. Yo. We're all related. Yep, that's my last name. Oh. Well, there's the first for everything, big dog. Yeah, it's a big family. There are over 3,000 of us in the United States alone. I can trace my bloodline going back to the Bible, and not many people can do that. It's very rare. Yeah. So how are things in your neck of the woods? Yes. How's your day going? My day great. Excellent. Well, I'm glad you're getting that. We're just chilling, watching the Lex Friedman podcast. I'm listening to an audiobook, just enjoying life, So feel free to enjoy life alongside me. If you're ever bored, I'm here. I'm here to support you with whatever you need. I'm here to be a friend. So if you ever need anything, let me know, okay? Excellent. Beautiful. Well, enjoy, my friend.
To read most of the Congress. I suspect that too many new additions suffer some conflict, if not through absurd editing decisions, at least through a lack of meaningful change in content. As it happens, nearly 15 years have passed since the first edition of Power, Sex, Suicide was published, and I am resisting the temptation to make any lame revisions. Some say that even Darwin lessened the power of his arguments in The Origin of Species through his multiple revisions, in which he dealt with criticisms and sometimes shifted his views in the wrong direction. I prefer my vision to speak for itself, even if it turns out to be wrong. Then he asked the question about writing, both for students in an academic setting, but also writing some of the most brilliant writings on science and humanity. What's the process of writing? How do you advise other humans? If you were to talk to young one or the young you, and just young anybody, and give advice about how to write well about these big topics, would you say?
I suppose it's a couple of things. One of them is what's the story? What do I want to learn? What do I want to convey? Why does it matter to me? And very often the biggest, most interesting questions, the childlike questions, the one which everybody wants to ask them. Parents quite do it, kids do it. And one of the nice things about being in science, the longer you read, the more you realise that everybody doesn't know the answer to these questions, and it's not so stupid to ask them after all. So trying to ask the questions that I would have been asking myself at the age of 15, 16, when I was really hungry to know about the world. I didn't know very much about it, and wanted to go to the edge of what we knew, but be helped to get there. Too much terminology, and so I want someone to keep it between the questions. Beyond that, I wondered a lot, I think, about who am I writing for? And that was, in the end, the only answer I had was myself at the age of 15 or 16. Because even if you just don't know who's reading books and where are they reading it. Are they reading it in the bath or in bed or in the metro or listening to an audio book? Do you want to have a recapitulation every few pages because you read 3 pages at a time, or are you really irritated? You're going to get criticism from people who are irritated by what you're doing. You don't know who they are or what you're doing is going to irritate people. In the end, all you can do is just try and please yourself. And that means, what are these big, fascinating, big questions? But what do we know about it? And can I convey that? And I kind of learned in trying to write, first of all, say what we know. And I was shocked in the first one, just how often I came quickly against all the stuff we don't know. And if you're trying to, and I realised later on, supervising course from physicists and mathematicians and PhD students, and then maths training. But the process of trying to work out what are we actually going to model here, what's going into this equation, it's a very simple one to write. You put on the page. That's the simplest possible way I can encapsulate this idea, so that I now have it as a union that I can kind of see how it interacts with the other units. And you realise that, well, if this is like that and this is like this, then that can't be true. So you end up navigating your own path through this life. And that can be thrilling. You don't know where to go. And I'd like to think that's one of the reasons why I work for people, because this sense of thrilling adventure ride, I don't know where it's going either.
So finding the simplest possible way to explain things we know also emerge explain things we don't know and the tension between us two. That's where the story emerges. What about the edit? Do you find yourself to the point of this, editing documents and departments? To arrive at simplicity, do you find the edit is productive or does it destroy the magic resolution you get?
No, I usually find, I think I'm perhaps a better editor than I am a writer. I write and rewrite and rewrite and rewrite.
Put a bunch of crap on the page first and see the editor takes it.
Yeah. But then there's the professional editors. In Transformer, the editor came back to me after I sent it 2 months after I sent the first edition. I read the whole thing and said, the first 2 chapters prevent a formidable herd of which I will read. I want to do something about it. And that was the last thing.
Like your editor sounds pretty well.
Yeah, well, this was an email. I thought of that as possibly he was right. So I put the whole thing aside for about 2 months. And then turned to it with full attention. Rewrote those chapters. Kept some of it too. It took me a long time to process it, to work out what needs to change, where does it need to be writing things down. And then tell the story better so it's more accessible. In the end, I think it's still difficult, it's still very chemistry, but it has, he ended up saying now he's got a barrel of energy to it. Because he told me the truth the first time, he decided to believe he was telling me the truth the second time as well. He was delighted.
I think if you give advice to young people in general, folks in high school, folks in college, how to take on some of the big questions we take on. When you've done all this basic biology, how can they have a career they can be proud of?
Kimberly shirts they gotta follow.
I'm sure you've gathered some wisdom that can impart.
Yeah, so the only advice that I actually give to my students is follow what you're interested in. Because they're often worried that if they make this decision, do this course instead of that course, then they restrict their career opportunities. There isn't a career path. It's not, I mean, there is, but there isn't. There's a lot of competition, there's a lot of death. So who survives? The people who survive are the people who care enough to still do it. And they're very often the people who don't worry too much about the future. Able to live in the present. Because if you do a PhD, it's hard to get a PhD, then you have to really hard to get a postdoc job. The next one maybe another continent, it's only 2 years anyway. So there's no guarantee you're going to get a faculty position at the end of it. So
there's always the next step to compete. You get a faculty position, you get the tenure, and tenure for full professor, you go do some kind of whatever discipline is, there's an award. If you're in physics, you're always competing for the Nobel Prize, there's different awards, and then eventually you're all competing for. I mean, there's always a competition.
So there is no happiness. Still not right
if you're looking into the future.
And if what you're caring about is a career, then it's probably not for you. If you put that aside, I've also worked in the industry with food. I've done it twice, so I don't know, but there's no guarantee you'll have a career that way either.
Yeah.
So live in the moment and try and enjoy what you're doing, and that means really go to the themes that you're most interested in and try and follow them further. And that tends to pay out in surprising ways. I don't think this is right, but I found that people will help you if they see some light shining in the eye. You're excited about their subject. And just want to talk about it. And they know that their friend in California California who's got a job coming up. And I said, go for this. And they'll use the network.
There he is. There's that sandbagging son of a bitch. How you do? How you living, baby? There you go. Yeah. He sent us a documentary or something. You have to be careful with that. That's like 2 out of the last 3 days you've done that. Right? I got you. All right, so what can we do to prevent that? Meaning, okay, so it's like I have like a little table right next to the bar, right here, and I have these tables, so that if I flap around at night, I don't fall on anything, I don't fall on my phone or anything. Do you have a little table that you can put next to you? Oh, that's fucking perfect, man. It's like a hospital trip. I got you. All right, so then what's stopping you from putting it on there and using it like that? I got you. All right, well then I just know at night that I have to remind you, make sure that your laptop is on that table. Well, here's why. Because, I mean, 2 out of 3 days, you come close to 86 in that thing, and I don't want you to break it. The second that you break it, then you're not going to be able to be in here as much, and then I'm going to be sad, and we'll have, I mean, you're a lovely person in here. Um, Zoot asked about you, and it's funny, I don't know if you heard Riser and I talking, but like Zoot and I have been playing games super late, like we play at like 4 in the morning, and then he asked, "Where's Past Vinci?" I'm like, literally, we just got done playing the same thing that you and I were playing, mini golf, and But then I said, then we were watching Joe Rogan do an interview on aliens, and I'm sure that Past Vinci probably didn't fall asleep, and right through and but yeah, we gotta make sure to preserve that computer. I had one. This is probably like 5 or 6 years ago. I had it on my lap. Man, I'm gonna fall asleep. I think I just like subconsciously put it to the left of my body, and I put my glasses down on it, and then I closed the lid and shattered the screen. Right, and um, didn't break my glasses, but it destroyed the screen. And so I know, like, I'm very familiar with if you're asleep or like falling asleep, your laptop can get really fucked up. So can your phone. Um, so I do my best to. I mean, I just run the hard way, especially like even if you don't fuck it up, you can fuck up like the power cord to it, which can be really bad. All that kind of stuff. So, did you just move it? very nice. So it's on the table.
That's the thing right there, right?
Oh, okay, I got you.
So this is something that is very, very,
I got you.
very cool. Very cool.
Very cool. I've been getting a lot of interesting people in here today. Um, more than normal. I don't know if that's because people are home or people are lonely, but a lot of people wish me happy holidays or whatever they want to say. That's absolutely fine. And I've had some people who were just they're very curious about it, and that's cool. Especially in the KSI Discord there, because I'm pretty new in there, and so I get the same questions. Why is your camera on? I explain to them that I'm streaming. They say to me, "Yeah, but why is your camera on?" And I'm like, "Well, isn't that what you're supposed to do in a video call?" And they're like, "Yeah, but you're not talking." And I'm like, "Yeah, well, my microphone's far away, so if you want to chat, we can absolutely chat." But it's interesting to me, like people are totally fine with people never showing their screen, never showing their camera, and just being on voice. Exactly. But they think it's absolutely ludicrous to do the opposite of that. And I don't really get that one. And I would I would have my microphone on if people wanted, but what ends up happening to me is people want to then talk, and then they're like, my microphone's going all the time, and then they're like, well, now you're basically like hogging the audio, and then I either get like a server mute or they just flat out ban me. So there's that. In the Wall Street Bets Discord, I have been winning people over every single day, even like guys who are really mean to me. Like one guy yesterday, he's like, "You're Jewish, automatic ban, automatic block." And then today, he was super nice, and like really nice to me. I was like generally, no matter what the day is, I just say, "I hope everybody has a nice day." And people will be like, "Oh, fuck yourself, kill yourself," all this other shit. And um, this guy was like, today he was really nice, and I'm like, "Hey, have you seen my blog?" That's like what I've kind of been pushing on people in there, and they're like, "No, I haven't seen it." Like, well, it's the biggest blog that you've ever seen. Like, at least blog mention. It's literally like a book, and they're like, "Okay, let's take a look at it." And they'll take a look at it, and they're like, "Wow, that's really interesting." They're like, "Wow, that is a giant blog," and these are guys who are in the stock market. They're generally high net worth individuals. They're generally, I would say, into science and technology and things. And so it's been getting some attention in there. And um, then, what? Okay, so I've got that. Aiden Ross's Discord has been pretty good for him. I don't know why. Maybe because he's coming back. He hasn't streamed it around. Oh, I had something to ask. Would you please, when you get a chance, press the create support ticket and ask Rabbi anything thing, um, and just do a test for me? I've been meaning to ask you to do it for like a few days now. I just want to make sure okay, perfect. Um, that's what I'm thinking. I wondered why I wasn't getting it. Welcome, welcome. This is Kylie. Kylie's somebody we met earlier today, and they're cool. They've just been chilling. Yeah, I think they were watching my stream that came on in. Okay, so let's see here. You channel big and what did it say? Okay, this is interesting. Manage threads, manage messages, create public threads. allow members to create threads that everyone in the channel can view. Send, okay, did you say it was send messages and threads?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I think I fixed that. Can you try that? Yo, what's going on? How are you, Pip? Thank you, my friend, and happy holidays to you. What's good in your neck of the woods? Excellent. Watching Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, Eden go to the moon. Absolutely. How's that little lass who caught your eye recently? Are you going to spend the day with her? Okay. All right. So, is she someone who you may want to introduce to your family someday? That's amazing, man. Wow. Wow. We got wedding bells already. I might have to preside over the occasion. Yeah, exactly. Oh, that would be something. A Scrono Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 wedding would be phenomenal. Absolutely. I agree. I agree. So, did you get everything that you had anticipated? Taking it. Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. My Discord keeps growing. I have over 1,500 people in here. We're getting new people in every day. I'm the number one streamer in Aiden Ross's Discord. I'm the number one streamer in I Show Speed's Discord. I'm the number one streamer in KSI's Discord. So get connected with bigger influencers. I don't know if I told you this. So the owner of Kick, you know what Kick is? Okay, so the owner of Kick, his name is Eddie Craven, and I did an interview a couple months now at this point, but with with a couple of their creators, and he and I are now friends on Discord. So whatever I said, at least was positive, and got to make that connection. And every day, new people come in, and in addition, I don't know if you know who like Zoot is. You know who Zoot is, right? Yeah, dude, Zoot comes in here every day, and we play games for like 2 hours. So we've been playing mini golf, and we've been playing Uno. So those have been that's really fun. And yeah, so I keep him entertained and he does the same thing. And yeah, just keeping the strength of the community alive. We got a lot of people in here. Just randomly come in and say hello on a daily basis, which is great. And I promote the coin even though nobody asks me to. I promote the coin just about every single person who comes in the Discord because they want to know what is all this beautiful merch. And I explained to them what Harry Potter Obama Sonic you have no idea how many people just see me in random discords and they're like, you guys really like Sonic the Hedgehog. And I'm like, huh? Oh, no. And then I have to explain to them what's going on. So, with those kinds of things, I'd say that things are very positive here. Also, hey, do you know what Wall Street Bets is? Excellent. So, those guys are total assholes to me. But there's one Wall Street Bet Discord with like 60,000 people, and I'm slowly making waves in there and making strides, advancing my cause. I created a robot that basically keeps me in there all the time and just streams Bloomberg 24/7. So it like adds to their Discord server, and then people ask me questions and do other things like that. And those are pretty influential people and high net worth individuals, and it's just a matter of time until one of those guys sees what I do and like, hey, let's give it a try. Let's promote this person and then blow up. And then all of a sudden, Harry Potter Bounty Sonic 10 Guinness hits $1 billion market cap, and you and I are on a boat in Cancun with stars. How's that sound? Excellent. Well, James, I want you to know how much I appreciate you coming in. I think that you're a phenomenal individual. You're an excellent friend. And if you ever need anything, you know I'm here. Thank you. Thank you, James. Take care, my friend. Peace. Bye-bye. James Kaminsky, everybody. The man, the myth, the legend. One of my favorite people in the world. He's a wonderful person. I don't know if you know who James is. Yeah, you guys look a lot alike. Yeah. Sorry about the call. Yeah, like big three. Yeah. I there's another. Yeah, there are a couple guys who kind of have that look. Yeah, he's a good one. He's a class act. Um, he fought for me with people didn't really want me to try to run this on a thing. And oh yeah, definitely. I had to fight for like 6 months to be able to stream in there consistently. At first, they were like, the way that I met them, I was in a Twitter space and I started talking about futurology. And when I started talking about that stuff, either people tune me out or they think, hey, this is somebody who's talking about stuff that isn't normally being discussed. And they heard that I streamed my life and data's number one um, resource on Earth, and they they jumped in and they were like, "Hey, um, would you please join our Discord?" And I was like, "Sure." So I joined the Discord, and I noticed that like I couldn't just open up a VC myself. So whenever they had an event, I would jump in the VC and be the last person to leave, and I would be in there for like a few days, and then I'd get kicked out by somebody. And eventually they were like, they basically were like, well, there's some people who want you in here streaming all the time, but there are other people that it catches them off guard. They don't know what to make of it. And if we're getting like you know, we're getting random people in here, and they are high net worth individuals, and they want to do investing. We don't know if just some random person sleeping in the Discord is the best thing that they should see. But then the counter argument to that is, dude, we are Harry Potter, Mama Sonic, Ken Enu. The first thing we need is a rabbi sleeping in our Discord. That's exactly what we want. It just adds to our lore. Exactly. So it adds to our lore. Exactly. And exactly. Exactly. So then we got to, I mean, I remember the date. It was December 18th, 2023. And there are some girls in Harry Potter Homicide Technique, and one of them was just funny and asked me to, um, we were just kind of texting or whatever, and she wanted me to go under the covers. And I went down under the covers, yeah. And then, and then, and then And then I really think that some guys got jealous of that because we don't have many girls in there. And then all of a sudden, like, not really they were mad at me because they know that like but they were like, um, we've got this motto like don't come, retain. That's our big thing. And so if we got you and you're not retaining, you're like a public figure here. We don't know if that's that great. So I'm like, look, guys, fine, whatever. I understand. So I can tell you the date. It was December 18th. So I remember saying though, it's not like I was just like, hey, I'm gonna do this, and I said it's like up to your imagination what I'm doing under the covers, but also it was a female member of the community who wanted me to do this. So it's like I was proud of it. Anyway, once that happened, then it was like, okay, well then I'll maintain the retain motto as long as I need. And then they sent me some shirts and they sent me let's just say like come as illegal and all these things like just to reinforce that. And then it actually was really interesting that I was in an interview this fall and they were asking me, I was talking about Harry Potter Obama side oh no, I got straight up asked, what do you do when you have to masturbate? And I said, well, I'm a part of a community where our motto is retain. And so I do my absolute best to do that. And then when Harry Potter Homicidal Technique found out I did that, they're like, oh, we got it. We got it on our side. And so they were even like, we can't believe you remembered to say that. And I was like, yeah, I can't remember. I can't believe I remembered to say it either. But yeah, so they originally did not want me to stream in there. And then little by little, I won them over. And then I don't want to say now I can do absolutely anything I want there. I still ensure that I don't spam and I don't take advantage of them or the situations there. But they have just been absolute best community to me to just help me with anything that I need. I've never bought cryptocurrency; they've only ever given it to me. And I would, we've had these nights where we do. Um, well, I haven't done it in a while, and I'm really good at it. But people tell me I'm really good at it is being the host of trivia. There's this website that I use that's randomtriviagenerator.com, and I really the reason why I don't do it is because my Twitter. It's hard for me to keep a consistent Twitter account because Twitter's on me like flies on shit because whenever I create anything that has Rabbi Rothschild in it, then I haven't keep that account there. So, but I'm really good at. Well, people tell me I'm really good at it. It's not that I'm really good at it. I just realized you need to be fast. Don't and like people like it's very fast paced. So it's not like one question a minute. It'll be like 3 or 4 questions a minute. Oh, you know the answer, great. Chime in. If not, we'll move on to the next one. And it was on just it's a really great website, randomtriviagenerator.com. So with that, I hosted earlier this year. It was like this summer. I did a trivia night with them, which is cool. I mean, it's fun to do, and it gets a lot of people in there. And if you've ever in these Twitter spaces, they are sometimes really fun, especially with cryptocurrency, because it's like, hey, we got this cryptocurrency coming out January 3rd, and then, but we don't have anything else to talk about until then, except, did you know that we have a cryptocurrency launch on January 3rd? But there's nothing else to talk about. So they're like, all right, well, bring people up and do whatever. And instead of doing that, they can just, and other cryptocurrency companies as well. Hey, we have Rabbi here. Rabbi, do you mind hosting trivia? And I can just go in and be like, all right, boom. And then just be like, what's the largest continent? People know. And some of the questions are really, really difficult. So, frankly, I try to avoid those and just kind of keep it pretty mellow, kind of easier trivia because nobody wants to think really hard about this stuff. That's going to be really, how would I say, like really strict on it. But I haven't done it in a while, and that's just because Twitter has been kind of ever since they just went through this massive ban on my accounts. I've just kind of been like, I'll focus on Discord, and I really think, Discord's just easier for me to be able to connect with people. The Twitterverse is an excellent universe, but it does get kind of different. Look, if I can't go by Rabbi Rothschild, which is what I am, which is my name, then I'm kind of hurting myself because then I have to go in there and I'm like, oh, I'm anonymous user 12345. Hey, do you remember who Rabbi Rothschild? Well, that's who I am. And they're like, well, okay, well, why don't you have your profile? Even the profile pic that I have here, Twitter has some kind of thing in the algorithm that if you show that picture, you get your account banned like that. It's almost like they have like a big thing of like hate symbols or like spam symbols or whatever. And so I created other ones. But the thing is, I've always just wanted my original account banned. And until that happens, I've just kind of been because I worked hard. I had like 3,000 followers. I had another one with 10,000 followers, but they weren't all real. But 3,000 followers, I knew who all those people were. They knew who I was. We would connect on a daily basis. So I kind of transitioned my efforts to Discord, and frankly, Discord's easier for me to be able to connect with people. Like, the other issue that arises, have you ever hosted a Twitter space? If you did, and you said it was that's right. That's right. Yeah, exactly. And you probably had a maximum of like 2 people, 3 people, maybe. Because you have to get a huge account, especially with how their algorithm works. Oh, I know what else kind of moved me away from Twitter. Well, I originally had a Twitter blue account. I had the check mark and everything, and um, they started changing things, and then it just was up at the point where I can't just keep paying. Like originally it was $1, then it went to $8. Now it's like $156 a year or something like that. I just get tired. They're just going to keep raising this, and I'm not getting anything out of it. I feel like I would tweet so much because I would just tweet what I thought was really cool stuff from ChatGPT. So I'd be like, ChatGPT, tell me 100 different computers faster than a quantum computer. And it would be like 100 different things. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Exactly. No, it absolutely does. And 100. No, this is before the no, I understand. Um, that's it is before the ground phase. That could be. That absolutely could be. I mean, I'm not saying that it couldn't be. I think though that it has to do with it has to do with me just spamming people. And I wasn't spamming people. I was just mass following. They told me specifically why they didn't me. And they said you're not allowed to follow people using an automated meter. And they also said something like following too many people in too short an amount of time is a bannable offense. And once they get you for that, then you create other accounts. Well, then they get you for what's called uh, like ban what is it? Ban evasion. Ban evasion. So once they get you for ban evasion, then you can't create any more accounts. It's like I kind of said whatever. I will do what I want to do on Discord and hopefully make more friends there. And I mean, Discord has been the best thing for me. Period. It allows a consistent place for me to be able to stream, to make friends, to be able to tell people my message. And like I had this guy, Ali, who came in, or whatever their name is, the person who just came in, or Kylie. And the way that, like, they're like, if you have a fan page, or used to have fan pages, they have them, look like, I'm getting called from Discord. Who is this? I get so many fucking calls. Oh my, it's unreal. And the funny thing is, all of my accounts light up when somebody calls. So it's like one, two, it's like 15 different devices. It's absolutely ridiculous. And I don't know who these people are who think like, hey, I'm just going to randomly call people using Discord and see if they pick up. I do sometimes pick up, but never else. No one in their right mind is just going to take calls from strangers, video calls, if they don't know what's going on. Um, there's this other thing I can't stand. Okay, if you get a new invitation or a message from someone from a server, and if you just say ignore, it says ignore everyone in the server, and then it puts a message on all my different devices, like ignore everyone, ignore everyone. And if I say no on one device, I have to say no on all the other devices. It's just, I mean, all of the things that you or anybody else goes through on Discord, where are you a human, or turn on notifications, all those messages, I just get them 15 times as much. And I just realized that not many people utilize the strategy that I'm utilizing, but I and I don't know why people don't. I don't know why. Frankly, this is kind of confusing to me. I don't know why Coca-Cola doesn't just create a Coca-Cola account and just put it in social or the Adam Rock Discord, the biggest Discord. time you see Coca-Cola, it's like smoke. It's like it's a call to action. I don't know why advertisers don't do that, and it's free. It could be because they think a lot of people in the system or they get their account banned, but I'm not sure. Another thing I don't understand, why, like, I just use Coca-Cola because they're the biggest, one of the most well-known brands. Why they don't want to advertise on pornography? There's something like reptilian about the brain, and I would think they would want to connect with people's like their how would I say, like the reptilian brains that they're like subconsciously. I don't know why they would like. I don't know. Nobody like no one, at least on pornography. No big brands will advertise on pornography sites, and I don't understand. I would think that's where they would want to advertise the most because that's when you can connect your brand with someone in their like most subconscious mindset. I don't understand it. I don't understand why a lot of these things, but was that pilot again? What a pilot. Yeah, yeah. Excellent question. It's the cryptocurrency that sponsors me. Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10 Eagle. This is worth $300 million. This cryptocurrency. So the good people at Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10 Eagle donated all of my merchandise, and I wear it very proudly. And my shirt says, it's faded, but it says, "Let's accidentally get rich." And my pants are the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu logo. You can go to the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu website. It's hpos10i.com. And you can find out more about the cryptocurrency. Are you into cryptocurrencies, Kylie? Kylie, do you know what cryptocurrency is? That's okay. Well, basically, one of these projects, these cryptocurrency projects, found out about me. They like what I do, and they sent me a bunch of merchandise to wear, which I do wear, and I wear proudly and tell people about their project. So basically, they help to endorse me. And the cryptocurrency, when I started with it, was worth pennies, and now it has a market value of $300 billion. It's worth a lot of money. Yeah. So I think that's good. Did that answer your question? They have a page if you want to buy it. They have an entire merchandise store, so you can get that. I've got like a hoodie here. This hoodie is worth like $800, which is one of a kind, or actually, I'm sorry, limited edition. It's very cool, excellent quality. It's really beautiful. So they sent me all kinds of nice stuff. And they sent me the sleep mask. This sleep mask is one of a kind, and I wear it proudly. Okay? That's, so, yeah. All right, my friend, we're going to continue to watch this podcast. feel free to listen to it. If you have any other questions, let me know. Go ahead. This podcast is about human consciousness. So let's check it out.
Really care. And you can
Yes,
do
sir.
a job 2 years
Yes,
down the
sir.
line, but
Excellent. Is your sister an adult? Is she 18? She's 20. Perfect. Tell her to come in here whenever she has time. I'd love to meet her. Yeah, tell her all the things that I told you, that we're bringing more peace, that we have a positive message. We want to end world hunger, end world thirst, so that we can eventually start space tourism and terraforming other planets and start interstellar travel. I appreciate that. Shout out to your sister. Tell her Rabbi said what's up. What? Absolutely. So tell her she should check out my blog. Did you see my blog, Heidi? Okay, so I sent it to you. Did she see my Super Rothschild on TikTok? Excellent. I'm also on Instagram. I'm Rabbi Rothschild on Instagram. She can see that. And tell her to send me a follow. Yeah, absolutely. I'll send it to you right now. Just one moment. Does she like karaoke? Does your sister like karaoke? Excellent. Well, I do karaoke as well. So, oh yeah, sometimes, many times a night. Yeah, definitely. I've already done it this week. I did it this morning as well. Just for a moment, I'm going to send you my link, and then she can have it. Does she have a Discord, or does she have a Discord user? Oh, perfect. Excellent. I'm all over Reddit. So just one moment. I'm all over Reddit. Yeah, I agree. So just one moment, and I will share this with you. What's your sister's name? Jenna. Shout out to Jenna. Okay, so tell Jenna I sent you my Instagram. I have a bunch of different Instagram accounts, and if she likes, um, if she likes karaoke, I have a bunch of different karaoke songs that I sing, and yep, and let me get you my TikTok. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts, so you just type in Rabbi Rothschild, you'll find I'm all over the place. But that's a good thing. And tell her to shoot, and you as well, shoot me a friend request, and I will follow you back. And I'm gonna, I'm gonna send you my TikTok right now. So you got my, do you see I sent you my Instagram and my TikTok? Excellent. And did you show her all my different streams at once? Okay, excellent. Well, the easiest place to probably see me is in Discord if she ever wants to come in here, but also on YouTube. So I sent you my YouTube links. So feel free. And then you gotta take a look at my blog. It's huge. So I'll send you that as well. And the reason why I say take a look at my blog is because it has all kinds of information on future technology, like the stuff we were talking about earlier, about space sails and space elevators and transatlantic tunnels and faster than light travel and ways to extend your life. All that kind of stuff is available on my blog. So take a look at my blog. Kylie, take a look at my blog right now if you can. And read through it. It'll take you a long time to even read through a quarter of it. But take a look at what you think, and I'd love to hear your thoughts, okay? Okay, excellent. So I will follow you on Instagram, and you DM'd me at, oh yeah, hold on a second. You DM'd me on Rabbi Rothschild. Yeah, I just DM'd you. Okay, you can have it. Are you SP busy? Excellent. I followed you back. We are connected. Excellent. Actually, tell her to tell all her friends that we'll make them all rich people. All they have to do is tell their friends and let me know. And what I want you to do, look in Discord right now. I just sent you my blog. It's rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. You see that? All right. I want you to go to that, and I want you to read through it. It's huge. Make sure to click my face. So when you go to rabbirothschild.blogspot.com, click on my face, and then you'll see. Look how big it is. No, you're not looking at the right thing. That's YouTube. No, you haven't. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, no, you're looking at YouTube, not YouTube. My blog. Do you see in go to the messages that we have? The message that I just sent you is www.rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. You see that? Yes, sir. Okay. Well, you go get a charger and then come back when you have more power and we'll talk all about it. In the meantime, I sent you my blog. Take a look at it. All right. There we go.
What we really care about is what you're doing. Then it doesn't matter if you have a job in 2 years' time. It'll work itself out if you've got the right. And so That's the only advice I can give. Most people probably drop out through that system because they like to just
Yeah, when you have the light in your eye, when you have the acceptance of the thing, what happens is you start to surround yourself with others who are interested in that same thing that also have the light. If you really are rigorous about this, because I think it does take, it doesn't, it takes effort.
no, you've got to be flexible. But if you're doing what you really love doing, then it's not working. It's what you do.
Yeah, but I also mean the surrounding yourself with people who are interested in some things. Depending on
That takes
just like
and look,
finding the right mentors, collaborators, because I think one of the problems with the PhD process is people are not careful enough making mentors. Those are people, the mentors, colleagues, and so on. Those are people who are going to define the direction of your life, how much you love a thing, how just like the two little conversations you had in the hallway. It's incredible. So you have to be a little bit careful in that. Sometimes you just get random ones to sign. Really pursue, I suppose, the subject as much as you pursue the people who do that subject. So it's like dancing.
they kind of go together.
Yeah, they really do. Take that part seriously. And probably the way you're describing, careful how you define success. Because
You'll never find happiness or success. It's a lovely quote. Probably Stevens. Nothing life was so disenchanting as it came into.
yeah, so I mean, in some sense, the true definition of success is getting to do today what you really enjoy doing, just what fills you with joy, and that's ultimate success. So success isn't the thing beyond the horizon, the big stuff, the big trophy.
As close as we can get to happiness. That's not to say with joy all the time, but it's as close as we can get to a sustained human happiness and survive getting some fulfillment through what you're doing on a daily basis. And what we're looking for is the world giving you the stamp of approval or the Nobel Prize or the fellowship or whatever it is. You know, I've known people like this who they're eaten away by the anger and caustic resentment that they've not been awarded this prize that they deserve.
And the other way, if you put too much value into those types of prizes, you wouldn't have gotten a chance to see that it also, the more quote-unquote successful you are in that sense, the more you run the danger of growing an ego so big that you don't get to actually enjoy the beauty of this life. You start to believe that you figured it all out, as opposed to, I think, what ultimately the most fun thing is being curious about everything around you, being constantly surprised, and these little moments of discovery of enjoying beauty is small, big life all around you. I think the bigger your ego grows, the more you start to take yourself seriously, the less you enjoy it. So, you know, the summary from Harmless, most of this, you get Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. How would you try to summarize Earth? And, you know, if you were given, if you had to summarize the whole thing in a couple of sentences, maybe throwing me like, why? Maybe, is that a defining thing that you care about the whole thing? I wonder if that should be part of what goes down. These creatures seem to be very lost.
Yes, that's what I was asking about. That's my defining question as well. Was it's a joke I had with a small scar on my forehead from climbing accident years ago. And the guy I was climbing with had dislodged it in the rock and he shouted something below. I think the rock was coming down. And I hadn't caught what he said, so I looked up and it was hitting my forehead. And everybody around me took the piss saying, he looked up to ask why.
Yeah, but that's a human imperative. Look up to the sky. That's one.
So the question, um, the first word that comes to mind is really
Most of it, well, it's interesting because, like, if you were to write a Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, I suppose, say our idea that we talked about, the bacteria is the most prominent form of life throughout the galaxy and the universe. I suppose that Earth would be quite unique.
curious abundance.
Yeah.
It's profitable, it's rich, it's enormously.
So how would you describe the bacteria? Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's the technical term, but it is basically used.
Yeah.
I would understand that. I've actually really struggled with that term because the word, I mean, there's a few words, perhaps because it's too chaotic to put everybody off with using it. You just start using words like that and they leave the room. Crib cycle is another one that gets people to leave the room. So I'm trying to think, is there another word for be chaotic? Really, the only word that I've been able to use is complex. In complex sounds. Complex equations. And that word, it serves one immediate purpose, which is to convey an impression. But then it means so many different things to everybody that actually is lost. So,
But that's a noticeable perspective of face transition of complexity. Is that you create out of it. What about the harmless and mostly harmless? That kind of
probably that universal kind of scale. I don't think that humanity is in the danger of disturbing the universal unity.
I think
It's still even there a while, I think, before we disturb the relative time and space.
was the aforementioned Andre Carpati that summarized Earth as a system where you hammer it with a bunch of photons. The input is like photons and the output is rockets. So you just,
Well, that's a hell of a lot of photons.
yeah, but like maybe in the span of this is not that much time. So, and I do wonder, what the future is, whether we're just in further views and stuff, which is important to try to summarize it, or we're at the end, where humans have finally gained the ability to destroy the entirety of this beautiful project we got.
Or just inadvertently through global warming and pollution and so on. We just need to pass it. I mean, I think we're more likely to do it inadvertently than through a nuclear war, which could happen every time. But, my fear is we just don't know whether to deploy it or not, and we kind of think we're smart enough to fix the problem quickly before we need to. I think that's the overriding assumption. We're all right now. Maybe in 20 years' time, it's going to be the greatest problem, and then we'll really need to put some serious mental power to fixing it without seriously worrying that perhaps that is too late. However agreement we are, it's missed the boat.
I don't know. I have optimism in sentence.
Oh, I have no doubt that we can fix the problem with this merger problem.
And
I do have doubts about whether we can come together enough to just in any one country around the planet. I know we can do it, but do we have the will? Do we have the vision to accomplish it?
that's what makes this whole ride fun. Not only do we not know if we can handle the crises before us, we don't even know all the crises that century, I don't think anyone expect. People didn't expect World War II, the end of World War One. Something big is
But then in late 1920s,
yeah, no, there's always people worrying about everything. So if you focus on the thing that people worry about, yes, because there's a million people who worry about it, and 99.9999% of people are confused. Of course, the people that turn out to be right will say, "I knew all that." That's not an accurate way of knowing what stuff is predicted. I think rationally speaking, if you worry about it, nobody thought the war to end all wars. Why would you have nuclear? And the idea of nuclear weapons, just technologically, is a very difficult thing to anticipate. To create a weapon that just jumps orders of magnitude destructive capability. And of course, we can intuit things like engineered viruses, nanobots, artificial intelligence. You can guess all the different complicated global effects of nuclear, about how that changes the allocation of resources, the flow of energy, tension between countries, military conflict between countries, the reallocation of power, then looking at China in this whole thing, with Russia, so Africa, and the weird dynamics of Europe, and America falling apart, with the division fueled by measure systems from children, Facebook. The whole beautiful mess is just fun. And I think there's a lot of incredible engineers, scientists, incredible human beings that while everyone is bickering and so on online for fun of it on weekends, they're actually trying to build solutions. And those are the people that will create something beautiful. At least that's the process of evolution. So we all started with the Chuck Norris single cell organism that went out from events and was comparing to all of us. For that guy or lady, I guess, it's a big thank you. And I can't wait to what happens next. I'm glad there's incredible people writing and studying. This is huge for me. This is really amazing. I can't wait to read what you write next. Thank you for existing. And thank you for that. Thank you. Thanks for listening to this conversation with me. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors. Now, we leave you with some words and jobs. I think the biggest innovations of the 21st century would be at the intersection of biology and technology. A new era is beginning. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. The universe doesn't care about your personal narrative. You can just have met the person who's going to be the love of your life. It's the culmination of your whole project for happiness. And you step into the street with a pizza. That's mortality. Mortality isn't just some shut on bed. It's that every moment you're subject to states that you have been. So you can think of lots of little deaths that you would experience whenever all the projects and the plans come up against the fact that the universe can just roll over them. Following the conversation with John Rabbi, psychologist, cognitive scientist, and person, I highly recommend his lecture series called Awakening from the Meaning Crisis, which covers the history and future of humanity's search for meaning. This is the Let's Read More podcast. Support it. Please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, dear friends, for John, you have an excellent 50-part lecture series outlined on the meaning crisis. And I think you described in modern times an increase in depression, loneliness, cynicism, and wait for it, bullshit. The term used technically by Aaron Franklin and by you. So let me ask, what is meaning? What are we looking for when we engage in the search for meaning?
So when I'm talking about meaning, I'm talking about what's called meaning in life. And I'll
in life are those factors that make people rate their lives as more meaningful, worth living, worth the suffering that they have to endure. And you study that, you see is a sense of connectedness, connectedness to yourself, to other people, to the world, a particular kind of connectedness. You want to be connected to things that have a value and existence independent of your egocentric sort of preferences and concerns. This is why, for example, having a child is considered good, because you're connected to something that's going to have a life, a value independent of you. Now, the question that comes up for me, well, there's two questions. One is, why is that a risk right now? And secondly, I think you have to answer the second question first, which is, well, yeah, but why is it so important? Why is this sense of connectedness so important? Why, when it is lacking, you typically fall into depression, potentially mental illness, addiction, self-destructive behavior. And so, first answer is it's that sense of connectedness. People often express it metaphorically. They want to be connected to something larger, something that matter. You don't mean it literally. They might change people out. They say, oh, now my life is fulfilled. So what you're trying to convey, they're using this metaphor to try to say, they want to be connected. They want to be connected to something real. They want to make a difference and matter to it. And one way of asking them, what's meaningful is, tell me what you would like to continue to exist even if you want to go. And how are you connected to it? How do you matter? That's one way of trying to get at what is the source of the you is if you were no longer there, you would like to continue. That's not the only part of the there's probably many things that are source of meaning to me that maybe I find beautiful that I would like to continue existing. Yes, if it contributes to your life, you're connected to it in some way, and it matters to you, and you matter to it, and you make some difference to it. That's when it goes from being just sort of true, good, and beautiful to being a source of meaning for your life. Is the meaning crisis a new thing, or has it always been with us as a part of the human condition? That's an excellent question. And part of the argument I made in the crisis is there's two aspects to it. One is that there are perennial problems, perennial threats to humanity. And in that sense, human beings are always not just there. The book of Ecclesiastes is all vanity, it's all meaningless. But there's also historical forces that have made those perennial problems more pertinent, more pressing, more difficult for people to deal with. So the meaning crisis is actually the intersection of perennial problems, finding existence absurd, which makes it existential anxiety, and then pressing historical factors, which have to do with the loss of the resources that human beings have typically, across historically, across culturally, made use of in order to address these perennial problems. Is there something potentially deeper than just a lack of meaning that speaks to the fact that we're vulnerable to despair? Ernest Becker talked about his book, The Now of Death, about the fear of death being an important motivator in our life. As William James said, death is the wound at the core of the human condition. Is it possible that this kind of search for meaning is coupled to be seen from the perspective of trying to escape the reality with thought of mortality? Yeah, Becker of the terror management theory, there's been some good work around sort of providing empirical support for that. Some of the work not so good. So which aspect do you find convincing? You steel man that case. So what aspects I find convincing is that human infinity, being finite, being inherently limited, is very problematic for us. Given the extensive use of the word problematic, I like that you use that word to describe one's own mortality as problematic. Because people sort of on Twitter use the word problematic when they disagree with somebody. But this, to me, seems to be the ultimate problematic aspect of the human condition is that you die. In the end,
I think I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm trying to get you to consider that mortality is not an event in the future; it's a state you're in right now. That's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to shift. Um, so your mortality is just a. Look, we talked about something that causes mortality, fate. But what we actually mean is it's full of fate. And I don't mean it, in the sense of things have been pre-written. What I mean is the sense of the universe doesn't care about your personal narrative. You can just have met the person that's going to be the love of your life. It's the culmination of your whole project for happiness. And you step into the street and you're young. That's mortality. Mortality isn't just some one event. It's that every moment we are subject to fate in that way. So you can think of lots of little deaths you experience whenever the projects and plans come up against the fact that the universe can just roll over them.
the death is the indifference of nature, the universe, to your existence. And so, in that sense, it is here.
Yeah, but you're vulnerable in so many ways other than just the ending of the biological life. It's interesting if you rate what people fear most, death is not one. They often put deeply speaking is number one. Because the death of status and reputation may also be a profound loss for relations. To drive them into despair.
But as the term management coach would say, as Becker would say, that a self-report and a survey is not accurately calculated action or what the motivation would be. So we could be terrified of that, and we, from a child, we realize the absurdity of the fact that we're at ends. We've learned to really try to forget about it, try to construct solutions that allow us to escape voluntarily over long periods of time with the realization of that.
Okay, so just, I took it seriously. I wanted to say what is something that we consider. So terror management theory is you do things like you give people a list of words to read, and in those words, in those list of words associated with that, and then you see what happens to people. And generally, they start to become more rigid in their thinking. They tend to identify with their views. They lose cognitive flexibility. Much of you present it to them in that third person perspective. But if you get them to go in the first person perspective, imagine that they're dying, and that the people that they care about are there with them. They don't show those responses. In fact, they show that there's an increase in cognitive flexibility, an increase in see, so I'm trying to say that we might be putting the cart before the horse. It might not be death per se, the kind of meaning that is present or absent in death, which is the crucial thing for us.
By the way, to push back, I don't think you took it seriously. I don't think you truly steel man the case because you're saying that death is always present with us, yes. But isn't there a case to be made that it is one of the major motivators? Nietzsche, will the power, Freud, like sex with your mother, all the different explanations of what is true motivating us human beings. Isn't there a strong case to believe that this death is a really damn good, if not anything, a tool to motivate the behavior of humans?
I'm not saying that the avoidance of death is not significant in these things, but I'm opposing to you that human beings have a capacity for considering certain deaths meaningful and certain deaths meaningless. And people have lots of evidence that people are willing to sacrifice their biological existence for a death they consider meaningless.
Are you personally afraid of your death? As somebody who produces a lot of ideas, reports them, writes them down, is a deep thinker, admired thinker, and as the years go on, become more and more admired. Does it scare you?
No, I mean, you have to talk to me on all my levels on the biological organisms. So if something's thrown at my head, I'll die. It's like, no. But if you're asking me, do I long to live forever? No. In the Buddhist tradition, our practices that are designed to make you aware simultaneously the thought of mortality and the thought of immortality. The thought of living forever is actually horrific.
Are those the only two options? Like when you're sitting with a loved one or watching a movie you just really love, or you really love, you don't want it to end. You don't necessarily always flip it together. The complete opposite is the dark side. What happens if people last forever? There's got to be a middle ground. Like sleep. Sure, you don't want to sleep forever, but maybe press the sleep button and get an extra few minutes. Just there's surely some kind of balance. That fear seems to be a source of an intense appreciation of the moment in art. And that's what the Stoics meditate on mortality.
Sure.
Seems to be a nice wake up call to that life is full of moments that are beautiful, and then you don't get to meet them.
Yes. Yeah, that's from Discord. That's not from me. It says this is Discord. It's like a what's going on? Is it proposed in the chat? Like, if I do insurance, if I do then I get that. Like, it just so what's going on? The other chat is
Right. And the Stoic response is not the project of trying to extend the duration of your life, but to deepen those moments so they become as satisfying as possible, so that when death comes, it does not strike you as any kind of.
Does that project bring true to you?
I think so.
Do you think it was?
I used to. I don't so much anymore. Part of it, the older and your temporal horizon flips somewhere in your 30s or 40s. You don't live from birth, you live towards your death.
That's such a beautiful phrase. A world horizon flips. That's so true. That's so true. At what point is that? That the point for which the world of opportunity and possibility is before you.
Yeah, it's like Peter Pan. There's all of these golden possibilities. You fly around. Yes, very much. Then what it does, you start to look for a different model. The Socratic, the Stoic, Buddhism is also, which is more about, wait, when I look at my desires, I seem to have two methods. In addition to satisfying a particular desire, I want whatever satisfies my desire to be real. And whatever is satisfying my desire to not cause internal conflict, but bring something like peace of mind. And so I'm more and more moved towards how can I live such that those two meta desires are a constant frame within which I'm trying to satisfy a specific desire.
What do you think happens then?
I think mind and life go away completely when we die. And I think that's actually significantly important for the kind of beings that we are. We are the kinds of beings that can come to that awareness, and we have a responsibility to decide how we're going to comport ourselves towards it.
Can you elaborate on what that means? The mind goes away.
It's like when you're playing your music and the last instrument is put down, the song is over. It doesn't mean the song wasn't beautiful. It doesn't mean the song wasn't nice. It doesn't mean the song like didn't add to the value of the universe and its existence. But it's beautiful.
Is there some aspect which some part of mind was there before the human and remains after? Something like panpsychism, or is it too much for us in the brain?
Something like panpsychism. I take it seriously. I don't think it's a ridiculous proposal, but I think it has insoluble problems that make me doubt it. The idea that the mind is some kind of ultimately immaterial substance also has pretty just devastating problems. Those are the two kinds of frameworks that people usually propose in order to support some kind of idea of immortality. I find both very problematic. The fact that we participate in distributed cognition, that most of our problem solving is not done as individuals but in groups. This is something I've worked on, published on, and I think that's important. But most of the people who do work on systems of distributed cognition, while there's such a thing as collective intelligence, there's no good evidence that there's collective consciousness. In fact, it's often called zombie agency for that reason. So, while I think it's very clear that no one person runs an airline, there's a collective intelligence that solves that problem. I do not think that collective intelligence supports any kind of consciousness. And therefore, I don't think the fact that I participate, which I regularly do in distributed cognition, gives me any reason to believe that that participation grounds some kind of consciousness.
There's so many things. First of all, distributed cognition, maybe that's the same for collective intelligence. That means a bunch of humans individually are able to think, have cognitive machines, and are somehow able to interact with processes of dialogue, as we talked about, to morph different ideas together with this ideal landscape together. It's so interesting to think about, okay, when you do have these fascinating distributed cognition systems, but consciousness does not propagate the same way as it does. Isn't there a case we just look at intelligence? If we look at us humans, it's a collection of smaller organisms, yes, which we are. So there's a hierarchy of organisms. Tiny ones work together to form tiny villages. You can then start to see as individual organisms that are then also forming bigger villages, interact in different ways, function becomes more and more complex. And eventually we get to us humans, where we start to think, well, we're an individual, but really we're not this. billions of organisms inside that circle, both domestic and foreign. So, isn't that building up consciousnesses like turtles all the way up to us, our consciousness? Why does that stuff us humans? Are we here? Like, is this the phase transition when it becomes a zombie-like giant village versus like there's like a singing angels and its consciousness the just the bacteria and consciousness. Not bacteria, but maybe you could say bacteria does, but like the interesting, complicated organisms that are within us that consciousness.
I think it's proper to argue, and I have, that Hermesian bacteria has a kind of agency, and even a kind of intelligence, kind of sense-making ability. But I do not think that we can treat consciousness, at least what we mean by consciousness, is kind of self-awareness, its ability to introspect, etc., to bacteria. Now, the reason why distributed cognition is consciousness, I think, is a little bit more tricky. And I think there's no reason in principle why there couldn't be a consciousness for distributed cognition, collective intelligence. Not many philosophers would agree with me on that point. I think it's more an issue of certain empirical facts, bandwidth, density of connection, speed, information transfer, etc. It's conceivable that if we got some horrible Frankensteinian neural link and we linked our brains and we had the right density, dynamics, bandwidth, and speed, without a fluid consciousness would take shape. I don't have any argument in principle against that. I'm just saying those contingent facts do not yet exist, and therefore it is implausible that consciousness exists at the level.
You talk about consciousness quite a bit, so let's step back and try to sneak up your definition. What is consciousness?
For me, there are two aspects to answer the question. One is the nature of consciousness, how does something that consciousness exists, and another one is apparent consciousness.
All right. So, Tyler, did you figure that? Yeah. All right. Excellent. Well, we're just chilling, learning about human consciousness, baby.
The non-conscious universe. And then there's a function question, which is equally important, which is what does consciousness do? The first one is obviously, problematic for most people. Yeah, consciousness seems to be so different from the rest of the non-conscious universe. But I put it to you that the function question is also very hard, because you are clearly capable of very sophisticated, intelligent behavior without consciousness. You are turning noises coming out of a baseball into ideas in your mind, and you have no conscious awareness of how that process is occurring. So why do we have consciousness?
No, I go outside at least once a day.
Here's the thing.
I try to.
There's an extra question you need to ask. Should we have
Try for that. Yeah, I mean, I'm the entertainment. So if I'm not here, then people don't know what to
I
do.
make the case that you actually have to answer the
That's the important question.
what consciousness does and what it is. Should be able to give a unified answer to both of those.
Can you try to elucidate the difference between what consciousness is and what it does, both of which are
I
mysteries?
do quote, and I don't do DoorDash, but I do get groceries delivered from like Costco and Walmart and my
That's putting me in a
local
bit of a difficult position because a lot of
market.
people are trying to answer them separately.
I mean, I've gone out and
But
I've
what I can
streamed it,
point
but
to
it's a lot of
is
work
many published
to stream
articles
while you're
in which
shopping,
only one of these
and then everybody's
platforms
wondering what you're doing, and then I got
so people will
to
try and explain what
have like
they are,
multiple hands.
how they put each input without saying what do they do.
What'd you say? I do IRL streaming, but I haven't. The last time I streamed live at Walmart
was earlier this year, and that's on my Instagram. I got Walmart. Um, I got Walmart Plus, so I get everything delivered now. But yeah, I went to Walmart like I have videos made at Walmart like probably I have like 5 or 6 videos made there at least. So if you want to see me at Walmart, you can see that. I have videos from Ralph's, which is like a local grocery chain, and you'll be like, what's my favorite dish? I love fruit. I know. I love fruit. I love fruit. Um, but if you're talking like a dish, like if I have to order something, I really love pizza. I love pizza. I like what else? I like spaghetti. I like yeah. I like sandwiches a lot. So I like pastrami. I like corned beef. I like oh I like schnitzel and it's like breaded beef basically. And I like that with duck sauce. That's one of my favorites. I like meatballs. I like kugel. I like um, I I like the filter fish. I don't know if I would say it's my favorite food, but I like it. Um, I like tuna fish. I like go ahead. Go ahead. Do you like sweets? Absolutely. I love chocolate. I love milkshake. I love milkshake. I love chocolate. I love pies. I've never met a pie I didn't like. You know what I really like? I like meat pies as well. So I like shepherd's pie and like chicken pot pies. I get those from my local market pretty regularly, and I used to get them all the time. I would eat them constantly, 2 days a week. Um, what else do I like? I like I like Asian food. Um, I like a lot of Chinese food. Yeah, I do. I like sushi a lot. Um, yeah, that's all good stuff. I like um, I like I like I like French fries. I really like French fries. I mean, I could eat like a whole plate of French fries pretty easily. Um, I like horseradish sauce, not with French fries, but um, like you know what my favorite food is now? It's like a steak. I love steak. So steak with like a horseradish sauce is like amazing to me. Um, I like chicken. I like brisket. I love brisket. Um, I like ribs. I like beef ribs. Um, what else do I like? I'd really like if I had to say I have a favorite food, probably steak. Beautiful, absolutely. Yeah, I love red velvet cake. I love cheesecake. Beautiful. That's amazing. Is she a good cook? And a good baker? You know what I really like? Is maraschino cherries. Do you know what maraschino cherries are? They're like a candy cherry. I really like fruit, like I said. So I love pineapple. I love watermelon. I love blueberries. Yeah, so yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, I love all that stuff. I like just about any kind of fruit. I like trying exotic fruits, fruits that I haven't had before or that are rare. Um, that's kind of fun for me. But I also like the tried and true. Yeah, I was just gonna say, dragon fruit's one of my favorites. It's wonderful. I I like them both. Right. Yeah, of your major fruits that are available in a store, I think I like them all. Like honeydew melon, muskmelon, um, watermelon. I love blueberries, blackberries, strawberries. Um, I love that's Rabbi's food minute with there we are. There aren't many kinds of fruits that I don't like. In fact, I don't. I'm sure there are some that I like more than others, but so long as it's right, I like basically all fruits. And then I love smoothies. I'm a huge smoothie fan. Um, yeah, that's all really good stuff. I I like I like noodles a lot. So I'll eat like Alfredo noodles or like fettuccine Alfredo or spaghetti. Anything with anything with noodles, I can eat noodles every day. Yeah, same here. I eat noodles. I eat noodles a lot. I like ramen a lot. It's cheap and easy to prepare. What else do I like? I like lasagna, like cheese lasagna. Um, vegetarian lasagna. I like uh, vegetarian pizza. I'm somebody who likes pineapple on my pizza. I know a lot of people despise that, but I really enjoy it. I think it's great. Um, I enjoy salads, so I love tuna salad, chicken salad. Um, I love beef bacon. Beef bacon is a really great food. Um, I love rotisserie beef bacon, so not pig bacon, beef bacon. So there's something called beef bacon that's available, and you, there's also turkey bacon, but I prefer beef bacon. No, I don't. But I eat the turkey bacon, and I will eat. I love beef bacon. Beef bacon is wonderful. There you go. Beef bacon by far. Beef bacon by far. I really like beef bacon. I like eggs. I like eggs a lot. Just like I could eat just like a 12 pack of it in one sitting. I have a huge appetite, so I eat a lot. Um, I like plain eggs. I like sunny side up eggs. I like scrambled eggs. I like eggs prepared just basically any way. Um, I like uh, hollandaise sauce on my eggs with like English muffin. That's really good with beef bacon and beef ham, like eggs Benedict kind of deal. I like what else do I like? I like borscht. So it's like what's the word? Um, oh, it's like it can be a soup, but um, it's what makes it up? Red. It's I've been up on it, so just bear with me. I'm not a little slow at this point. Um, um, beets. It's beets. So I really like beets. I could eat beets all the time. You know what I really love as well? Cottage cheese. Yeah, I do too. I love cottage cheese. I could eat like any fruit or vegetable with cottage cheese. I love I love a lot of vegetables. Um, and I like ranch. So I'll eat like I don't know. There you go. He might be back. He might not. Who knows? There he is. I like like a fruit tray and a vegetable tray. I'm excellent with those. I really like steak though. Like if I'm at a restaurant, I'm going to a nice restaurant. That's a meat restaurant. I will order steak. If it is a dairy restaurant, I will eat. I like vegetable lasagna. Or I like cheese lasagna, vegetable lasagna. I like cheese pizza. I like vegetable pizza. I like. Um, they make a lot of um, like vegan equivalent, or I should say vegan equivalent, but like like Impossible Burger and Beyond Foods. There's also one. Um, the brand is escaping me at this moment, but they'll make like vegan sausage patties that I've had that I can't really tell the difference. So that's pretty good. Um, I like pancakes. I like waffles. I like Belgian waffles. I mean, as you can tell, I like that stir fries. Um, I like just about every kind of ice cream, and I love shakes. I love malts. I like egg creams. I like um, there he is. He may be back. He may not be back. Who knows, folks? I'm going to ask him what he likes. The second I start this podcast back up,
Do what problems do they have to solve? How do they make the organism work? You have other people say, "Oh no, this is a function," but I can't tell you. I can't solve the hard problem. I don't know how quality exists. So what I'm saying is, many people treat these problems separately. Although I think that's
So the hard problem is focusing on the
yes,
the quality of it feels like something experienced consciously and does is more about the functional usefulness of the thing
yes,
to the whole beautiful mix of cognition and just function in everyday life. Okay. You've also said that you could do very intelligent things without consciousness.
Yes, clearly.
Is that obvious?
Yes. I don't know what I'm doing to access my mind. It just comes up. And it comes up really intelligent.
But the mechanisms that create consciousness could be deeply interlinked into whatever is doing the memory access, is doing the
Oh, I think so.
cognition.
Yes. Yes.
So I guess what I'm trying to say is we'll probably sneak up to this question a few times, which is whether we can build machines um, or machines that are intelligent, human level intelligent or beyond without building the consciousness. I mean, ultimately, that's one of the ways to understand what consciousness is to build a thing. Okay, we can either, so within the Chomsky way, try to construct models, like he thinks about language in this way, try to construct models and theories of how a thing works, or we can just build the damn thing.
Exactly. And that's a methodological principle in cognitive science. But one of the things that distinguishes cognitive science from other disciplines dealing with the nature of cognition of the mind is that cognitive science takes the design stance. It asks, well, could we build a machine that would not only simulate it, but serve as a bona fide explanation of the phenomenon?
Do you find any efforts in cognitive science repelling in this direction in terms of how far we are? There's on the computational side of things, something called cognitive modeling, which is construct simplified models of how the brain does things and see complex behavior emerge. Do you find any efforts in cognitive, or what efforts in cognitive science do you find most inspiring?
I think the project we're trying to create, AG, artificial general intelligence, is where I place the hope of artificial intelligence being of scientific significance. This is independent of technological socioeconomic significance, which is already well established. But being able to say, because of the work in AI, we now have a good theory of cognition, intelligence, perhaps consciousness. I think that's where I place my bets in the current endeavors around artificial intelligence. And so tackling that problem head on, which is now central, at least to a group of cognitive scientists, is, I think, what needs to be done.
And when you think about AGI, do you think about
Let's go back to what I think is at the core of the general intelligence. So right now, compared to even our best machines, you are in general problem solvers. You can solve a wide variety of problems. Some of our best machines have a little bit of transfer. They can learn this game, but to others, well-designed, good that game, but they couldn't learn how to swim. And so what's interesting is what seems to come up, this is something I published work, in all these different domains of cognition, across all these different problem types, is the central problem. Since we do have good sort of psychometric evidence that we do have some general ability to
What's going on? Why do you keep bouncing? Not you, not you, not you, not you, not you, Ken. My man, Kylie. Why do you keep bouncing? Okay, I got you. Well, you heard about like all my favorite foods. I love arugula. I love white puppies. I love I love. There you go. I love You notice I haven't said I really like alcohol, and I don't. Alcohol tastes like garbage. It tastes like poison. I will drink it, but it's just not my thing. Um, oh, fuck yeah! I love feeling fucked up. I love feeling well, not fucked up, like not so I'm out of control. But I love the body buzz, and I love when I feel it in my face. However, I don't like the taste of it. So Tyler, what kind of food do you like? What are your favorite foods? Yeah. There you go. There you go. Sundays. I'm all about all that stuff. I enjoy dumplings. I like every kind of meat. I like them. But I really like dumplings. But any kind of pasta, just the pasta part. You could give me pasta and marinara sauce, and I'm like, I'm solid. I think I could eat. I did for a while. I ate steak every single day for like a couple of years, and I never got sick. I love it. I love cheese. I didn't mention that. I love fondue. I eat cheese a lot, and it's one of my favorite foods. I can just take cheese and make all kinds of things out of it. I'll take cheese and just eat it with marinara, and it's like pizza. Or I'll eat cheese with salsa and make like nachos, basically. Uh, I like cottage cheese. I like um, I like cream cheese, so I like bagels a lot, so I eat that with cream cheese. I like lox. I like salmon. What else do I like? Oh, I like I don't just like bread. I like basically every kind of bread, even though it's not very good for you. But I really like pretzel bread. If you've ever had pretzel bread, um, I'm, pretzels are good, but pretzel bread is something I like a lot. Um, I like I like chips. There are a bunch of kinds of chips that I like. I like Pringles a lot. It's probably my go-to chip. What else? I would go use on Pringles. Um, I like chips and salsa. It's just like an easy thing. I like easy things. I mean, when I'm when I focus on my career and I can eat out and do all kinds of things, I I splurge when it comes to food, and especially at my local markets. And like, I will just get like an entire week worth of food prepared, and then just all I have to do is like heat it up, and that's pretty easy for me to do. Um, yeah, there are things that I've always wanted to try that just I don't for various reasons, but I think that with the advent of the the growth of the vegan community, where they have replacements for things, um, you can't really tell the difference. Or at least people tell me they can't tell the difference. So, for instance, like um, at like some dairy restaurants, they will have um, like an Impossible Burger with um, like usually we don't have cheeseburgers, but because it's not meat, you can. And people told me that they're the same or they're very similar. So those are some things that I'm positive for in the future, where I would really like to live in a world where we don't have to kill any animals and we can still have the taste of them, um, with like 3D printed meat and things like that. So perhaps within the next few decades, all foods might be available to people, or some people, without any animals being harmed. There are some like really exotic animals that I wanted to try, but like giraffe is technically a kosher animal, but there's always been a question of where it needs to be slaughtered, and it's just hard to get your hands on giraffe. But that's kind of something I've always wanted to try, and like reindeer is kosher, but I've never had that. That's a difficult one. It basically has to be farmed. No, I've never tried that. Is it good?
Yes, sir.
No, I'm single by choice. No. I dated a lot of guys. Uh, I I um, I dated a lot of women, and I am proud to say I've never cheated on anybody. I've only had very positive relationships with women, and I'm proud of my behavior with women, and had a lot of fun with a lot of different women, but never settled down with any of them. And I would say if I wasn't doing this right now, I would have found someone and been married. I was, I had a matchmaker right before I started doing this, and I was in the process of dating to the point of marriage, and then the pandemic hit. Everybody stopped dating for a little while, and then I started doing this, and I've always felt like if I need to, I can go back and get a matchmaker and get set up with someone. But in the meantime, I I don't want a significant other right now. If I had, I can really say this. If I had a swimsuit model who wanted to date me right now, I would say no. I really am focused on my streaming, and I know that unless she was like, "Hey, I'm fine with being on camera 24/7 as well," I wouldn't give this up for anyone in the world. I feel what I'm doing is very important for the history of the world and for humanity in general. And I know that when this goes viral, if and when it does, I'll be able to have any woman that I want. So I'll have the pick of the litter, so to speak. So I just have to be patient, and that's something that I don't really have a hard time with. I I'm very focused on this project, and yeah, go ahead, Victor. Oh no, I've been on many dates. No, I dated women at length, no, for years, but I at the time didn't want to settle down yet, and but no, I would. Do I want to get married? Right. Yeah, I mean, I always kind of knew, or I always felt that, and I would even tell girlfriends this in the past. I wanted to be someone who's in my 40s and got married to a younger woman, and where I could be established in my career, or perhaps be, have, you know, basically sowed my wild oats, and then had a family. And I kind of think that's one of the advantages of being a man is there's not such of a time limit on when we can reproduce. So you can be a 40, 50-year-old man and have a 30 or 40-year-old wife, and that's not too big of an issue. How about you, Kylie? Anybody's taking your heart? Kylie, did you go to my blog yet? Yeah. Did you see how big it was? Did you go all the way to the bottom? What's the website you went to? What website did you go to? Kylie, what website did you go to? I know, which one? No, that's not what I wanted you to go to. I have a blog, BLOG. I want you to go to a browser right now and type rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. RABBI, Rothschild, ROTHSCHILD dot blogspot, BLOGSPOT dot blogspot, BLOGSPOT .com. RabbiRothschild.blogspot.com. Did you go to RabbiRothschild.blogspot.com? Okay, hold on. Now go to click my face. Do you see there's a picture of my face? No. No, then you didn't type it correctly. You didn't type it correctly. Okay. I will send you a link that you can just click. Just one moment. Yeah, it's 2B. Go to the link that I just sent you. It's rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. Copy it, put it in a browser, and then click my face, and you will see the largest blog entry of your entire life. Kylie, do you see that I sent you a link? rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. Just take the link that I sent you, copy it, and put it in your browser. Kylie, do you see that I sent you a link? .blogspot.com. Do you see that I sent you a link? Copy it and put it in your browser. Hold on. Did you click my face? Click my face. Okay. Do you see how big it is? You have to scroll for pages and pages and pages. Do you see that? No, you don't. The thing that says Guinness World Record, click that. No, you haven't. You haven't. Oh, you haven't. It's very long. Do you see that? It doesn't end. Yeah, exactly. That's what I wanted you to see. Perfect. So you've been there. All right, well, read through it. It's important. You don't have to memorize it, but just look at it. It's very important information about health and about sexuality, about food, and about the future of humanity. Very interesting topics in there. Everything, exactly. You got it perfectly. Everything. I want it to be, obviously, a lot of it is AI, but these are very good questions. How do you extend your life? How do you? What are the healthy? What are all? Give me a list of all the vitamins. It gives you a list of all the vitamins. Everything about humanity, and it's listed, so you can. And do you see how long it is? Exactly. I have a challenge for you. I have pictures at the very, very bottom of it. Okay? I want you to scroll all the way to the very bottom and tell me what the pictures are. So I'm challenging you. You just keep scrolling and you'll get to the very bottom eventually. And when you do, tell me what the pictures are. I will be very proud of you if you can make it to the bottom. It'll take you a couple minutes. Good man, Kylie. I do scrolling. What are the pictures? Yeah, whatever. Exactly. You got it. You made it to the bottom. Isn't it really long? Show that to your sister when you have a chance. There's a lot of information on food in there. A lot of information she'll probably think is cool. Oh, I know it's too long. I'm not saying that you have to sit there and memorize it. It's just if you go in there and you can press Control F, you can search on any topic and it will come up. You type the word nuclear, and it'll have all kinds of stuff on nuclear energy. You type in anti-gravity, it'll have all kinds of stuff on anti-gravity. Whatever you want, you can just search it. Kylie, I know it's too long. I didn't make it so that one person would sit there and read it, although some people may. I made it so that it was a compilation of basically my ChatGPT record, and people can take a look at it, and if it's interesting to them, they can read it. If not, they don't have to. But the thing is, and what I think you're seeing, most people don't have as much data or as much content as I do. You've seen I've got TikToks, I've got YouTube, I've got Discord, I've got Instagrams, I've got a huge blog. You name it, I have it. I'll be right back. So as you can tell, Kylie, I've got a lot going on. In the meantime, I've been up all night, so I gotta get some sleep. But I am gonna have PC here. I'm gonna have the podcast going, so feel free to kick back, relax. I want you to know, Kylie, it's been an absolute pleasure to meet you, and I'm glad to have a new friend. And as you know, I'm always here, so if you ever need anything, I'm here to help you. Okay? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Have I seen my Instagram? You got it, big dog. Is your sister Layala? You're amazing. Yes, sir. I know. I'm messaging her right now.
Thank you, Big Ben.
Hey, hey. What's going on, Barry? Hey, I hope you're having a wonderful day. How's it going? Oh, life's good. Life, yeah, I'm here. I am. Yeah, I'm good. It takes a lot of sleep to be this handsome. 8, 11, 10 a.m. But I haven't slept. I've been up all night. I have been recently. It just kind of depends on how popular I get. How many hours a night do you sleep? Do you go?
I made an argument as to what I think that general ability is. And so it's happening right now. The amount of information in this room that you could actually pay attention to is combinatorial explosive. The amount of information you have in your memory, long-term memory, and all the ways you get combine it, combinatorial explosive. The number of possibilities you can consider, also. The sequences of behavior you can generate, also combinatorial explosive. And yet somehow you're zeroing in. The right memories are coming up, the right possibilities are coming up, the right sequences of behavior, you're paying attention to the right, not infallibly so, but so much so that you reliably find obvious what you should interact with in order to solve the problem. That's an ability that is still not well understood within AGI.
Filtering out the gigantic waterfall of data.
Right. It's almost like a Zen koan. What makes you intelligent is your ability to ignore so much information and do it in such a way that it's somewhere between arbitrary guessing and algorithmic search.
And to a fault sometimes, because that you, based on the models you construct, you forget, you ignore things that you probably want to
And that, hopefully we can circle back to it, guys, is related to the meaning issue. Because the very processes that make us adaptively intelligent make us perennially susceptible to self-deceptive, self-destructive behavior because of the way we misframe the environment in fundamental ways.
do. If you, meaning is also connected to ideas of wisdom and truth and how we interpret and understand and interact intellectually with the environment.
Yes.
So, what is wisdom? Why do we like this? How do we and where do we find it? What is it?
Intelligence is what you use to solve your problems. Rationality is how you use your intelligence to overcome the problems of self-deception that emerge when you're trying to solve your problems. So it's that meta problem. And then the issue is, do you have just one kind of knowing? I think you have multiple ways of knowing, or you have multiple rationalities. So wisdom is to coordinate those rationalities so that they are optimally constraining and supporting each other. So in that way, wisdom is rationally self-transcending rationality.
Right, so life is a kind of process where you jump from rationality to rationality and pick up a village of rationalities along the way.
Yes, with proper properly coordinated.
You mentioned framing.
Yes.
So, what is framing? Is it a set of assumptions you bring to the table in how you see the world, how you reason about the world? Yeah, how you understand the world.
So it depends what you mean by assumptions. If by assumption you mean a proposition, representation, or a rule, I think that's much more downstream from relevance realization. I think relevance realization refers to, again, constraints on how you are paying attention. And so for me, talking about framing is talking about this process you're doing right now of salience landscaping. What's salient to you? And how is what's salient constantly shifting in sort of a dynamic tapestry? And how are you shaping yourself to the way that salience landscaping is aspectualizing you, it's shaping it into aspects of interaction? For me, that is a much more primordial process than any sort of a belief we have. And here's why. If we mean by beliefs, a representational proposition, then we're in this very problematic position. Because then we're trying to say that propositions are ultimately responsible for how we do relevance realization. And that's problematic because representations presuppose relevance realization. If I represent this as a cup, the number of properties it actually has, and that I even have epistemic access to this combinatorial expression, I select from those a subset and how they are relevant to each other insofar as they are relevant to me. This doesn't have to be a cup. I could be using it as a hat. I could use it to stand for the letter B. All kinds of different things. I could say this was the 10th billion object made in North America, right? Representations presuppose relevance realization. They are, right? They are therefore dependent on it, which means relevance realization isn't bound to our representational structures. It can be influenced by them, but they are ultimately dependent on relevance realization.
Let's define stuff. The relevance realization.
Yes.
What are the inputs and the outputs of this thing? What is it? What are we talking about?
What we're talking about is how you are doing something very analogous to evolution. So if you think about the adaptivity isn't in the organism or the environment, but in a dynamic relation. And then what does evolution do? It creates variation, and then it puts selective pressure. And what that does is that changes the niche constructions that are available to species, changes the morphology. You also have a loop, which is sensory motor loop. And what's constantly happening is there are processes within you that are opening up variation and also processes that are putting selection on it. And you're constantly evolving that sensory motor loop. So you might call your cognitive attentiveness, which is how you frame the loop, is constantly evolving and changing. I can give you two clear examples of that. One, right? Your autonomic nervous system, parasympathetic and sympathetic. The sympathetic system is biased to trying to interpret as much of reality as threat or opportunity. The parasympathetic is biased to trying to interpret as much of the environment as safe and relaxing, and they're constantly doing a point of processing. There's no little man in you calculating your level of arousal. There's this dynamic coupling, a point of processing between them that is constantly evolving arousal. Similarly, your attention, you have the default mode network, task network. The default mode network is putting pressure on you right now to mind wander, to go off, to drift. And then the task focused network is selecting out of those possibilities the ones that will survive and go into. So you're constantly evolving your attention.
Okay, so there's a natural selection of ideas that's a bunch of systems within you are generating, and you use the natural selection. What is the selector with the object that you interact with the class? Relevance realization. Once again, you just described how it happens.
Yeah.
You didn't describe what the hell it is. So what's the goal? What are we talking about? So relevance realization is how you interact with things in the world to make sense of make sense of why they matter, what they mean to you, to your life.
Yes, and that's the language you just used. You're starting to use the meaning in life language.
Good? Okay.
That's good. Yeah, that's good. So, what does that evolution of your sensory motor do? It gives you, and here I'll use the term from Rothschild, it gives you an optimal grip on the world. So let's use your visual attention again. So here's an object. How close should I be to it? Is there a right or exactly? Exactly. So you have to evolve your sensory motor loop in order to get the optimal grip that actually creates the affordance of you getting to the goal.
Yeah, but you're describing physical goals of manipulating objects, but so this applies the task, the process of relevance realization is not just about getting a glass of water and taking a drink. You know? It's about falling in love. What else is there?
Well, there's obviously
Between those two options.
I can show you how you're optimally gripping in an abstract cognitive domain. Okay? So a mammal goes by and most people will say there's a dog. And why don't they say they might, but typically, probabilistically, they'll say there's a dog. They could say there's a German Shepherd, there's a mammal, there's a living organism, there's a police dog. Why that? Why there? Why did they stop having a rush to these basic dogs? But what you find is that's an optimal grip because it's getting you the best overall balance between similarity within your category and difference between the other categories. It's allowing you to properly fit to that object insofar as you're setting yourself up to, well, I'm getting so as many of the similarities and differences I can on balance within the trade-off relationship that I need in order to probably interact with this man. That's optimal grip, not right. It's at the level of your categorization.
You recall these models of the world around you. And on top of them, you do stuff. Like you build representations. So
Yes.
what's the salience landscape? Salience meaning attention landscape.
So salience is what grabs your attention or what results from you directing your attention. So I snap my hands, that's salient, grabs your attention. Your attention is drawn to it, bottom up. But I can also say your left big toe, and how it's salient to you because you directed your attention to it. That's top down. Again, I want to process it with the mind. So whatever stands out to you, what grabs your attention, what arouses you, what triggers at least momentarily some affect towards it, that's how things are salient. What salient, I would argue, is how a lot of unconscious relevance realization makes information relevant to working memory. That's when it now becomes online or direct sensory motor interaction with the world.
So you think the salience landscape, the ocean of salience extends into the subconscious mind?
I think relevance does, but I think when relevance is recursively processed, relevance realization, such that it passes through sort of this higher filter of working memory, has these properties of being globally accessible, globally broadcast, then it becomes the thing we call salience. Look, that's really good evidence. There's really good evidence from my colleague at the University of Toronto and Hampshire that that's what working memory is. It's a higher order relevance. But that's why things like chunking will get way more information through working memory because it's basically monitoring how much relevance realization has gone into these information. Usually you have to do an additional kind of recursive process. And that tells you, by the way, when do you need consciousness? When you need that working memory and that salient landscaping. It's when you're facing situations that are highly novel, highly complex, very ill-defined, that require you to engage with them.
Okay, got it. So relevance realization is a part of the thing that constructs that basic level thing of a dog. When you see a dog, you call it a dog, not a German Shepherd, not a mammal, not a biological meat bag, it's a wisdom. So what is wisdom? We return. I think as part of that, we got to relevance realization, and then wisdom is accumulation of rationalities. Describe the rationality as a kind of starting from intelligence, a bunch of puzzle solving, and then rationality is like the meta problem of puzzle solving, and then what wisdom is the meta problem of puzzle solving.
Yes, that's that. The meta problem you have when you're solving your puzzles is that you can often fall into self-deception. You can misrepresent. Right. So whereas knowledge overcomes ignorance, wisdom is about overcoming foolishness. If what we mean by foolishness is self-deceptive, self-destructive behavior, which I think is a good definition of foolishness. And so what you're doing is you're doing this recursive relevance realization. You're using your intelligence to improve the use of your intelligence. And then you're using your rationality to improve the use of your rationality. That's that recursive relevance realization I'm always talking about. You're going to do it. Think about a wise person. They come into highly, often messy, ill-defined, complex situations, usually where there's some significant novelty. And what can they do? They can zero in on what really matters, what's relevant, and then they can shape themselves, salience landscaping, to intervene most appropriate to that situation as they have framed it. That's what we mean by a wise person. And that's how it follows kind of a model that we present.
When you say self-deception, I mean, part of that implies that it's intentional. Part of the mechanism of cognition, you're modifying what you should know with some purpose. Is that how you see the word self-deception?
No, because I belong to a group of people that think the model of self-deception as lying to oneself ultimately makes no sense. Because in order to lie to you, I have to do something you don't, and I have to depend on your commitment to the truth in order to modify your behavior. I don't think that's what we do to ourselves. I think, and I use it in the technical term, thank you for making space for that earlier on, I think we can bullshit ourselves, which is a very different thing than lying.
So what is bullshit? And how do we bullshit ourselves, technically speaking?
Yeah, Frankfurt, and this is inspired by Frankfurt and other people's work based on Frankfurt.
On bullshit.
Yeah, that's the essay.
It's a pretty good title.
I think it's one of the best things he wrote. He wrote a lot of good things.
The title is the essay.
The essay. That's good too. It's always an icebreaker at certain academic settings. So let's contrast the bullshit artist from the liar. The liar depends on the truth. The bullshit artist is actually trying to make you indifferent to the question of truth and modify your behavior by making things salient to you so that they are catchy to you. So, a prototypical example of bullshit is commercial television commercial. You watch these people at a bar getting some particular kind of alcohol, and they're gorgeous, and they're laughing, and they're smiling, and they're clear-eyed. You know that's not true. And they know you know it's not true. But here's the point. You don't care. Because there's gorgeous people smiling, and they're happy, and that's salient to you, and that catches your attention. And so, go into a bar, that won't happen. You know it.
Yeah.
If you buy the product because it was made salient to you. And you can't lie to yourself. Salience can catch attention, but attention can drive salience. So this is what I can do. I can make something salient by paying attention to it. And then that will tend to draw me back to it again. Which, you see what happens? It means it tends to catch my attention more, so that when I go into the store, that bottle of liquor catches my attention. And I buy it.
And that's, why is that bullshit?
Because what you're doing is being caught up in the salience of things, independent of whether or not that salience is tracking reality.
Is it independent or is it loosely connected? Because it's not so obvious to me when I see happy people at a bar that I don't in part believe that, well, my experience has been maybe different. Logically, I can understand, but maybe there's a bar out there with all happy people dancing. In fact, most of the bars I go to these days in Texas, they're pretty lots of happy people.
I think, I mean, there's probably variation of truth seeking. Let's say the intent is at least to try and shut off your truth seeking. It might not completely succeed, but that's the intent. At times, it can completely succeed because I can give you pretty much gibberish, and you have a level of motivated behavior. There's an episode from the classic Simpsons, not the modern Simpsons, the classic Simpsons, where there's aliens and they're running our office in the United States. Now, I'm Canadian, so this doesn't quite work for me. Right? The speech goes like this: "My fellow Americans, when I was young, I dreamt of being a baseball. But we must move forward, not backward. Upward, not forward. Twirling towards freedom." People go, "There's a rush. There's nothing there." It's great satire. There's a lot of political speech. It's exactly like that. There's nothing there.
Well, so,
I'm not saying all political speech.
but there's a fundamental difference. There's a fundamental difference between secular and non-secular speech and political speech. Because one of the things is political speech is grounded in some sense of truth.
And so if that requires you talking about alternative facts, you hear self-destructive oxymoron phrases. Isn't that approaching toward pure bullshit?
I think pure bullshit. Like the fact is very difficult to get to. But I get the point. So what exactly is truth? Is it possible to know?
I think Spinoza's right about truth, that truth is only young by its own standard. It sounds circular. There's a way in which he didn't mean that circularly. And I think this is also a version of Plato. Huge influence. I think we only know the truth retrospectively when we go through some process of self-transcendence, when we move from a frame to a more encompassing frame so that we can see the limitations of the distortions. You have this when you have a moment of insight. Insight is you are realizing what is relevant. Oh, I thought she was aggressive and angry. She's actually really afraid. There's misframing this. And change what was my relevant. Have those problems.
Do you think it's possible to get a sense of objective reality? So, is it possible to get to the ground level of what something that you can call objective truth? Or is it a shaky ground?
I think those moments of transcendence can never get us to absolute truth from nowhere. And so this is Drew Hyman's notion of finite transcendence. We are capable of self-transcendence. Therefore, we are creatures who can actually raise the question of truth or goodness or beauty. I think they all share this feature. But that doesn't mean we can transcend to God or to some absolute view from nowhere that takes in all information, organizes it, comprehends it. But that doesn't mean that truth is thereby rendered valueless. I think the better term is real. And real and illusory are comparative terms. You only know that something's an illusion by taking something else to be real. And so you're always in a comparative task. But that doesn't mean that we can somehow jump outside of our framing with some final answer and say, this is how it is from God's eye point of view.
So, what do you think, if I may ask, of something like Ayn Rand, philosophy of objectivism. So where the core principle is that reality exists independently of consciousness and that human beings have direct contact with reality through self-perception. So they have that, we do have that ability to know reality.
There's two things. Knowing that there's an independent reality is not knowing that there's an independent reality. Those are not the same thing.
Yeah, but I think objectivism would probably say that our human reason is able to have contact with that.
Then I would respond and say, you have to ignore, I believe, in fact, Dr. Q, in the conformity theory that the deepest kind of knowing is when there's a contact, a conformity between the mind or the embodied mind and reality. But, and here's where I guess I push back. Man, I would say you have to acknowledge personal knowledge as real knowledge. Because if you don't, you're going to fall into Enos paradox. Enos paradox is like to know P. Well, if I don't know P, I'm going to go looking for it. But if I don't know P, how could I possibly recognize it? I found it. I have no way of recognizing it. I have no way of knowing that I found it. So I must know P. But if I know P, then I don't need to learn about it. I don't need to go search. So learning doesn't exist. Knowledge is impossible. The way you break out of that paradox is saying, no. It is partial. It is possible to partially know something. You can know it enough that it will guide you to recognizing it. But that's not the same as having a complete grasp of it, because I still have to search, find, but I don't yet possess. So partial knowledge has to be real knowledge.
Right, partial knowledge is good.
Yes.
What do you think about somebody like Donald Trump, who thinks the reality is an illusion? So complete. Given this, actually reading that definition, or idea that you talk about, that the attachment between the illusory and what is real, it says that basically taking that and we ran with the real to the point where the real is not at all connected to some kind of physical reality.
I hope to talk to you, but you're supposed to talk to me. So I have to talk in his absence. I think that, first of all, I think saying that everything is illusion is like saying everything is color. It doesn't make any sense. There's something you have to say against this standard of realness. This is illusion, and he uses arguments from evolution, which are problematic to me because it's like, well, you seem to be saying that evolution is true, that it really exists. And then some of our cognition perception has access to reality, math, and presumably some science. And then what he seems to be saying is, well, a lot of your everyday experience, but we do have some contact reality, whereby we can make the argument as to why most of your experience, most of your everyday experience is illusion. But for me, that's not a problem. That's Descartes. It's the idea that most of our sense experiences are trustworthy, but the math is what connects us to reality. That's how we interpret it in vertical revolution. Oh, look, we all see the sun rise, move over, set, it's all illusion, but the math gets us to the reality.
Well, I think he makes a deeper point that most of cognition is evolved and operates in the illusory world.
How does he know that things like cognition and evolution exist?
I think there's an important distinction between evolution and cognition, right?
No, I just think that's not the point of making the point that he's claiming that there are two things that really exist. Why are they privileged?
He basically says that, look, the process of evolution makes sense.
Yes.
Right? Like it makes sense that you get complex organisms from simple organisms through the natural selection process. Here's how you get transfer information from generation to generation. It makes sense. And then he says that there's no requirement for the cognition to evolve in a way that it would actually perceive and have direct contact with the physical reality.
Except that cognition evolved in such a way that it could perceive the truth of evolution. You can't treat evolution like an isolated thing. Evolution depends on radiant genetics. It depends on understanding plate tectonics, the way the environment changes. It depends on how chromosomes are structured.
Actually, that's an interesting question to him, where I don't know if he actually would push back on this. Is how do you know evolution is real?
Yes.
I think he would be open to the idea that it is part of the illusionary constructed, that there's some, in some sense, it is connected to reality, but we don't have a clear picture of it. I mean, that's an intellectually honest statement. Right? If most of our cognition as thinking beings is operating at every level in the illusory world, then it makes sense that this one of the main theories of science with evolution is also a complete part of this illusory world.
But then what happens to the premise of this idea, leading to the conclusion that cognition is illusory?
I think he makes a very specific argument about evolution as an explanation of why the world is of our cognition operating in the illusory world. But that's just one of the explanations. I think the deeper question is, why do we think we have contact with physical reality? We could be very well living in a virtual world constructed by our minds in a way that makes that world deeply interesting to sometimes, whether somebody's playing a video game or we're trying to, through the process of distributed cognition, construct more and more complex objects. Like, why does it have to be connected to physics?
Okay, so if we're going to say, now considering it as a possibility rather than an inclusion based on arguments, because the arguments, again, will always rely on stipulating that there is something that is non. These are the features of cognition. Cognition is capable of illusion. That's a true statement. You're somehow in contact with the mind. Why does the mind have this privileged contact and other aspects of the body do not? So but let's put that aside and now let's just consider. Now, when you put it that way, it's not an epistemic question, it's an existential question. Here's my reply to you. There's two possibilities. Either the illusion is one that I did not discover, sort of the matrix on steroids. There's no way, no matter what I do, I can't find out that it's an illusion. Or it's an illusion, but I can find out that it's an illusion. Those are the two possibilities. Nothing changes for me if those are the two possibilities. Because if I cannot possibly find out, it is irrational for me to pay any attention to that possibility. So I could keep doing the science as I'm doing it. If there's a way of finding out, science is my best bet, I believe, for finding out what's true and what's an illusion. So I keep doing what I'm doing. So it's an argument, if you move it to that, it makes no existential situation.
Oh man, that is such a deeply philosophical argument. No. Nobody's saying science doesn't work. It's an interesting question. Just like before humans were able to fly, they would ask a question. Do we build a machine that makes us fly? In that same way, we're asking a question to which we don't know an answer, but we may know in the future. How much of this whole thing is an illusion? And I think in the second category, the first category, which one? Yes, science will be able to help us discover this. Otherwise, yes, for sure, it doesn't matter. If we're living in a simulation, we can't find out on our own. Yes, then it doesn't matter. But yes, the whole point is, as we get deeper and deeper understanding of our mind, of cognition, we might be able to discover like, how much of this is a big charade constructed by our minds to keep us fed. I don't some weird, very simplistic explanation that will ultimately, in its simplicity, be beautiful. Or as we try to build robots and instill them with cautious with ability to feel those kinds of things. We'll discover, well, let's trick them to thinking they feel and have consciousness, and they'll believe it. And then they'll have a deeply fulfilling and meaningful life. And on top of that, they will interact with us in a way that will make our life more meaningful. Then all of a sudden, it's like at the end of Animal Farm, that he hates the humans, and it's the robots, the humans, can't tell them either. And in that way, start to understand that much of this existence could be.
Yeah, well, I have two responses to that. First is the progress that's been made on AGI is about making whatever the system is that's going to be the source of intelligence more and more dynamically and recursively self-correct. That's part of what's happening. Extrapolating from that, you get a system that gets better and better at self-correcting. And that's exactly what I was describing before as the transformative theory of truth. The other response to that is science, like people think of science just as right sort of end proposition. Let me just use the evolutionary example again. Right? Like I need if I gather the evidence, I need to know a lot of geology, I need to know plate tectonics, I need to know the radioactive decay, I need to know genetics, and then in order to measure all those things, I need to know how microscopes work. I need to know how pencils and paper work. I need to know how rulers work. I need to know how English and literature work. You can't isolate knowledge. And if you say, well, most of that's an illusion, you're in a weird position of saying somehow all these illusions get to this truth claim. I think it goes in reverse. If you think this is the truth claim, in measuring all the things that scientists do, we gather, and all the ways the theories are converging together, that also has to be fundamental truth. Because it's not like Lego, it is an interwoven whole.
Yes, it definitely is interwoven. I love how they make global advocate for the illusion world. But there's an aspect of truth that has to be consistent, deeply consistent across the entire system. But inside a video game, that's some same kind of consistency involved. There's rules by interactions, these game theoretic patterns about what's good and bad. So that you get there's sorts of joy and fear and anger and then understanding about the world, what happens, the different dynamics of video games, even simple video games. So there's no, even inside an illusion, you can have consistency and develop truths inside that illusion, and iteratively evolve your truth with the illusion.
Okay, and that comes back. Is that process genuinely self-correcting, or are you in the simulation in which there is no possible door to get? Because if my argument is, if you find one or two doorways, that feeds back. That you can't just say, this is the little tiny island from the other two. That's the problem.
Right? But what if you find that I think there is doorways, if that's the case. And what if you find a doorway and you step out? I mean, that's the point. That's so self-correcting. When you fix the self-deception, you don't know if there's other bigger self-deceptions out there.
Of course, in one sense, that's right. But again, back to when I step into the second simulation, is it, can I get the doorway out of that? Right? Because if you just make the infinite regressive simulation, you basically said you have a simulation that you can
Yeah, I think there's always a bigger pile of bullshit is what the point I'm trying to make here. Okay. Let me dance around meaning once more. Sure. I often ask people on this podcast or at a bar or to imaginary people I talk to when I'm all by myself, the question of the meaning of life. Do you think this is a useful question? You draw a line between meaning in life and meaning of life. Do you think this is a useful question?
No, I think it's like the question what's what time is it on the sun? It sounds like a question, but it's actually not a question. Because it has a presupposition in it that I think is fundamentally flawed. understand what people mean by it, and it's actually often not that clear. But when they talk about the meaning of life, they are talking about there are some feature of the universe in and of itself that I have to discover and enter into a relationship with. And there's in essence a plan for me or something. And so that's property of the universe. That's a very deep, serious metaphysical ontological claim. If you're claiming to know something fundamental about the structure of God. There were times when people thought they had a worldview that legitimated God is running the universe, and therefore God cares about his plan, etc. But I think a better way of understanding meaning is not meaning is like the graspability. Remember I talked about having it's like the graspability. Is that in me? No. Is it in the cup? No, because I can't grasp it. Graspability is in my head. I can't grasp it. No. There is a real relation between these things. Same thing with the adaptivity of an organism. Is the adaptivity of a great white shark in the great white shark? Drop it in the Sahara. No. Meaning isn't in me. It isn't in the universe. It is a proper relationship. I correct the phrase transjective. It is the binding relationship with the subject. And therefore, when you're asking the question about the meaning of life, you are, I think, misrepresenting the nature of being. Just like when you ask what time is it on the sun, you're misrepresenting how we derive clock.
At the risk of disagreeing with a man who did 50 lectures on the meaning crisis, let me hard disagree. But I think we probably agree. But it's just like a dance, like you I think meaning of life gets at the same kind of relationship between you and the glass of water, between whatever the forces of the universe that created the planets, the proteins, the multi-cell organisms, the intelligent early humans, the beautiful human civilizations, and the technologies that will overtake them. It's trying to understand the relevance realization, the Big Bang, to the feeling of love you have for another human being. It's reaching for that, even though it's hopeless to understand. It's the question, the asking of the question is the reaching. Now, it is, in fact, romantic bullshit, technically speaking. But it could be that romantic bullshit is actually the essence of life and the source of its purpose.
Well, I hope not. But
Technically speaking, romantic bullshit, meaning romantic. So I mean, what is poetry? What is music? What is the magic you feel when you hear it? What is
this music inside? Or is it outside? It's both. And that's precisely why you find it so meaningful. In fact, it can be so meaningful you can regard it as sacred. What you said, I don't think, and you preface that we might not be disagreeing. But what you said is, no. There's a way in which reality is real. And I want my relevance realization to be in the best possible relationship. The sort of meta optimal fit to what I'm doing. I totally agree. I totally think that's one of the things, like I said this earlier, one of our meta designs, whatever is satisfying, I do this with my students. I say, because romantic relationships are sort of taking the role of God and religion, history, culture for us, right? We put everything on them. That's not really great, but right.
strong words?
But I'll say to them, okay, how many of you are really satisfying romantic relationships? You could understand. I'm now only talking to these people. Of those people, how many of you want to know your partner's cheating on you, even if it means destruction? Why? And here's my students are usually all sort of sexism, postmodernism, and they'll just say spontaneously, well, because it's not real. It's not real. Right? So I think what you're pointing to is actually, you're pointing not to an objective or a subjective thing. So romanticism says it's subjective. Some sort of positively provocative criticism says it's objective. But you're saying, no. There's reality realization. And can I get relevance realization to be optimally grouping in the best right relationship? And there's good reason you can't, because think about it. Your relevance realization isn't just representing what possible, it's instantiating. And there's something very similar to biological evolution, which is at the guts of life, right? Running your cognition. It's not just that you all have ideas, you actually instantiate. That's what I mean by conformity. The same principles. They're within and without. They don't walk through subjectively. They're not just out there. They're both at the same time. And they help to explain how you're actually down to the condition.
So it comes from inside it, but there's still the question of the meaning of life. First of all, the big benefit of that question is that it shakes you out of your hamster in a wheel that is daily life, the mundane process of daily life, where you have a schedule, you wake up, you have kids, you have to take them to school, you go to work, repeat over and over and over and over, then you get increased salary, then you upgrade the home, and that's the process. Asking about the meaning of life is so full of romantic bullshit that if you just allow yourself to take it seriously for a second, it forces you to pause. Like, what's going on? And then it ultimately, it does return to the question of meaning in those mundane things. What gives my life joy? What gives it lasting deliciousness? Where do I notice the magic, and how can I have that magic return again in me? And that ultimately what it returns to. It's the same thing you do when you look up at the sky. You spend most of your day hurrying around, you're looking at things on the surface. When you look up at the sky to see the stars, it fills you with the feeling of awe that forces you to pause and think in full context of like, what the hell is going on? Yeah, but also I think there is when you think too much about the meaning of glass and relevance realization for glass, you don't necessarily get at the core what makes music beautiful. So sometimes you have to start at the biggest picture. And I think meaning of life forces you to really go to the big bang. Go to the universe, the whole thing, the origin of life. And I think sometimes you have to start there to discover the meaning in the day. I think, or perhaps we disagree.
Insofar as the question being asked about the whole of your life and how much meaning is in the whole of your life, and insofar as it asks how much that is connected to reality, it's a good question. But it's a bad question that also makes you look for the answers the wrong way. And you said, and I agree with what you said, how we really answer this question is we come back to the meaning in life, and we see how much that meaning in life is connected to reality. We pursue wisdom. And so, for me, I don't need that question in order to evoke me into that stance.
So let's return to the meaning crisis.
Yes.
What is the nature of the meaning crisis? What's its origin? What's its explanation?
Well, remember what I said, what I argued, that the very process to make us adaptively intelligent subject us to perennial problems of self-deception, self-destruction, creating bullshit for ourselves, for other people, all of that. And that can cause, anxiety, existential anxiety, cause despair, cause a sense of absurdity. These are perennial problems. And across cultures, historical periods, human beings have come up with ecologies of practices. There's no one practice, there's no panacea practice. They come up with ecologies of practices for ameliorating that self-destruction and enhancing that fittedness, that connectedness at the core of human life. That's prototypically what we call wisdom. And here's how I can show you one clear instance of a meaning crisis. Is it's a wisdom family. I do this regularly with my students. In the classroom, I'll say, where do you go for information? They hold up their phone. Where do you go for knowledge? They're a little bit slower, probably because they're in my class, and say, well, science. I say, where do you go for wisdom? Science. Wisdom isn't optional. That's why it is perennial, plus cultural, plus historical, because they're from funds. But we do not have homes or ecologies of practice that fit into our scientific technological worldview so that they are considered the fastest growing demographic group of the United States. They have no religious allegiance, and they are not primarily atheists. They most frequently describe themselves with this very, this has become almost everybody now describes them as spiritual benevolence, which means they are trying to find a way of reducing the bullshit and enhancing the benefits. But they don't want to turn to any of the legacy established religions by and large.
Well, isn't was it both religion and the nuns? Isn't wisdom process not a destination? So trying to find if you're a deeply faithful religious person, you're also trying to find, right? So just because you have a place where you're looking, or a set of traditions around which you're constructing the search, it's nevertheless a search. And this isn't, so I guess, is there a case to be made that this is just the usual human condition? How do you answer it? If you ask 5 centuries ago, where do you look for wisdom? The answer those people would be more inclined to answer the Bible or a religious text.
Right, and they had a worldview that was considered not just religious, but also rational. So we now have these two things orthogonal and often oppositional, spirituality and rationality. If you go before a particular historical period, you look back in the Islamic tradition, before there's something of revolution, those two are not in opposition. They are deeply interwoven so that you can have a sense of legitimacy and deep realness and grounding in your practices. We don't have that. And I'm not advocating for religion. Neither am I an enemy. I'll strengthen your case. So one of my RAs who did research, you get people who have committed themselves to cultivating wisdom, and you can look at people within religious traditions and people who are doing it in a purely separate framework. By many of the measures we use to study wisdom scientifically, the people in the religious path do better than the secular. But here's the important thing. There's no significant difference between the religious paths. So it's not like if you're follow the path of Judaism, you're more likely to end up wiser than if you follow Buddhism.
By the way, I don't know if that's my case. I was making the case that you don't need to have religious affiliation. So for wisdom, it's that I thought along to the point you just made that it doesn't matter which religious affiliation or none.
But that's what I'm saying. Okay, so this is the tricky thing where it does matter if you're in one, but it doesn't matter for the propositional creeds of that. There's something else in that one. If you will allow me this, there's a functionality to religion that we lost when we rejected all the propositional dogma. But there's a functionality there that we don't know how to recreate.
What is that? Can you try to speak to that? What is that functionality? What is that? Why is that used? A bunch of stories, a bunch of myths, a bunch of narratives that are drenched in like deep lessons about morality and all this kinds of things. What's the functional thing there that can't be replaced without
this is for me the biggest question. So thank you.
Yeah, well, that's a
But yeah, I think I have a significant answer. I don't think it's complete, but I think it's important. This is to step before the Cartesian revolution and think about many different kinds of nodes. I mean, this is now something that is prominent within what's called core cognitive science, the kind of cognitive science practice. And there's a lot of converging evidence that these different ways of knowing. There's propositional. This is what we are most familiar with. In fact, it almost has a tyrannical status. Right? This is knowing that something is the case. Like it captures mammals and it's stored in semantic memory. And we have tests of coherence and correspondence and convention. Right? There is procedural knowing. This is knowing how to do something. This is skills are not theories. They're not beliefs. They're not true or false. They engage the world where they don't. And they are stored in a different kind of memory. Procedural. Semantic memory can be damaged without any damage to procedural memory. That's why, if you have to put a different story of somebody something else happens, and they're losing all kinds of facts, but they can still sit down and play the piano and flawless. Same kind of argument. There's perspectival. This is knowing what it's like to be in here now, in this situation, in this state of mind. The whole field understanding its landscape. What it's like to be you here now. You have a specific kind of memory around that, episodic memory. You have a different sense, you have a different criterion of realness. So you can get this by Frank Van Schaken studied the scientists using moving the locals around. You can take a look at people who are doing VR. People talk about, they want to be in the game. That makes it real. They don't mean verisimilitude. You can get that, right? Sense of being in the game with something like Tetris, which doesn't look like the real world, and you can fail to have it in a video game that has a lot of verisimilitude. It's something else. It's about again this kind of connectedness.
If I may interrupt, is that connected to the hard problem of consciousness, the subjective qualia, or is it a different, that kind of knowing, is that different from the quality of consciousness?
I think it has to do with, I make a distinction between the adjectival and the adverbial qualia. So I think it has to do with the adverbial qualia much more than the so the adjectival qualia are like the greenness of green, the blueness of blue. The adverbial qualia are the here-ness, the nounness, the togetherness. I think the perspective knowing has a lot to do with the adverbial qualia.
Would you dive in? I'm learning so many new things today. Okay, so that's another way.
Right, I mean, there's a deeper one. And this is a philosophical point. We can't go through the argument. You don't have to know that you know in order to know, because when you start doing that, you get an infinite rest of it. You have to be kind of knowing that doesn't mean you know that.
Yeah.
Okay, report. Okay, good. Well, a lot of things spilled over that 40-year period. So
My philosophers, this is what they do. Explain.
yeah.
I get paid for ink spilling.
So I want to talk about participatory. This is the idea that you and the world are co-participating in such that real importance exists. So both we and this environment are shaped by gravity. So the importance of walking becomes available. Both me and a lot of this environment are shaped by my biology. So importances for that are here. Look at this cup. We share physics, we share sort of biological factors, my hand, bipedal. Also, culture is shaping me, shaping this. I had to learn how to use that, treat it as so. This is an agent arena relationship, right? There's identities being created in your agency, identities being created in the world as an arena. So you and the world fit together. Knowing that's missing, you're really lonely, you're homesick, you're suffering culture shock. So this is participatory treatment. And it's the sense of it comes with a sense of belonging
At every level. So clearly if you walk is a kind of
yes.
that there's a dance between physics that enables this mediating processes is a big map.
Right. And there's a really weird form of memory you have for this of yourself.
Can you elaborate?
Well, so we have all the different other kinds of memory had specific kinds of memory, semantic memory for propositional procedure, right? Episodic with respect to what's the kind of memory that is the coordinated storehouse of all of your agent or beat relationships, all the roles you can attend, all the identities you can assume, all the identities you can
What's the self? Do you mean like consciousness?
no,
Like
see your sense of
sense of self in this world? That's not consciousness. That's like an agency.
right? It's an agent relationship.
And so in an agent or reading relationship is the sense of agent.
And that the agent belongs in that.
Whatever the agent is, whatever the agreement is, because it's probably a bunch of different grades and experience.
Yeah, you do. You have all within your identity as a self, you have all kinds of roles that are somehow contributing to that identity, but are not equivalent to that
I wonder if like my two hands are different. Because these are different experiences picking up from my right hand and then my left hand. Are those like
That's a really cool question.
and they certainly feel like they're all things. But that could be just anthropomorphization based on cultural narratives.
It could, but I think it's a legitimate question because it also could be sort of in the Goto stuff. It could be we're using different hemispheres and they sort of have different agent or weak relationships. But this is a really important question of the cognitive function itself. Does that hemispheric difference mean you're multiple or do you actually have a single self?
Oh, so it's important to understand how many cells are.
Yes, I think so.
But that's just like a quirk of evolution. It's not. Surely it can't be fundamental to cognition having multiple cells or a singular cell.
It depends. Yeah, because we're getting far from the answer to the question you originally asked. But do you want to go back to that first, or answer this?
Which question? I already forgot everything.
It's the functionality of the
Yes.
Okay, and then we can return to the self. Okay, so you said, you have all these propositions, and et cetera, and they differ from the religions, and they don't seem to be considered legitimate by many people. But yeah, there's something functioning in religion that is transforming people and making them wiser. And I put it to you that the transformations are largely occurring at the human propositional level. Procedural, perspective, participant. Those are the ones, by the way, that are more fundamentally connected to meaning because remember the propositions are representational and they're dependent on the non-propositional, non-representational processes that make this propositions. So religion goes down deep to the non-propositional. That's the functionality.
Well, you talk about tools such as that humans are able to incorporate into their cognition, psychotechnologies, languages. Isn't religion and psychotechnology?
It would be a foundational story.
And the question is that Nietzsche will endeavor with by saying God is dead. Do we have to invent the new thing? You go from the old phone, create the iPhone, invent the new technology that takes the place of religion.
So when the bad text goes into the marketplace, who's he talking to? He's not talking to the believers. He's talking to the atheists. And he says, do you not realize what we've done? And we've taken a sponge and wiped away the sky. We are now forever falling unchained from the sun. We have to become worthy of this.
Well, Nietzsche is the romantic Christian.
No, but there's a point there.
Yes.
The point is, right, there's one thing to rejecting the proposition. There's another project of replacing the functionality that's lost.
So his worry that as nihilism takes hold, you don't ever replace the thing that religion, the world of religion played.
Maybe it's hard to tell what the functionality is. how would make you vote? I'll speak for me. I think it is possible to, using the best cognitive science and respectfully exacting what we can from the best religion, philosophical traditions, because there's things like Stoicism that are on the gray line between philosophy and religion. Buddhism is the same. Doing that best cog sci, that best acceptation, we can come up with that function without having to ride into a particular propositional sense of legacy religion. That's my conclusion. I call that the religion itself.
So things like Stoicism, modern Stoicism, those things, don't you think in some sense they naturally emerge? Do you think there's a longing for meaning?
So Stoicism arises in when there was a significant meaning crisis in the ancient world because of what had happened after the breakup of Alexander the Great Empire. So if you compare Aristotle, people who are living after Alexander, so Aristotle grows up in a place where everybody speaks the same, language, has the same religion. His ancestors have been there for years. He knows everybody. After Alexander the Great Empire, people are now thousands of miles away from each other. They're surrounded by people because of the diaspora, they're surrounded by people that don't speak their language, don't share their religion. That's why you get all these other religions emerging, right? Universal multi-religions like this. So there's what's called domicile. The killing of home is a loss of a sense of home and belonging and fitness during the Hellenistic period. And Stoicism arose specifically to address that. Because it was designed to address a meaning crisis, it is no coincidence that it is coming back into its.
But there could be a lot of other variations. It feels like, I think when you speak of meaning crisis, you are describing, not prescribing. You're describing something that is happening. I would venture to say that if we just leave things be, the meaning crisis dissipates because we long to create institutions, to create collective ideas, and this distributed cognition process that give us meaning. So if religion uses power, we'll find other institutions that are sources of meaning. Is that your interpretation?
I think we are already doing. I'm involved with participant observation of many of these emerging communities that are creating ecologies of practice that are specifically trying to address the meaning crisis. It just in late July, we went to Washington State, did the Kelly's ecology play, returned to the source, and one of the most challenging things I've ever done.
That guy's awesome. I got to interact with him.
He said to say hi.
Yeah, it's from another world. It feels like a different world because I interacted with him directly. But so this is somebody, maybe you can speak to what he works on. But he makes movement and play. He encourages people to think on like how you move about the world, whether that's as part of sort of athletic endeavors or actually just like walking around the city. And I think the reason I ran into him was because there's a lot of interest in that in the athletic world and the grappling world. That's what I get to people who study movement make movement part of their life to see how we integrate play and fun and just the basic humanness that's natural to our movement. How do we integrate that into our daily practice?
So
this is yet another way to do it.
I think it's actually an example of what I was talking about, because what's going on with wave integration are core human nature, martial arts, mindfulness practices, technological practices, is exactly, explicitly, he will tell you he's been very influenced. He's trying to get at the non-propositional kinds of knowing that by evolving our sensory motor loop and enhancing our relevance for our religion, because that gives people profound true sense of connectedness to themselves to each other in the world. I'll tell you, so I don't want to say I don't want to say too specifically the final thing that people did because it's part of the secret sauce, right? But what I could say is, when it was done, I said, as far as I can tell, none of you are religious. Man, but what you just did was a religious act, wasn't it?
So that's same.
Yes.
Cuthbert, what's your take on atheism in general? Is it closer to truth than maybe is an atheist closer to truth than a person who believes?
So I'm an atheist, which means I think the shared set of presuppositions between the theist and the atheist are actually needs to be rejected.
You explain that further?
Yes, you can. And I want to point out, by the way, that there are lots of non-theistic religious traditions. So I'm not coming up with a sort of very category.
Yeah, what's the difference between non-theism, Gnosticism, and atheism?
So non-theists think that the theist and the atheist share a bunch of presuppositions. For example, it's that sacredness is to be understood in terms of a personal being that is in some sense the supreme being, and that the right relationship to that being is to have a correct set of beliefs. I reject all of those.
So both the theist and the atheist.
It's either in a modern version. Yes.
In which do you reject it in the sense that you don't know, or do you reject it in the sense that you believe that each one of those presuppositions is likely to be true?
The latter. I both on reflection, argument, and personal experimentation and experience, I've come to the conclusion that those shared propositions are probably not true.
Which one is the most true? The personal being, the kind of accumulation of everything into one being that ultimately creates.
So for me, there's two, and they're interlocked together. I'm not trying to dodge your question. It's that the idea that the ground of being is some kind of being, I think is a fundamental mistake. No.
The ground of being is
No.
curls all the way up.
The ground of being is not itself any kind of being. Being is not a being. It is the ability for beings to be, which is not the same thing as a being.
We are humans.
We are beings. This glass is a being. This table is a being. But when I ask you, how are they all in being? You don't say, being a glass, being a table, being a human. You want to say, oh no, there's something underneath it all, and then you realize it can't be anything. This is why many mystical traditions converge on the idea that the ground is no thingness, which is, which normally comes to nothing. So if you put the hyphen back in, you get the original intent, no thingness. And that is bound up with, okay, what I need to do in order to be in a relationship with. So it's a misconstruing of ultimate reality as supreme being, which is a category mistake to my mind, and then that my relationship to it, that sacredness is a function of belief. And I have been presenting you an argument for most of our discussion that meaning is at a deeper level than beliefs propositions. And so that is a misunderstanding of sacredness. But I think sacredness to be that which is most meaningful and connected to what is most real.
And theists think what sacredness is what?
They think of sacredness as a property of a particular being, God, and that the way that is meaningful to them is by serving a set of propositions over God. Now, I want to point out that this is what I want to call modern or common atheism. Go back to the classical periods of Christianity. you get a view that's really radically different from how most people understand
Okay, so let me. This is an interesting question. I usually think about from a mathematics, but so in that case, if meaning is sacred and you're not being severe, is meaning created or is it discovered?
There's a Latin word that doesn't separate them called inventio. And I would say that before you say, oh, you check. It's a participant. You've experienced it instant, yes. Did you make it happen?
The insight.
Did you make it happen? Or did you do, like, can you do that? I need an insight. No, this is what I do.
Oh, yeah, in some sense, it came from elsewhere.
Right, but you didn't just passively receive it either. You're engaged and involved in it. So that's why you did it, right? So that's what I mean by participating. Participating.
So you do think that is going on. You do think so. I mean, that's not a trivial thing. Because a lot of times we think, when we think about a search for meaning, I think it's like you're going through a big house and you open the door, it's there, and so on, as if there is going to be until as you discover.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I'm somebody that, based on the chemistry of my brain, I think it's really fortunate to be able to discover beauty in everything, in the most mundane and boring things. I am, as David Foster Wallace said, I'm bored. I could just sit in a room, just like playing with a tennis ball or something, and be excited. Basically, like the dog, endlessly. So to me, meaning is creative, because I can create meaning out of everything. But of course, it doesn't require hardware. It does require dance partners, whatever. It does require play. But honestly, that's with a lot of people that I don't necessarily talk about. I don't practice meditation, but people who meditate very seriously, like entire days for months. They talk about being able to discover meaning in just the wind or something. Like they just the breath and everything, just subtle sensory experience. That again, okay, I do want to say, because the interesting difference that you draw between non-theism, theism, and atheism. Where's the agreement or disagreement between you and Jordan Peterson on this? I just talked to Jordan about this. Because you're very clear. It's kind of beautiful the clarity in which you laid this out. I wonder if Jordan has arrived at this level of clarity. Have you been able to draw any kind of line to the two of you see the religion?
Yeah, so there was a video released 2 or 3 weeks ago with Jordan and myself and Jonathan.
Who have watched that?
It's around this question. He's basically sort of making, he's putting together an argument for God. I mean, I think that's a fair way. I don't think he would object to me saying that. And Jonathan Pajot is also Jonathan is a Christian.
And Jonathan's work is like symbolism, different mythologies, Christianity.
Yes, especially in the Platonic Christian, which is very good. But in my participation in that dialogue, you could see me repeatedly, but I think everybody, including Jordan Foster, effectively challenging sort of the attempt to build a theistic model, and I was challenging it from a theistic perspective. So I think we don't agree in certain sets of propositions, but there was also a lot of acknowledgement. I think general appreciation is part, and Jonathan's part of the arguments I was making.
So they believe in maybe the presupposition of like the supreme being. not believe, but not believe, but they see the power of God.
I think that's relatively clear from you, George. George's a really complex guy, so it's very hard to just let my best sort of understanding. Yes, I think that's clearly the case. It's not the case. Jonathan is. Remember, I said we were talking about modern atheists and atheism. Jonathan is a guy who somehow went into icon carving and Maximus the Confessor and Eastern Orthodoxy, and has come out of it the other end. He's a 5th century church father, and is nevertheless being, rightfully so, trying to be increasingly relevant to many people. And I think
So he's deeply old school.
yeah, I think he and I, especially because Neoplatonism is a non-theistic philosophical spirituality, it's a big part of this movement. He and I, he would say things like, God doesn't exist. Right, you're a Christian, right? And he's being polite, but he'll say, well, God doesn't exist the way the cup exists, or the table exists. The same kind of move I was making a few minutes ago. He'll say things like that. He will emphasize the no-thingness of ultimate reality, the no-thingness, because he's from that, what you might call classical theism. The classical theism looks a lot more like non-theism than it looks like monotheism.
Yeah, that's really interesting. What about, is there a line drawn between myth and religion in terms of its usefulness in man's search for meaning?
So here's where Jordan and I are much more, actually, I'm three of us. You said this in my series, but I want to say it again here. Myths aren't stories about things that happened in the deep past that are actually relevant. Myths are stories about perennial or pertinent habits that need to be brought into awareness. And they need to be brought into awareness not just primarily at the propositional level, but at those non-propositional levels. And I think that is what religion does. I prefer to use the Greek word because we now turn the English word into synonym for a widely believed falsehood. Whereas you don't think, again, if you go back even to the church fathers, I'm not a Christian, I'm not advocating Christian, right? Neither am I here to tackle. I think when they talk about reading these stories, they think the literal interpretation is the weakest, the least important. You go to the allegorical, the symbolic, to the oral, to the spiritual, mystical. That's where, right? So they would say to you, but how is the story going to be true for you now? And I don't mean true for you in that relativistic sense. How is it pointing to a pattern in your life right now?
There's some sense in which the telling of this mythos becomes real in connecting to the patterns that kind of captivate people today. So you just keep telling the story. And there's something about some stories that are just really good at being sticky to the patterns of each generation.
Yes.
And they'll stick to different patterns throughout time. They're just sticky and powerful.
Yeah. And so we keep returning back to them again and again and again. And it's important to see that some of these stories are rehearsal. They're myths about one particular set of patterns. They're myths about not just the important pattern. Like you get to think about Jordan stuff about there's heroes. Myths are trying to make us understand the need for being heroic in our own lives. One of the things I like to put in counterbalance that the Greek also have myths of hubris, right? To counterbalance the heroic, right? But then there are myths that are not about those deeply important patterns, but they're myths about religio itself, the way religio needs to bind to connect, the way relevance realization connects us. And so the point of the myth is not notice that pattern, notice that pattern, notice that pattern. It's Notice how all of these patterns are emerging. What does that say about us? Those myths, I think, are genuinely profound.
Yeah, how much of the myths, how much of the power of those myths is about the dialogue? So we talked about this when we were taking the first conversation with Jordan. Because I'm not sure you got really into it, you scratched the surface a little bit. But the role of, let's say, dialogue, distributed cognition. What is that? The thing we're doing right now, we're talking with our mouth first. What is that? And actually, can I ask you this question?
Yep.
If aliens came to Earth, they were observing people, would they notice our distributed cognition diverse or our individual cognition? What is the most notable thing? Is it our ability to individually do well IQ tests or whatever? Or puzzle solve, or is it this thing we're doing together?
I think most of our problem solving is done distributed cognition. Like, look around. You didn't make this equipment, you didn't put this place, you didn't know this language that we're going to share, etc., etc. But now there's more specific and precise. Let's take a standard task that people reasoning task. I don't want to use these details. It's called the Waste and Selection Test. And we give it to people, highly educated psychology students, premier universities across the world. We've been doing it since the 60s. It replicates. And only 10% of the people get it. You put them in a group of 4, you allow them to talk to each other. The success rate is 8%. That's just one example of that phenomenon that's coming to the fore.
So, do you know from similar programs with Google engineering students or psychology students? Is there a major differences in IQ between those two? Just kidding. Let's move on. All right. So there is a lot of evidence that there's power to distributed cognition. Now, what about this mechanism, this fascinating mechanism of the ants interacting with each other, the dialogue?
They use the word discourse and dialogue to just keep having a conversation. But this is deeply inspired by Socrates and Plato, especially the Platonic dialogues. I'm sure we've all had this. So giving them abilities. We participated in conversations that kept on life of it. It took us growth in directions we did not anticipate. Afforded us insights that we could not have had. We don't have to come to an agreement, but we were both moved. We both wanted the insight. And we feel like that was one of the best moments in my life because we feel how that introduced us to a capacity for tapping into a flow state within distributed cognition that puts us into a deeper relationship with ourselves, another person, and potentially with the world. That's what I mean by dialogos. And so for me, I think dialogos is more wanted. So I can hear it. But I think it's more like
I just wish they would shut up. So what are they saying?
but they're saying it, well, see, that's what the most recent conversation was. I was trying to say that I don't think mythos is, I think mythos is really important. I think these kinds of narratives are really important. But I think this ability to connect together in distributed cognition, collective intelligence, and cultivate a shared flow state within that collective intelligence. So it starts to ramp up that collective wisdom. I think that's what because I think that's the basis within which the myths and rituals are ultimately created and when they function. But the myth is like a potent dream. It depends on distributed cognition. And it depends on people enacting it and getting it in mutual flow states.
So the highest form of dialogue is conversation is this flow state, and that it forms the foundation for
I think so. So that communitas, that's Victor Turner's phrase, and he specifically linked it to flow. And I study flow science, that within distributed cognition, as 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 the whole, as the generator of mythos and ritual, and those are bound together as well. I think that's fundamentally correct.
Notice the cool thing here, because I'm a huge fan of podcasts, audiobooks, but podcasts in particular is very huge, is there's a third person just listening. They're also,
Yes, yes.
like I'm close friends with a lot of podcasts. They don't know I exist. I just listen to them. And because I've been in so many flow states. I was like, yes, it's good. But they don't know I exist, but they are in the conversation with me.
And think like what that's doing. You've got dialogue, and you've got this pedagogue, and you can describe it. Think about how things you write with podcasts, with YouTube, they break down those old boundaries between private and public, between writing and oral speech. So we have the dynamics of living oral speech, that it has the permanency. Like we're in the midst of creating a vehicle, right, and a medium for distributed cognition that breaks down a lot of the categories by which we organize our cognition.
I mean, because of the tools of YouTube and so on, just the network, the graph of how quickly we can distribute information can spread is really powerful. It's just a huge amount of people listening to your lectures. I listen to your lectures, but I've experienced that, at least in your style, there's something about your style. It felt like a conversation. It felt like at any moment I could interrupt you.
Oh,
And I was just listening.
thank you for saying that, because I aspire to being genuinely as Socratic as I can when I'm doing this.
Yeah, there was that sense actually, as I'm saying. How was that? It didn't feel like sometimes lectures are kind of, you come down with the commandments and you have to listen. But there was a sense, maybe I think it was an excitement, but to understand, and also the fact that you're kind of, I think, thinking off the top of your head sometimes. There was you were interrupting yourself with thoughts, you're playing with thoughts, like you're reasoning through things. So, like you reference a lot of books, so surely you're extremely well prepared, and you were referencing a lot of ideas, and you were also struggling with the way to present those ideas.
Yes, there was so the jazz, getting into the flow state, and trying to share the participatory perspective of the learning with the people rather than just pronouncing it. Yes,
What's mindfulness?
so publish my that as well. And in practice, I've been practicing many forms of mindfulness and ecology practices since 1991. Both practitioners, knowledge, I think, I'm pretty sure I was the first person to academically talk about mindfulness at the University of Toronto within a classroom setting, lecture.
So this is a topic that a lot of people have recently are interested in, think about. So from the early days, how do you think about this?
I've critiqued the sort of standard definitions, being aware of the present moment without judgment, because I think they're flawed. If you want to get into the detail of why you can, but this is how I want to explain it to you. And it also points to the fact of why you need an ecology of mindfulness. You shouldn't equate mindfulness with meditation.
When you say ecology, we do so lots of many different variants.
No, so what I mean by ecology is exactly what you have in ecology, the dynamical system in which there are checks and balances on each other. Right? And I'll get to that with this about mindfulness, so I'll make that connection. So we're always framing, we've been talking about that, right? For those of you who are not a reader of this podcast, I wear glasses, and now I'm sort of putting my fingers around the frames of my glasses. So this is my frame. And my lenses, right, in that frame, the frame holds a lens, and I'm seeing through it those senses beyond and by means of it. So right now, my glasses are transparent. I want to use that as a strong analogy for my mental frame. Now, sometimes this is what you do in meditation. You step back from looking through your frame, look at that. and looking at it. Why might I do that? Well, to see if there's something in the lenses that is distorting. Right now, if I just did that, that could be helpful. But how do I know if I actually corrected the change I made to my lenses? What do I need to do? I need to put my glasses on and see if I can now see more clearly and deeply than I did before. Meditation is this, stepping back and looking at it. Contemplation is that looking through. There are different kinds of practice. I really treat them as synonyms. It's a deep mistake. The word contemplation has temple in it. In Latin, contemplatio means to look up to the sky. It's a translation of the Greek word, theoria. You get a word theory from it. It's to look deeply into things. Meditation is more about having to reflecting upon, standing back. Mindfulness includes both. It includes your ability to break away from your default frame and the ability to make a new frame. That's what actually happens in insight. You have both break an appropriate frame and make, see, realize new frame. This is why mindfulness enhances itself. Both ways, but meditative practices and also contemplative practices. So mindfulness is trained awareness that can be appropriated in order to improve your capacities for insight and self-regulation.
Now, I am inexperienced with meditation, sort of the practice, the rigorous practice, besides meditation. But, you know, I've talked to people who serious as a science study psychedelics, and they also talk about the really important thing is the sort of the integration back, so the contemplation step. So if you, it's not just the actual things you see on psychedelics or the actual journey up, or your mind goes on psychedelics, it's also integrating that into the new perspective that you take on life. Right? Exactly. You're really nice to describe. Meditation is the, in that metaphor, it's the psychedelic journey to a different mind state, and contemplation is the return back to reality, how you integrate that into a new world view, and mindfulness is the process.
Right. So if you just did contemplation, you can suffer from inflation, projected fantasy. If you just do meditation, you can suffer from withdrawals, bypass, and they need each other. It's a cycle between them. It's like what I talked about earlier when I talked about the input processing, the autonomic nervous system, where the input processing network and attention. That's what I mean by an ecology of practices. You both. Neither one is a panacea. You need them in this opponent processing, acting as checks and balances on each other.
Is there sort of practical advice you can give to people on meditating, or how to be mindful in this full way?
Yes, I would tell them to do at least 3 things. And I leapt into this. When I started meditation, I went down the street and there was a place that taught Vipassana meditation, metta contemplation, Tai Chi, with more flow and action. You should have a meditative practice, you should find a contemplative practice, you should find a moving mindfulness practice, especially one that is conducive to the flow state, and practice them in integrated action.
Can you elaborate those practices mindfully? So,
Right.
generally speaking,
Meditative practice. So what's the primary thing I look through rather than looking at my sensations? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to focus on my sensations rather than focusing on the world through my sensations. So I'm going to follow, for example, the sensations in this area where my breathing is. So I can feel as my abdomen is expanding, I can feel those sensations, and then I can feel the sensations of the contracting. What will happen is my mind will leap back to trying to look through, look at the world again. And I'll start thinking about my life. What was that noise? So what do? I get involved with the concept. I step back and label the process with ING, listening, imagining, planning, and then I return my attention to the breath. I have to return my attention in the correct way. Your mind that jumps round. The Buddhist tradition is about the monkey. It's like a monkey leaping for branches and chattering. Right? If I was trying to train that monkey on a mistake, or like Jack Prince would say, train it for puppy dog, stay puppy dog, and it goes, and I get really angry. Bring it back and yell at it. And train it to fight fear. If I just indulge it, if I just feed it whims, oh, look, the puppy dog, the puppy dog never learns to stay. What do I need to do? I have to either fight it or feed it. I have to have this central attitude. I have to befriend it. So you step back and look at your sensation. You step back and look at your distracted processes. You turn your attention to the breath. You do it with the right attitude. That's the core of the breath.
Okay, then what's a good contemplative practice?
The contemplative practice is to try and meta. It's actually apropos because we talked about that participatory knowing, the way you're situated in the world. So what? This is a long thing because there's different interpretations of that. And I go for it's called an existential interpretation over an emotional one. But so what I'm doing in metta, right, is I'm trying to come with, I'm trying to awaken to the I'm trying to awaken to the fact that I am constantly assuming an identity and assigning an identity. So I'm looking at it. I'm trying to awaken to that. And then I'm trying to awake from that mortal confusion that I could get into right now. And so I'm looking out onto the world and trying to see you in a fundamentally different way than I have.
You know, like you go to the gym, you can buy some clubs.
Yes.
Is it possible to reduce it to those things that, I mean, you don't need to speak to the specifics, but is there actual practice you could do, or is it really personal?
No, I teach people how to do the meta practice. I also teach them how to do the platonic like practice. I teach Stoic. But another one you can do is to view from above. This is classic Stoicism to get you to imagine that you're in this room, and then imagine that you're floating above the room, then above Austin, then above Texas, then above the United States. And you have to really imagine. Don't just think it. Really imagine. And what you notice is as you're pulling out to a wider contemplation of reality, your sense of self that you find relevant and important. So all of these, there's a specific step-by-step methodology.
So you can, so like an hour, you could just literally imagine yourself floating.
You have to go through the steps because the stepping matters. Because if you just jump, it doesn't work.
Do you have any other stuff on that?
I do, because during COVID, I decided, at the advice of a good friend, to do a daily course. I taught meditating with John Rabbi. I did all the way from meditation, contemplation, even some of the movement practices. That's all there. It's all available. I was largely inspired by Buddhism and Taoism. And then I went into the Western tradition and went through things like Stoicism and Euclideanism, cultivating wisdom, which I did. That's all there.
On your website?
Yeah, it's on my YouTube channel.
Your YouTube channel. That's exciting. I mean, you're meeting crisis, which is just incredible. Everything around you, including the milk that people from. We created this tree of conversations. It's really what about flow induction?
You want to flow right? First of all, you need to understand what flow is, and then you need to confront a particular issue around the cognitive development.
Let's go there because a lot of those words seem like synonyms to the people sometimes. So the state of flow. What is it?
All right, so you just died last year.
I admire you very much. We've seen the bunch of messages over the past few years, and he wanted to do the podcast several times. But he said his struggle with his life, and I never knew in those situations. I deeply regret several cases like this that I had, like with Connery, that I should have pushed him on it. Because as you get later in life, simple things become more difficult. I've voice, especially one that hasn't been really heard, is important. Anyway, I apologize, but
No, I share that. I can tell you that within my area, he's famous in mathematics. So, the first stage, two important sets of conditions. Very often people only talk about one, and that's a little bit of a misrepresentation. So, the flow state is situations in which the demand of the situation is slightly beyond your skills. So you both have to apply all the skills you can with as much sort of attention and concentration as you possibly can. And you have to actually be stretching your skills. Now, in this circumstance, people report optimal experience. Optimal in two ways. Optimal in that this is one of the best experiences I've had in my life. It's distinct from pleasure, and yet it explains why people do very bizarre things like rock climbing, because it's great pleasure. But they also need optimal in second stage, my best performance. It's both the best experience and the best performance. So, Csikszentmihalyi also talked about the information flow conditions, right? In order for there to be this state of flow. And then I'll talk about what it's like to be in flow. So, what you need is three things. You need the information that you're getting to be clear. It can't be ambiguous or vague. Think about a rock climber. It's ambiguous and vague. There has to be tightly coupled feedback between what you do and how the environment responds. So you act, there's an immediate response. There isn't a big timeline between your action and your ability to detect the response from the environment. Third, failure has to happen. Error will happen.
but there should be some side of that.
And failure matters. So that, because
That's to you, the person looking at
yes. Now, when you're in the flow state, notice how this sits on the boundary between the secular and the sacred. When you're in the flow state, people report a tremendous sense of at oneness with the environment. They report lots of a particular kind of self-consciousness, that narrative naturally embedded in your head. Like, how do I look? People like, how do I look? How's my hair? Do people like, should I accept that? I'll lose it. You're free from it. You're free from the most sadistic superego self-critic you could possibly have, at least for a while. The world is vivid. It's super salient to you. There's an ongoing sense of discovery. Although often you know you're exerting a lot of metabolic effort, it feels effortless. So in the flow state when you're sparring, your hand just goes up to the block. Your strike just goes through the empty space. Or if you're a goalie in hockey, I mentioned hockey once, right? You put out your left hand pucks there. Right? So there's this tremendous sense of grace, wonderment, super salient, discovery, and realness. People don't, when they're in the flow state, they don't go, I bet this is an illusion. The interesting question for me and my co-authors in the book we read now, the article we published, the Oxford Handbook for Spontaneous Thought with Barry and Bennett and Ferraro, is that's a descriptive. We wanted an explanatory. What are the causal mechanisms that work here? And so we actually proposed to interlocking cognitive processes. The first thing we said is, well, what's going on in flow? Well, think about it. Think about the rock climber. The rock climber, we talked about this earlier, they're constantly restructuring how they're seeing the rock face. They're constantly doing something like insight. And if they fail to do it, they impasse. That starts to get dangerous. So they've got to do an insight and finds an insight and finds an insight. So imagine the ahas with these that flash and that moment. And imagine it cascaded to you getting the extended aha. That's why things are super salient. There's a sense of discovery. There's a sense of at-oneness, of participation, grace. There's something else going on too. But there's a phenomenon called implicit learning. Also, very well replicated. So I'm moving back to the 60s with videos. You can give people complex patterns, number and letter strings, right? And they can learn about those patterns outside of deliberate focal awareness. That's what's called implicit learning. What's interesting is if you try and change that task into tell me the pattern explicitly try to figure out the performance degrade. So here's the idea. You have this adaptive capacity for implicit learning. What it does is it results in you being able to track complex variables in a way that you don't know how you came up with that knowledge. Right? So you get this is Hogarth's educated intuition. Intuition is actually the result of implicit learning. So an example I use is how far do you stand away from somebody at a funeral? There's a lot of complex variables. Status, closeness to the person, your relationship to them, past history, all kinds of stuff. And yet you know how to do it. And you didn't have to go to funeral school. I'm just using that as an example. You have these powerful individuals. Here's Hogarth's great point. Implicit learning, remember I said before, the things that make it adaptive, make it subject to self-deception. Here's another example. Implicit learning is powerful at picking up on complex patterns, but it doesn't care what kind of pattern it is. It doesn't distinguish causal patterns from merely correlational patterns. So implicit learning, when we like it, it's intuition. It's picking up on stuff we know, prejudice, and all kinds of other needs that intuition is delivering. Now, he said, okay, what do we do? What do we do about this? This we get back to the point. What do we do about this? Well, we can't try to replace implicit learning with explicit learning because we'll lose all the adaptiveness. So what can we do explicitly? What we can do is take care of the environment in which we're doing the implicit. How do we do that? We try to make sure the environment has features that help us distinguish causation and correlation. What kind of environments have we created that are good at distinguishing causation and correlation? Experimental. What do you do in an experiment? Make sure that the variables are clear. I found no ambiguity in this. You make sure there's a tight coupling between independent and dependent variables, and your hypothesis can be falsified. Error matters. Look at the three, right? Those are exactly the three conditions that you need for flow. Clear information, tightly coupled feedback, and error matters. So, flow is not only an insight cascade, improving your insight capacity, it's also a marker that you're cultivating the best kind of intuition, the ones that will fit you best in the causal patterns of it.
But it's hard to achieve that kind of environment where there's a clear distinction between causality and correlation, and it has there's the rigor of a scientific experiment.
Fair enough. And I don't think Hogarth was saying it's going to be epistemic as rigorous. But he's saying that like, if you structure that, it will tend to do what scientific evidence, which is fine causal. Think of the Rothschild. All of those things are the case. They need clear information. Like this type of couple and error matters. And they think what they're doing is very real because they're not conforming to the real causal patterns of the rock and the physiology of the body. They will fall.
Is there something to be said about the power of discovering meaning and having these deep relationships within one life? There's something about flow that's really forget the past and the future, and it's really focused on the one.
I think that's part of the phenomenology, but I think functionality has to be that what's happening is that dynamic, non-propositional connectedness that is so central to being is being optimized. This is why flow is a good predictor of how well you lead your life, how much well-being you think you have, which of course is itself also predictive and interrelated with how meaningful you find your life. One of the things that you can do, but there's an important caveat, to increase your sense of meaning in life is to get into the flow state, the frequency. That's why I said you want a grouping practice that you do some process. But there's one important caveat, which is we of course have figured out, and I'm playing with words here, game this and kind of hijack it by creating like video games. I'm not saying this is the case for all video games or this is the case for all people, but WHO now acknowledges this as a real thing, that you can get into the flow state within the video game world to the detriment of your ability to get into the flow state in the real world. What's the opposite of depression? But depression is called anti-flow. So you get these people that are flowing into this non-real world, and they can't transfer to the real world, and it's actually costing them flow in the real world. So they tend to suffer depression,
Like your ability, your habit, and just skill at obtaining flow from the video game world basically makes you less effective. Or maybe it shocks you how difficult it is to flow.
Yeah, I'm not sure what
I don't know if you want to push back against the challenge of transferability because there's a lot of I have a lot of friends that play video games, and a very large percentage of young folks play video games. And I'm hesitant to build up models of how that affects behavior. My intuition is weak there. Oftentimes, people that have PhDs of a certain age that they came up with video games weren't a deep part of their life. I would venture to say people who have developed their brain with video games being part of that world are in some sense different humans. And it's possible that they can transfer more effectively some of the lessons, some of the ability to attain flow from the virtual physical. They're also more, I would venture to say, resilient to the negative effects of, for example, social media or video games they have. Maybe the objectification or the over sexualized or violent aspect of video games. They're able to turn that off when you go to the physical world, turn it back on when you're playing the video games probably more effectively than the old times. So I just want to say so I'm not sure really what your question about transfer to the first stage is. I don't know if you want to comment on that.
I do. First of all, I did qualify saying it's not all because all video games involve people. I fully know the possibility, and I know this possibility because I've had students who actually suffered from this and done work around it. With they couldn't and then they were able to step back from that and take up the cognitive science and write about it and work on it. Also, I'm not so sure about the resiliency claim because there seems to be mounting evidence. It's not consensus, but it's certainly not regarded as fringe, that the increase in social media is pretty strongly correlated with increase in depression, self-destructive behavior, and things like this.
I would like to see that evidence.
Sure.
Because, no. Let me, I'm always hesitant to too eagerly agree with things that I want to agree with. That there's a public perception. Everyone seems to hate on social media. And I wonder, as always with these things, does it reveal depression or does it create depression? This is always the question. It's like whenever you talk about any political or ideological movement, does it create hate or does it reveal hate?
That's a good thing to ask, and you should always challenge the things that you repeatedly want to hate. But I agree with that.
Like aliens.
So one of the ways you address this, it's not sufficient, and I did say the word is preliminary, but if I can give you a plausible mechanism that's new, and then that lends credence. Part of what happens, right, is illusory social comparison. Think of Instagram. People are posting things that are not accurate representation of their life, their life events. In fact, they will stage things, but the people that are looking at these, right, they take it often as real and so they get downward social comparison. This is and this is like compared to how you and I probably live. We get one or two of those events a week. We're getting them moment with moment, and so it's a plausible mechanism that why it might be driving people into a more depressed state.
So the flip side of that is because there's a greater gap from real world to Instagram, you start to be able to laugh at it and realize that it's artificial. So, for example, it's just artificial filter. People start to realize there's it's the same kind of gap as there is between the video game world and the real world. In the video game world, you can do all kinds of wild things. Grand Theft Auto, you can shoot people up, you can do whatever the heck you want. In the real world, you can't. You start to develop an understanding of how to have fun in the virtual world and the physical world. And I think this is the perspective. I'm not saying either is true. Yeah, it's a very good place. The more ridiculously out of touch Instagram becomes, the easier you can laugh it off. Potentially, in terms of the effect that has on yourself.
So I'll respond to that. But at some point, we should get back to the phone.
As we engage in play.
We laugh at the hair, the there's a capacity for tremendous bullshitting because of the way these machines are designed to trigger sales without showing the results.
I'm thinking of counter examples because sometimes you laugh all over the thing. So you can laugh and not true.
Right.
There's many cases. So I think you have to laugh hard enough.
You do have to laugh hard. The advertisers get millions of dollars precisely because for many people it does make it not attractive. And that's the concern.
And maybe the machine of social media is such that it optimizes the sharing.
Yes. What I was trying to make is whether or not that particular example is ultimately right, the possibility of transfer failure is a real thing. And I want to contrast that to an experience I had when I was in grad school. PE coach, which went about 3 or 4 years, very religious in those senses. There were 3 or 4 hours a day, like reading all the literature, and I was having all the weird experiences. Cold as ice, hot as lava, all that stuff. And who were right? My friends in grad school, they said to me, what's going on? You're different. I said, what do you mean? I said, well, you're a lot more balanced in your interactions, and a lot more flowy, and you're a lot more sort of flexible, and you adjust more. And he goes, oh, and this was the sort of Taoism claim around culture. That it actually transfers in ways that you might not expect. You start to be able, and I've now noticed that. You now notice how I'm doing Tai Chi even in this interaction, and how it can facilitate and forward. And so there's a powerful transfer. And that's what I meant by flow wisely. Not only flow in a way that's right, making sure that you're distinguishing causation from correlation, which both can do, but find how to situate a moment so that it will percolate through your psyche, permeate through any domains of your life.
Is there something you could say similar to our discussion about mindfulness, meditation, and contemplation about the role that psychedelics take our mind? Where does the mind go when
I want to remind you of something you said, which is Jeff. It's not so much the experience, but the degree to which it can be integrated. So here's a proposal from Woodward and others. A lot of words around this. Carmen Harris is talking about it similarly. But I'm not going to talk just about psychedelics. I'm going to talk about neural networks. I'm going to talk about classic problems with neural networks. So neural networks, like us with intuition, is a fantastic at thinking out.
which neural networks are you talking about?
So I'm talking about a general one. Just general.
Artificial and biological?
Yes. I think at this point there is no relevant evidence. So one of the classic problems because of their power is they suffer from overfitting to the data. Well, for those of you who are statistical orientation, they pick up patterns in the sample that aren't actually present in the population. And so what you do is there's various strategies. You can do dropout, where you periodically turn off half of the nodes in the network. You drop noise into the network. And what that does is it prevents overfitting to the data. It allows the network to generalize more power than I propose to you that that's basically what psychedelics do. They do that. They basically do significant constraint reduction, and so you get areas that they talking to each other that don't really talk to each other, areas that do talk to each other, non-talking to each other, down regulation of areas very dominant, default low power, etc. And what that does is exactly something strongly analogous to what's happening in dropout and putting noise into the data. It opens up. By the way, if you give human beings an insight problem that you're trying to solve, and you throw in some noise, like literally static on the screen, you can trigger an insight.
So like literally use this kind of noise to the perception system.
Right. Can break it out or fit into the data and open you up. Now, that means though that just doing that in and of itself is not the answer. Because you also have to make sure that the system go back to exploring that new space properly. This is a example. You turn off dropout, they just go back to the networks, and now they explore the state space that they couldn't explore before. Human beings are a little bit more messy around this, and this is what the analogy does. So they need practices that help them integrate that opening up to the new state space so they can properly integrate it. So beyond Leary's state set and setting, I think you need another S. I think you need sacred. You need psychedelics need to be practiced within the psychiatric framework in which people are independently beforehand improving their abilities to deal with self-deception and for the insight and self-regulate. This is, of course, overwhelmingly psychedelics are used by indigenous cultures. And I think if we put them into that context, then they can help the project self-transcending, cultivating meaning and increasing wisdom. But if I think we remove them out of that context and put them in the context of bodies taken just to have certain phenomenological changes, we run certain places.
So using the term of higher state consciousness,
Yes.
is consciousness an important part of that? What why higher? Is it a higher state?
So,
Or is it a detour, a side road on the main road of consciousness?
so
Where we go?
I think the psychedelic state is on a continuum. There's insight, and then it flows in insight cascade, there's flow, and then you can have some psychedelic experiences, mind revealing experiences, and then but they overlap with mystical experiences. They aren't the same. So, for example, in the Griffiths lab, they gave people psilocybin, and they taught them ahead of time how, like, sort of the features of a mystical experience. And only a certain proportion of the people that took the psilocybin went from a psychedelic to a mystical experience. What was interesting is the people that had the mystical experience had measurable and long-standing change to one of the big 5 factors of personality. They had increased openness. Openness is perception of personality. These traits aren't supposed to be that valuable. These were significant, right? But imagine if you just created more openness in a person. They're open to a lot more. They want to explore a lot more, but you don't give them the tools of discernment. That could be problematic for them in the working ranks. It could be very problematic.
Yeah, I got it. But So you have to land plane in a productive way. Somehow integrated back into your life, how you see the world, how you frame your perception of how you live.
When people do that, that's what I call it a transformative experience. Now, the higher states of consciousness are really interesting because they tend to move people from a mystical experience into a transformative experience. Because what happens in these experiences is something really, really interesting. They get to a state that's ineffable. They can't put it into words. They can't describe it. But they do they're in this state temporarily, and they come back and they do this. They say, that was really real, and this in comparison is less real. So I remember that. I want to change my life myself so that I'm more in conformity with that really real. Well, that is really odd, because normally when we go outside of our consensus intelligibility, like a dream state, we come back from them to say, that doesn't fit into everything, therefore it's unreal. They do the exact opposite. They come out of these states and they say, that doesn't fit into this, right? Consensus, right? Intelligibility. And that means this is less real. They do the exact opposite. That fascinates me. Why do they flip a normal procedure of evaluating internal states? The thing is, the higher states of consciousness, precisely because they have that onto-normativity, the realness, the demands that create the change in your life, they serve to bridge between mystical experiences and genuine consciousness.
So you do think seeing those as more real as productive because then you reach for them.
So Yaden's done work on it. Again, all of this stuff is recent. So we have to take it with a grain of salt. But by a lot of objective measure, people who do this have these higher states of consciousness and undertake the transformative process. Their lives get better. The relationships improve. Their sense of self improves. Anxiety, depression, and all of these other measures, where the needles are moved on these measures by people undergoing this transformative experience. Their lives, by many of the criteria that we judge our lives to be good, get better.
I have to ask you about this fascinating distributive financial process that leads to mass formation of ideologies that have had an impact on our world. So you spoke about the clash of the two great pseudo-religious ideologies, Marxism and Nazism, especially their clash on the Eastern Front. Can you explain the origin of each of these, Marxism and Nazism, in a kind of way that we have been talking about the formation?
Hegel is the product of the Thomas Aquinas to Catholicism. He was like the philosopher who took German Protestantism and also Kant, and he built a philosophical system. He explicitly said this. He wanted to bridge between philosophy and religion. He explicitly said that. I'm not this. Said it repeatedly in many different places. So he was trying to create a philosophical system that gathered to it, I think, the core mythos of Christianity. For mythos of Christianity is this idea of a narrative structure to reality in which progress is real, in which our actions now can change the future. We can co-participate with God in the creation of the future. And that future can be better. We can reach something like a utopia or the promised land. A bit of the philosophical system, the brilliance of it, Jesus. But basically what it did was it took that religious vision and gave it the air of philosophical intelligibility and respect. And then Marx takes that and says, that process by which the narrative is moving itself out behavior called dialectic, I don't think it's primarily happening in ideas. I think it's happening primarily between classes, between socioeconomic factors, but it's the same story. Here's this mechanism of history, it's teleological, it's going to move this way, it can move towards utopia. We can either participate in furthering it, like participating with God, or we can thwart it and be against it. So you have a pseudo-religious vision. It's all encompassing. Think about how Marxism is not the philosophical position of not just an economic transition. It's the entire worldview, the entire of, of history and a demanding account of what human excellence is. It has all these things about participating, belonging, fitting to it.
But it's very, in Marx's case, it's very pragmatic or directly applicable to society, to where it leads to more naturally leads to political ideology.
It does. But I think Marx, to a very significant degree, inherits one of Hegel's key flaws. Hegel is talking about all this, and he's trying to fit it into like post-Kantian philosophy. So for him, it's ultimately, propositional, conceptual. He, like everybody after Descartes, is very focused on the propositional level, and he's not paying deep attention to the non-propositional. This is why the two great critics, Nietzsche and Kierkegaard, they're trying to put their finger on the non-propositional, the non-conceptual, to power, faith. They're trying to bring out that all these other kinds of knowing is deeply adequate. That's why Kierkegaard found that Hegel made a system and didn't accept that. And so Marxism is very much, it is activism. It's about reorganizing society. But the transformation of individuals is largely ideological, meaning it's largely about these significant propositional changes of adopting a set of beliefs.
When it came in contact with the Soviet Union, or with became the Soviet Union, why do you think it had such a powerful hold on such a large number of people? Not Marxism, but implementation of Marxism in the name of communism.
Because it offered people, something that typically only religions had offered, and it offered people the hope of making a new man, new kind of human being in a new world. And when you've been living in Russia, in which humans seem to be locked in a system that is crushing those people, getting the promise in the era of scientific legitimacy that we can make new human beings in a new world in which happiness will ensue. That's an intoxicating proposal. You get sort of, like I said, you get all of the intoxication of a religious utopia. You get all the civic legitimacy, claiming that it's a scientific understanding of history.
It's very popular to criticize communism and Marxism these days. And I often put myself in place before any of the implementations came to be. I tried to think if I would be able to predict what the implementations of Marxism and communism would result in the 20th century. And I'm not sure I'm smart enough to make that prediction. Because at the core of the ideas are respecting, it's with Marx, it's very economic theories. It's basically respecting the value of people and the regular man in society for making a contribution to that society. And to me, that seems like a powerful idea. And it's not clear to me how it goes wrong. In fact, it's still not clear to me why the hell did this, like, Stalin have a model happen. It's there's something very interesting and complex about human nature and hierarchies. That distributed cognition is not trivial to understand.
No.
I mean, I wonder if you could put a finger on it. Why do people this is so wrong?
The intellectual history of modernity talks about the Promethean spirit, the idea, the really radical proposal. Think about how it's not so radical because in that sense, Marxism has succeeded. The radical proposal that you see even in the French Revolution, don't forget the terror comes in the French Revolution too, that we can make ourselves into godlike beings. And think of the overconfidence to think that we so understand human nature, all its complexities, and human history, right? And how religion functions, and that we can just come in with a plan and make it. To my mind, how Promethean spirit is part of why it's doomed to fail, and it's doomed to fail in a kind of terrorizing way, because the Promethean spirit really licenses you to do anything because the ends justify the means.
It's the end justify the means to do some basically commit atrocities in any scale.
Down to ground zero with equal plot and Rouge. Right? Exactly. If you only believe in ends that can justify any means. If you believe in a utopia, you can only believe in utopia if you really buy into the Promethean spirit.
So is that what explains Nazism?
So Nazism is part of that too. Promethean spirit that we can make ourselves into Superman, Ubermensch. And Nazism is fueled very much by appropriating and twisting Gnostic themes that are very prevalent. Gnosticism tends to come to the fore when people are experiencing, increased meaning crisis. Don't forget, the meaning crisis is crazy. All level. Everybody's suffering. Everybody's own way of life and identity and culture and relationship and religion and science, all of that. Right? So Nazism offers a kind of Gnosticism. Again, twisted, perverted. Not saying all Gnostics, not saying that all Gnostics are Nazis, but there is this Gnostic mythology, mythos, and it comes to the fore. I remember this stuck with me. I was undergrad, I was taking for science. The professor extended lecture on this, and it still rings true for me. Says, if you understand Nazism as just a political movement, you have misunderstood it. It is much more of a religious phenomenon in many ways.
Is it religious in that the loss of religion? So is it a meaning crisis? Or is it out of a meaning crisis, a rediscovery of religion?
I think it's the latter. I think there's this vacuum created.
In that context, is Hitler the central religious figure? And also, did Nazi Germany create Hitler, or did Hitler create Nazi Germany? So in this distributed cognition where everyone's having a dialogue, what's the role of the charismatic leader? Is it an emergent phenomena, or do you need one of those to kind of guide the populace?
Oh, yes. But I think in that situation, Hitler's charisma allowed him to take on mythological, in the proper sense, archetypal. He became deeply symbolic, and he instituted all kinds of rituals, and all kinds of mythos. All this mythos of the past race, there's all these rituals. The swastika is, of course, itself a religious symbol. There's all of this going on because he was tapping into the fact that when you put people into deeper and deeper meaning scarcity, they will fall back on more and more mythological ways of thinking in order to try and come up with a generative source to give them new meaning. I should say meaning, which is
What is evil? Is this a word you avoid?
no, I don't. Because I think part of what we're wrestling with here is resisting the Enlightenment, the historical period. The idea that evil and sin can just be reduced to morality, individual human immorality. I think there's something deeper than the idea of sin, just immoral. sin is a much more comprehensive category. I think sin is a failure to love wisely so that we ultimately engage in a kind of idolatry. You take something as ultimate, which is hope. And that can tend to constellate these collective agents, called hyper agents, within distributed cognition, that have a capacity to wreak havoc on the world that is not just due to sort of self-total in our decisions. This was the Hannah Arendt's thing, right? The fidelity. She was really wrestling. I think she's close to something, but she's slightly on. But Eichmann is just making a whole bunch of moral decisions, but it doesn't seem to capture the gravity of what the Nazis did, the genocide of warfare. And she's right, because you're not going to get just the summation of a lot of individual, rather than now, the moral choices adding up to what was going on. You're getting a comprehensive, parasitic process of a massive distributed cognition that has the power to confront the world and confront aspects of the world that individuals can. I think when we're talking about evil, that's what we're trying to play. This is a point of convergence between me and Jonathan Lajo. We've been talking about this.
The word sin is interesting.
Yes,
Are you comfortable with the word sin? And it's so deeply rooted in religion.
it is. It is. And I struggle around this because I was brought up as a Christian. So that's still there within me.
These layers of self-deception.
Okay. Yeah, to hear
Slowly escaping.
trying to come into a proper, respectful relationship with Christianity via a detour into Buddhist, Taoist, pagan neoplatonism.
Trying to find a way how to love wisely.
Yes, exactly. So I think the term sin is good because somebody may not be doing something that we would prototypically call immoral, but if they're failing to love wisely, they are disconnecting themselves in some important way from destruction of the And I think it was maybe wrong. He said, people don't do things because they think it's wrong. They do it less with you place of liberty. And that's a different thing than being immoral. Immoral is saying you did something that's wrong. So, no. Living your life, that's a great thing, isn't it? But if you love your life at the expense of your kid, it's going to lie here. Well, I love my country, great. Should you love your country at the expense of your commitment to the religion you belong to? People should wrestle with these questions. And I think sin is a failure to wrestle with these questions properly.
Yeah. To be content with choices you make.
Yeah.
Considering.
Yeah.
It's your greater good to do that.
Yeah.
Your lecture series on Making Crisis. It's just some dialogue. St. Louis podcast with a bunch of these fascinating thinkers throughout history. Heidegger, Jordan, the man crawling down to his Barclay. He described one powerful idea from each that jumps to mind. Heidegger.
So for Heidegger, one real powerful idea is had a huge influence on. He's had a huge influence on being great. He's a big influence on his whole theory about this. And this whole idea about the non-propositional, that was deeply supported by Heidegger and Rothschild. But I guess maybe the one idea that Heidegger got is his critique of ontotheology, his critique of the attempt to understand being in terms of his being, something like that, how that is fundamentally messed up. We get disconnected from being because we are over-focused on particular beings. We're failing to love wisely. We're loving the individual things, and we're not loving the ground from which they spring.
Can you find that one number two? What's the difference between a being, a supreme being, and life language?
Okay, so we talked about this before, that the supreme being that you're disconnecting yourself from presumably ultimate reality. This takes me to Tillot's. So Tillot's great idea is understanding faith and ultimate concern rather than a set of propositions that were asserted. Right? So, what are you ultimately concerned about? What do you want to have? What do you want to be in right relationship and not be within you? What and is that ultimate? Is that the ultimate reality that you conceive of? Are those two things in sync? This is how profound influence on words. And I think it's brilliant.
So some of the others popular theory, even psychologists like Carl Jung and Freud. Which team are you on?
I'm on Young. Freud is the better writer, but Young has a model of the psyche that is closer to where other scientists have been. He's more prescient. So,
Which aspect of this?
directly. So Freud has a hydraulic model. It's like he's like a steam engine, takes under pressure, the fluid that's moving around. It's like this is the core we know today. Jung has a kinetic model. The psyche is like a living being. It's doing all this important processing. It's doing all of this self-transcending and growing. And I think that's a much better model of the psyche than the sort of steam engine model.
What do you think about that view of subconscious mind? What do you think their view and your own view of what's going on there in the shadow?
So
All bad stuff, some good stuff, any stuff at all?
well, I mean, both Freud and Jung are only talking about the psychodynamic unconscious, which is only a small part of the unconscious. They're talking about the aspects of the unconscious that have to do with your sort of ego development and how you are understanding and interpreting yourself. There's the unconscious that allows you to turn the noise coming out of my waistband into ideals. So it's the consciousness that,
Memory access.
all that stuff, which is huge and powerful.
And they didn't think about that. They were focused on the romantic stuff that you have to deal with your psychotherapy.
Which is relevant and important. I'm not dismissing. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but it's certainly not. The unconscious, a lot of work is going on. Like a colleague, so can we take the Jungian stuff and the cognitive science stuff and can we integrate it together theoretically? So he's working at that, exactly that project.
But nevertheless, your sense is always subconscious.
At least an unconscious. I like the term unconscious. And Jung continually reminded people that the unconscious is unconscious, that we're not conscious of it. And that's its fundamental property.
Yeah, and then isn't the task of therapy then you bring different conscious.
Yeah, to a degree, right? But also, I mean, yeah, to bring consciousness where there was unconscious is part of Jung's mythos. But it's also not the thought that you believe it. Part of why you're extending the reach of the conscious mind is that so you can enter into a proper dialogical relationship with the self-organizing system of the unconscious mind.
What did they have to say about motivations of humans? Freud joking is like, sex. So much of our minds develop at our young age. Sexual interactions with the world, whatever. Hence the thing about the edible complex and I wanted to have sex with my mother. What do you think about their description about what motivates humans? And what do you think about the will to power from Nietzsche? Which camp are you in there? What motivates you? Sex.
I think Plato, I think there's a connection for me. Plato's my first philosopher, Jung's my first psychologist. Jung is very much the Plato of psyche. Never forget. Yeah, never do. Never do. But I think we have, I reject the monological mind, I reject the monophasic mind model. I think we are multi-centered. I think we have different centers of motivation that operate according to different principles to satisfy different problems. And that part of they are optimally cooperating rather than in conflict with each other.
What advice today, they're in high school, trying to figure out what they're going to do with their life, or in college? What advice would you give how to have a career they can be proud of, or how to have a life?
So the first thing is find an ecology of practices and a community that supports them without involving you into believing things that contravene best understood science. So that wisdom and virtue, especially how they show up in relationships, are primary. This will sound ridiculous, but if you take care of that, the other things you want are likely to occur. Because what you most is what you want at the approaching your death is what were the relationships you cultivate to yourself, to other people, and to the world. What did you do to improve the chance of developing deep and profound relationships?
That's an interesting, so ecology of practice, so then finding a place where a lot of people are doing different things there are interesting interplay with each other, but at the same time, not a cult. Like,
Yes.
where ideas flourish. How the hell do you because and if we have a place where people are really excited about doing stuff,
Yes.
that's very right for the nation.
Especially if they're awash in a culture we have every responsibility to push it. Yes, precisely.
So, gotta keep away from the bullshit.
Yeah. But, I mean, I take this very seriously. I was with a bunch of people in Vermont at the Respond retreat. People, Dave Kelly was there. A bunch of people who have set up ecologies and practices and created communities. And I have good reason to find all of these people trustworthy. So we gather together to try and generate real deal logos, flow and distribute cognition, exercise collective intelligence, try and address that problem, both in terms of meta curriculum that we can offer emerging communities, in terms of practices of vetting, how we will self-govern the federation of movement so that we can resist purification.
Purification of people or
Both.
some of us just get unlucky.
Some of us get unlucky, and we all have response. We all have a tremendous sense of urgency around this, but we're trying to balance it about not being premature. But there is going to, I mean, we're going to produce a meta curriculum that's coming in months. There's going to be a scientific paper about integrating scientific work on wisdom with this practitioner-based ideas about the cultivation of wisdom. There's going to be projects about how we can create a self-correcting vetting system, so we can say to people, we think this ecology is legit, it's a good fellowship with all these other legit ecologies. We don't know about that one. We're hesitant about that one. If it's not a good fellowship, we have concerns. Here's what our concerns is. And you may say, well, who are you to do that? And it's like, nobody, but somebody's got to do it, right? And that's what it comes down to. And so we're going to give it up.
We talked about the immediate crisis in human civilization, but in your own personal life, what has been a dark place you have gone through your life? Has there been difficult times in your life where you really struggled?
Yes. When I left, fundamentalist Christianity, for a while I was a sort of hard-bit atheist. The problem with leaving the belief structure was that I didn't deal with all the non-proposition of things that had gone through, all the procedures and habits and all the perspectives and all the identities, the trauma associated with that. Therapy required years of meditation, tai chi, and I'm still wrestling with it. But for the first 4 or 5 years, I described it like this. It was like I called it the black burning. I felt like there was a blackness that was on the bottom. Precisely because the religion had left a taste for the transcendent out, but it had the food it had given me. It was very sour in the stomach. The juxtaposition of those seemed like an irresolvable problem. That was a very
Did you feel lonely?
but it was very bad. It was extreme. It would be deeply alienating. The universe seemed absurd. And there was also existential anxiety. We talk about these things for a reason. I'm just talking about them as things I'm pointing to. I'm talking about them as I'm seeing in myself and the people I hear. God, and how they can make you close to self-destructive. I started engaging in kinds of self-destructive people.
The meaning crisis to you is not just in you look outside and see many people struggling with yourself.
That's in fact the narrative. I struggled with it, thinking it was a purely personal, idiosyncratic thing. I started learning the calm side. I started doing the Tai Chi, the meditation. I started doing all this right, Socratic philosophy. And when I started to talk about these pieces, I saw my students' eyes light up. I realized, wait, maybe this isn't just something I'm going through. Talking to them and doing the research, expanding it out some global, many people a shared fashion and also in an individual only fashion.
Well, we talked a lot about wisdom and meaning, and you said that the goal is to love rises. So let me ask about that. What's the role of love?
It's central. I mean, it's even central to reason and rationality. This is Plato, but it's Spinoza. The most logical of the rationalists, the ethics is written like Euclid's geometry. But he calls it the ethics for a reason. Because he wants to talk about the present life. What does he say? He says that ultimately reason needs love. Because love is what brings reason out of being trapped in the gravity well of its Murdoch. Iris Murdoch said really beautifully. Love is when you painfully realize that something other than yourself is real.
Escaping the gravity of ecocentrism. Beautifully put, a beautiful way to end it, John. You're a beautiful human being. Thank you for struggling in your own mind with the search for meaning and encouraging others to do the same. And ultimately to learn how to love wisely. Thank you so much for talking to me.
It was great. Really, thank you so much.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Rabbi. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors. Now, we'll leave you with some words from essays. I've always believed, and I still believe, that whatever good or bad fortune may come our way, you can always give it meaning and transform it into something of value. Thank you for listening. Will there be a war between U.S. and China in the 21st century?
Yes, there is. There's too much. The war between the U.S. and China would destroy the possibility of collecting slave funding.
The following is a conversation with Noam Chomsky, his second time in the podcast. This episode is focused on the war in Ukraine, and it is a departure from the way I usually do this podcast in several ways. Noam is a strong, healthy 93-year-old, but his conversation is remote to be cautious. It is brief, only 1 hour. It is more of an interview than a conversation due to the limitations of our audio and video connection. I decided it's best to get Noam's clear thoughts on this war and the complicated geopolitics of today and the rest of the 21st century that is unrolling before us, with our decisions and actions fully capable of either helping humanity flourish or unleashing global destruction and suffering. As a brief aside, perhaps you know this, but let me mention that I traveled to Ukraine and saw, heard, felt things that are haunting and gave me a lot to think about. Because of that, I've been really struggling to edit the videos I record. I hope to finish it soon. I'm sorry for these delays, and I'm especially sorry to the people there who gave me their time, their story, their heart. Please be patient with me. I hope you understand. This is the Let's Read podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, there's no Chomsky. You have studied and criticized all leaders in nations. It's time to point the conflict and struggles from politics. So let me ask you, what do you think motivates Vladimir Putin? Is it power, legacy, fame, geopolitical influence, or the flourishing of a nation and love it represents?
I have no particular insight into Putin's mind. I can only watch the actions of the last 25 years and read the statements. The power that almost 25 years ago was slowly spent as prime minister, president. His first task was to try to overcome the chaos in Israel of the 1990s. During the 90s, Gorbachev had a proposal. He called for a cooperative enterprise with the West. They would share an effort to rebuild what he called a common European home, in which there would be no military alliances, just Russia, Western U.S. accommodations that would move towards social democracy in former USSR and comparable moves in the United States. Well, that was quickly smashed. The United States had no interest in that. Then came along pretty soon, early 90s. Russia was induced to adopt what's called shock therapy, harsh quick market transformation, which devastated the economy, created enormous social disarray, the rise of commercial oligarchy, elected corrupt, and started the policy of expanding NATO to the east in violation of firm, unambiguous promises to Gorbachev not to do so. Putin's friend opposed it, other Russian leaders opposed it, but they didn't react. They accepted it. When Putin came in, he continued that policy. Meanwhile, which has hurt the Russian economy, the Russian society became viable, deeply authoritarian society under his tight control. He himself was organized a major kleptocracy within in the middle, apparently became very wealthy. On the international front, he much continued the former policy of the U.S. Diplomats, practically every diplomat who had any contact with Russia that didn't dispatch their command as they all warned for the 90s that what Clinton was doing, founded by his Bush, which came afterwards, was reckless and provocative, that Russia didn't have a clear red line before Putin appeared to, namely no NATO membership for Ukraine and Georgia. This is pretty much how things went on through the 2015, 2016, pretty recently, after 2013, the uprising that throughout the former president was pro-Russian instituted anti-Russian law. The United States and NATO began a policy of moving to effectively integrate Ukraine into the NATO command, joint military exercises, training, sending weapons, and so on. So objected, other Russian leaders suggested to unify the list in continued with the proposals that NATO, that Ukraine be excluded from NATO and that there be some form of autonomy for the Donbass region. Meanwhile, in reaction to the uprising, the Maidan uprising in 2014, Russia moved in took over Crimea, protecting its one border base and major naval base. U.S. rejected and recognized it, but things continued without no responsive. And so through all the details, when Joe Biden came in, he expanded the program of the U.S. military journals for de facto integration of Ukraine within NATO. So they proposed in September 2021, proposed an enhanced program of preparation for the NATO addition to extend it with a formal statement in November. We're now practically up to the invasion. Britain's position pardon France, mainly France, and if Germany did make some moves towards possible negotiations, Britain dismissed them, moved on to the invasion. Uh, what are these two factors? Question, what motivations? I presume what has been saying all along, namely establishing his legacy as a leader who overcame the extensive destruction of Russia and massive weakening of its restored its position as a world power, prevented Ukraine from entering NATO. They may have further ambitions as to dominating and controlling Ukraine for life. There is a theory in the West that he suddenly became a total madman who wants to restore the great Russian Empire. This is combined with the clarity over the fact that the Russian military is a paper tiger that can't even conquer cities a couple of kilometers from the border that they're defended not even by regular armies. But somehow along with this, is planning to attack NATO powers, conquer Europe, and who knows what. And it's impossible to put all these concepts together. They're internally contradictory. So that's my judgment. I think what motivates them is what has been demonstrated in his actions. Restore Russia as a great power, restore its economy, control it as a total dictatorship, enrich himself and his cronies, establish a legacy as a major figure in Russian history, make sure that Ukraine does not join NATO, and probably by now start the position maintain Crimea in the southeastern corridor to Russia, and some ambiguous agreements about the Donbass region. That looks like his motivation. There's much speculation based on this, but where hard to reconcile with the assessment of the real world by the same people who are making the grandiose speculations.
Putin has been in power for 23 years. Do you think powers are
I don't think anything's changed. It seems to me his policies are not changed with the word. It's changed in response to changed circumstances. So very recently, right before the invasion, a few weeks before, for the first time, Putin announced recognition of the independence of the Donbass region. That's a stronger position than before, much stronger. Up to then, he pretty much kept the long-standing position of some kind of accommodation within a federal structure which the Donbass region has considerable autonomy. So that's a far stronger position.
so even the human mind of Vladimir Putin is a man?
I can't read his mind, but I can only see the policies that he's pursuing and the statements that he's made. There are many people speculating about his mind. And as I say, these speculations are still not based on anything. Never said anything about Trump's need of them. But more importantly, they are clearly inconsistent with the analysis of Russian power by the same people who are making the speculation. So we see the same individual speculating about Putin's grandiose plans to become exceedingly great and conquer the start attacking NATO powers. And on the other hand, burning over the fact that his military powers they were minuscule and conquer towns a couple miles from the border. And it's impossible to make sense of that position.
Why did Russia invade Ukraine on February 24th? Who do you think is to blame? Who do you place the blame on?
So who's to blame? Any power that commits aggression is to blame. So continue the story has been for 3 months, like the invasion, Putin's invasion of Ukraine, is on a priority. Such acts of aggression as the U.S. invasion of Iraq, the Stalin, Hitler invasion of Poland, other acts of supreme international crime under international law aggression. Of course, this is like
The U.S. committed $6.9 billion in military assistance to Ukraine since the Russian invasion. Should U.S. keep up with this support?
one has to do with providing support for defense against the invasion, which is certainly legitimate. The other is seeking ways to end the crime before even this disaster arrives. Now, that second part is not discussed in the book, barely discussed. Anyone who dares discuss it is immediately subjected to a flood of invective and make a start to come within the nation. If you're serious about Ukraine, there are two things you have. One, what can we do to support Ukraine in defense against aggression? Second, how can we end the war before it is even worse destruction of Ukraine, more starvation worldwide, reversing the efforts, the limited efforts to deal with global warming, possibly moving up an escalation out of the war, extended for the war. That's the second half of the phrase attributed to Winston Churchill. There's a lot of war, but no joy, joy. And there ought to be joy if you care about Ukraine and the rest of the world. Can it be done? We don't know. official U.S. policy is to reject the diplomatic settlement, to move to weaken Russia severely so that it cannot carry out further aggression, but not do anything that we judge ourselves not think of how to put the crimes and atrocities to an end. That's the second part of the question. So, yes, the U.S. should continue with the kind of calibrated support that's been given the Pentagon wisely has vetoed the initiative to go beyond support to defend or to attack on Russia before the Pentagon, which seems to be the British component of the U.S. administration, vetoed plans which very likely would lead up to nuclear war, which would destroy everything. So, calibrated provision of weapons to blunt the offensive, allow Ukraine to defend itself. It's sensible combined with efforts to see if something can be done to bring the crimes and atrocities to an end and avert very much worse consequences that are in store. That would be instead the U.S. only dealing with the first, and all of our discussions limit themselves to the first in the United States and in various other wars.
Do you worry about nuclear war in the 21st century? How do we avoid it?
Anyone who doesn't worry about nuclear war doesn't have a great function. Of course, everyone is worried about nuclear war. It's very easy to see how steps could be taken, even and recommended, that would lead to nuclear war. So you can read articles even by several commentators who say we should drop all the pretenses just to reduce Russia to have to be destroyed. You can see proposals coming from Congress, other leading figures saying we should establish a no-fly zone. But yeah, they point out correctly that to establish a no-fly zone, you have to have control of the air, which means destroying Russian air defense systems, which happen to be inside Russia. But we don't know that Russia won't react. Even the coal now almost in Russia to ensure that Ukraine wins drives out all the Russians, drives them out of the country. Sounds nice on paper, but that was the assumption. The assumption is that Vladimir Putin, this madman who just thinks power is out of control, will sit there quietly, accept defeat, slink away, not use the military means that of course he has to destroy Ukraine. One of the interesting comments that came out today's article, I think Washington Post reviewing largely from what you not leaks that presented by U.S. intelligence and U.S. leaders about the long build-up to the war. So one of the points that made was surprise on the part of British and U.S. leaders about Putin's strategy and his failure to adopt effectively the way the U.S. and Britain were with real shock on all structures, communication facilities, with energy facilities, and so on. But I understand why he hasn't done all that. And clearly, if you want to make it very likely that that will happen, then he's just fighting until somehow Russia faces total defeat. Then again, this is crazy and insane to claim presumably will use weapons that he hasn't used yet to destroy Ukraine. So the West is taking extraordinary gamble with the fate of Ukraine. the madman won't use the weapons he has to destroy the train. And at the stage for escalation of the latter was not yet to be clear propaganda.
How much propaganda is there in the world today in Russia, Ukraine, and the West?
In Russia, of course, it's total. Ukraine's a different story. Europe is big propaganda. In the West, American very full of very clever place in U.S. intelligence, one of the top officials for decades, dealing mostly with Russia and Malaysia. He recently said that in all the years of the Cold War, he's never seen any extreme Russia Soviet Soviet to the extent that he sees today. That's pretty accurate. None of the U.S. is even canceled Russian outlet, which means if you want to find out what they're like the Russian officials are saying, you can't look it up on their outlet. You have to go through Al Jazeera and Indian state television or someplace where they still allow Russian positions to be expressed. And of course, the propaganda is that I think Fuller is quite correct on this. In Russia, especially, Soviet propaganda is nothing, any kind of propaganda, such as the war has been crushed.
Is the media source with inaccuracy and even lies? And how do we find the truth?
I don't regard the media as a source of inaccuracies and lies. They do exist, but by and large, media reporting is reasonably accurate. Reporters, the journalists themselves, in the past, the courageous, honest work. I've written about this for 50 years, and my opinion hasn't changed. But they do pick certain things and not other things. Their selection, his framing, his ways of presenting things, all of that forms the kind of propaganda which are the workers is through. But it's rarely a matter of very large.
So there's a difference between propaganda and lying.
That's correct. That propaganda is distinct shape and then the material that's presented. It may tell the truth to the next. So let me give you a concrete example which I wrote about extensively. Household manufacturing concern from Edward Herman. That was about his accepted the propaganda model. A large part of it is defense of the media. Defense of the media against Rothschild, rights freedom laws. Several volumes they published attacking the media, charging that the media were adversarial, dishonest, that they lost people in Vietnam. The trouble is reading through the two volumes. One volume is charges, the next volume is evidence. Turns out that the evidence is lies. They have no evidence. They're just lying. The media, in fact, would do the journalists were doing honest, courageous work, but within a certain framework. The framework of assuming that the American cause was basically just vulnerable, making mistakes, doing things, but the idea of questioning that the United States was engaged in a major war crime, that's off the record. So unfortunately, it was this kind of to find the truth. It's like everything. It's not deep, it's quite shallow. It's not common physics. What we're referring to, think about for other sources, think a little about history. Look at the documentary written, pretty well put together, get a reasonable understanding of what's happening.
You could sit down with Vladimir Putin and ask him a question about you about an idea. So what would you say?
I would walk out of the room just as with almost any other history. I know what he's going to say that we could talk about any religious pronouncements as one of different things. I'm not going to say, why did you carry out a crime that's comparable to the U.S. invasion of Iraq and the style of Hitler invasion of Poland? I'm not going to ask that question. If I met with John F. Kennedy, so would I ask, why did you radically escalate the war in Vietnam? Launched the Air Force, that authorized napalm, that drives launch programs to drive villagers, according to National Operations Center, driving into concentration camps. They just like from the forces they represent the paragraphs down.
Do you think the people who led us into war in Vietnam, the war in Afghanistan and Iraq, the war in Ukraine are evil?
I mean, it's really hard to be in a position of leadership of a environment with just power without caring how people are or the people even. I mean, I'm not their moral advisor. I don't know anything about them. I look at their actions, their statements, their policies, evaluate their families, evaluate their personality.
Will there be a war between the U.S. and China in the 21st century?
Yes, that really most things. The war between the U.S. and China has destroyed the possibilities of European lifetimes. In fact, we can put it differently. Unless the U.S. and China reach an accommodation and work together and cooperatively, very unlikely that European human society will survive. We are facing enormous problems, destruction of the environment, pandemic, threat of nuclear war, none of this decline of democratic functioning within the arena of rational discourse. So none of these things like that. We either work together to overcome them, which we can do, or we don't think together. That's the real question to discuss. What the United States is doing is not helping. The current U.S. policy, which is perfectly open, nothing secret about it, is to what's called encircle China, especially with sentinels for South Korea and Australia, which will be heavily armed, provided by Biden with precision weapons aimed at China, backed by major naval operations, huge naval operations that took place in the Pacific. Many nations participating with didn't get reported to Australia an enormous operation threatening China, all just to encircle China, to continue with policies like that. Somebody like Pelosi, just to probably make her look more whether motives are taking up higher prerogative imposed by the military, imposed by the White House. And that's not quite bad. They were, of course, called forth the response of either country. We don't have to do it. We don't have to increase the spread. I mean, right now, for the last NATO summit, take a look at it. For the first time, they've invited to attend countries that are in the Islamic State surrounding China, especially in China from the east. And it in fact extended the range of NATO to what's called the Indo-Pacific region. By now, the North Atlantic includes the whole Indo-Pacific region to try to ensure that you can overcome the so-called China threat. And we might ask exactly what the China threat is. Spent some time with former Prime Minister of Australia repeating with an international ticket. And article that I on the street, actually in the clause of the dragon, asking, going through what the China threat is, run through the various claims, finally concluded the China threat is that China exists, it exists, but does not follow U.S. order, not like Europe. Europe does what the United States also do, even if it doesn't like it. China just ignores it for the rest of it. And there's a formal way of describing it. There are two versions of the international order. One version is the UN-based international order, which theoretically you subscribe to, but we don't accept. The UN-based international order is unacceptable to the United States because it bans U.S. foreign policy. It explicitly bans the spread or use of force in international affairs, except under circumstances that must never arise, and that's U.S. foreign policy. Try to find a president who is engaged in the spread or use of force in international affairs. I think obviously we can't accept the UN-based international system. Even though under the Constitution, that's the Supreme Court of the land, it doesn't matter. So the United States has what's called a rule-based international order. That's acceptable because it's the United States that sets the rules. So we have rule-based international order where the United States rules. In commentary in the United States, even in federal almost 100% according to the rule-based international order. Is that false? No, it's true. Is it propaganda? Of course it's propaganda. Because of what's not said, not because of what's presupposed. And answer to your earlier question. Well, China has not accepted the rule-based international order. So when the U.S. imposes demands, Europe may not like them, but they follow them. China ignores it. So take, for example, the U.S. sanctions on Iran. The U.S. has to punish Iran because the United States pulled out of the unilaterally pulled out of the Iran nuclear agreement. So in order to punish Iran for their breaking the agreement in violation of Security Council orders, we impose very large sanctions. The U.S. strongly opposes sanctions, condemns them harshly, but it adheres to them. But you don't disobey U.S. orders, it's too dangerous. China ignores it. They're not even doing rule-based international orders. No, that's unacceptable. In fact, said pretty open. You can hear the Secretary of State and others saying, hey, China is challenging global religion in the water for time. So that's the currency. We do a lot of work in things. Coming internally was looking at pressure and violence and so on. I think, firstly, that's not a threat to us. And secondly, it doesn't care about it because it easily set and supports comparable crimes and atrocities inside of. So, yes, we should protest it, but without hypocrisy. We have no standing to protest it to support comparable things or such other places. And just take a look at the U.S. foreign aid. The lady and the recipient of the U.S. foreign aid is Israel. She engages constant terror, violence, and repression, constant hostility. Second leading recipient is Egypt, and the worst dictatorship in Egypt's history. 60,000 people in jail, political prisoners, torture, and so on. We care on second leading recipient. I mean, maybe we tell it, rather than most people just laugh at it. Again, there's a lot of failure to understand here about why the Committee South doesn't join us in our proxy war against Russia, fighting Russia until it's severely weak. They don't join us. Here, the question is what's wrong with them? You look into their minds to figure out what's wrong. You have a different attitude. They say close to oppose the invasion of Ukraine, started crime. What are you talking about? This is what we do all the time. I don't care about crimes like this. Most of the global south, they can't comprehend it. It's so insulated that we are just obviously right, and everyone who doesn't get along has to be wrong.
Do you think the United States as a global leader as an empire make collective decisions? If why and how will it happen? How can we?
The United States can certainly harm itself severely. That's what we're doing right now. Right now, the greatest threat to the United States is internal. Countries tearing themselves apart. And I really don't have to run through it with you. Take a look at something as elementary as reality. The United States is the only country outside of war life expectancy is declining. Mortality is increasing. It doesn't happen anymore. And take a look at health outcomes in they're among the worst among developed societies. And health spending is about twice as high as developed societies. You look at the charts, and it just starts around 1997. I believe I'll go back to that point. The United States is pretty much a normal developed country in terms of mortality, incarceration, death expectancy, other measures. Since then, the United States has put on the charts from way off the charts. And that's the negligible result of the last 40 years. Had a major effect in the United States. So that's a lot of anger, resentment, violence, and rather the Republican Party is simply drifted off the spectrum. It's not necessarily a failure in any usual sense, not what it used to be. That safety and policy is block anything in your community policy. So we have stated openly that follow religiously following the entire economy. It's not the actual political government. It's the fiscal democracies decline, the violence is increased, the projections, the decisions of the Supreme Court really supports the most reactionary court in memory. Right to the 19th century, every decision expansion. I mean, seriously, if you read the opinions of the leader of elements in jurisdiction, it's so yes, we can destroy ourselves in a bit. And in fact, the ways we're doing it are almost astonishing. So it's well known, for example, everybody knows U.S. infrastructure, the bridges, the roads, so on, is in terrible shape. Means a lot of the American Association of Engineers visited California year. Finally, Congress did pass a limited infrastructure bill to rebuild bridges and so on. This has to be called a China Competition Act. We can't rebuild our bridges because they're falling apart. We have to rebuild our bridges to be China. Pathological. And that's what's happening inside the country. Take Thomas's decision in the recent case in which he invalidated a New York law. This is last October, and a couple of weeks ago, invalidated a New York law going back to 1913 that required people to have some justification if they wanted to carry serious weapons in public. It was pointed out with a very interesting decision. He said the United States, he said, is such a decaying, collapsing, hateful society that people just have to have time. I mean, how can you expect somebody to go to the grocery store without a time on it? Somebody as disgusting, hideous as this one. It's essentially what he said. Those weren't his words, but they were the end.
What gives you hope about the United States, about the future of human civilization?
Human civilization will not survive unless the United States takes a leading position in dealing with and overcoming the very severe crisis that we face. The United States is the most powerful country not only in the world, but in human history. There's nothing to compare with. But the United States has an overwhelming impact on what happens in the world. When the United States pulls out of the Paris Agreement on dealing with climate change and insists on maximizing the use of fossil fuels and dismantle the regulatory apparatus to provide mitigation. When the United States does that, as it did under Trump, it's a blow to the future of civilization. When Republican states today, right now, say they want to punish corporations that seek to take the climate change into account in their investments. The U.S. is telling the world, we want to destroy the world. Again, not their words, but their input. That's what they mean. So as long as we have a political organization dedicated to gaining power at any cost, maximizing profit, no matter what the consequences, no future for human civilization.
No, thank you for talking today. Thank you for talking once again. And thank you for fighting for the future of human civilization. Again, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Noel Chomsky. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, I'm going to leave you with some words from the military. It is forbidden to kill. Therefore, all murderers are punished unless they kill in large numbers to the sound of trumpets. Thank you for listening. We hope to see you next time. following this conversation, that was the number one ranked chess player in the world, who widely considered to be one of, if not the greatest chess player of all time. The camera on Magnus died 20 minutes into the conversation. Most folks still just listen to the audio of the podcast for anyway. But if you're watching this on YouTube or Spotify, we did our best to still make it interesting by adding relevant and useful links. I mess things up sometimes, like in this case. But I'm always working hard to improve. I hope you understand. Thank you for your patience and support along the way. I love you all. This is the Lex Review Podcast. Supporter, please check out our sponsors in the description. And all dear friends, it's Magnus. We are considered by many to be one of the greatest, if not the greatest chess players of all time. But you're also one of the best fantasy football, aka soccer, competitors in the world. Most recently became programs competing at a world-class level. So before chess, let's talk football. You're a Real Madrid fan, so let me ask you the ridiculous big question. Who do you think is the greatest football, aka soccer player of all time? You make the case for Messi, you make the case for Ronaldo, Pele, Maradona.
I think it's pretty hard to make a case for anybody else than Messi for his own game. And frankly, like my Real Madrid fan of the predates Ronaldo era. The second Ronaldo, not the first one. So I always liked Ronaldo, but I always kind of thought Messi was better. And I went to a number of good games, and they've always been super helpful. And the only thing is that, like, they asked me, they were going to do an interview, and they were going to ask me who my favorite player was. And, I said somebody else. I think I said Isco at that point. I should take two now instead for that. So for them, it was very important, but it wasn't that huge.
To me, so Messi over Maradona.
Yeah, but I think it's just like with chess, it's hard to compare eras. Obviously, the improvements of football have in technique and such have been even greater than they have been in chess. But it's always a good discussion.
But just as a fan, what do you think is beautiful about the game? What defines greatness? Is it, with Messi, one, he's really good at finishing, two, very good in assists, three, there's just magic. It's just beautiful to see him play. It's not just about the finishing. There's some, it's like Maradona's hand of God, there's some creativity on the pitch. Is that, or is it very important to get into the clubs and big championships?
I think the World Cup is pretty overrated, seeing as it's such a small sample size. So it sort of annoys me always when titles are always appreciated so much, even though that particular can be a lot of luck, at least some. So I do appreciate statistics a bit, and all the statistics say that Messi is the best finisher of all time. It helps a lot. And then there's the intangible. So it's not
The flip side of that, the small sample size is what really creates the magic. And then still races like the Olympics. You basically train your whole life. It's your win your whole life. It's a very one mistake is all over. That's for some reason a lot of people either break under no pressure or got something. You're admired for that.
No, I do. I just think that like rising through pressure and breaking under the pressure is often a really oversimplified thing.
We do romanticize it.
Yeah.
Let me ask you another ridiculous question. You're also a fan of basketball. Let me ask the GOAT question. I'm biased because I went to high school in Chicago. or somebody else?
So I'll give you a positive answer. Depending on my mood and having to talk to, I pick one of the two, and then I try to argue.
That's one mechanical thing. Can you, what, again, what would, if you were to argue for either, statistically, I think LeBron James is going to surpass.
Yeah.
So, again, there's a debate between,
Unquantifiable weight. No, that I mean, that's the whole. That's the debate.
yes, so there's, well, it's quantifiable versus unquantifiable.
Yeah.
It's more, and you're, depending on mood.
Yeah.
But what do you mean in general with these folks, with soccer, with anything in life? Towards the unquantifiable more?
No, look at the.
So when you're unsure of being covered, you see, like, it's later generation. There's something that's what people say about Maradona. He's, you know, he took arguably somewhat mediocre team to a World Cup. So there's that also uplifting nature. But it is a team sport.
So are you gonna punish Messi for taking a mediocre Argentine squad to the final in 2014 and punish him because they lost to a great team very narrowly after the most? He set up like a great chance for Ukraine in the first half, which he fluffed. Yeah, eventually they lost the game.
Yeah, they do criticize for sure. Ronaldo and Messi for being really strong squads in clubs and teams. And saying, yeah, okay, it's easy when you have like Ronaldinho or whoever on your team.
It would be very interesting. Just if the league could make a decision.
Yeah, just random cases. And just every single game, just people like it, or maybe once a season. Or every season,
Let's say every player, if let's say they sign a 5-year contract for a team, like one of them to let's say
I bet you there's going to be so much.
no, I mean, obviously it would never happen or work.
So on chess, let's zoom out. If you break down your approach to chess, when you're in class, what do you think? What do you think contributes to that approach? Is it memory recall, specific lines of positions? Is it intuition? How much of it is intuition? How much of it is pure calculation? How much of it is lesson strategy, the opponent, of the game theory aspect? In terms of what contributes to the highest level of play that needed.
I think the answer differs a little bit now from what it did 8 years ago. For instance, like I feel like I've had like 2 peaks in my career in 2013, 2014, and also in 2019. And in those years, I was very different in terms of my strength. Specifically in 2019, I benefited a lot from opening preparation. While in 2013, 2014, I also tried to qualify focus preparation rather than that being a strength. So I'm mentioning that also because it's something we didn't mention. I think like my intuitive understanding of chess has always been a little bit better than the others, even though it has evolved as well. Certainly there are things that I understand now. Yeah, for others as well. I was younger back then, so I played with more energy, which meant I could play better in more drawn games, which was also a necessity. In terms of calculation, that's always been a weird issue for me. Like I've always been really, really bad at solving exercises in chess. Like that's been like the blind spot for me. First of all, I found it hard to concentrate on them and to look deep enough.
So this is like a puzzle
Yeah.
position
Yeah.
made in practice.
I mean, one thing is made, but find the best move. Like generally the exercise, like find the best move, find the best line.
You just don't connect with it.
Usually, like you have to look deep, and then when I get these lines during the game, I figure out to find the right solution, even though it's not still the best part of the game.
But it doesn't feel like calculation yourself. In terms of
No, it does sometimes, but for me, it's more like I'm at the board trying to find the solution, and I understand like the training. I always like trying a little bit to replicate that. Like you give somebody half an hour in a position like in this instance, you might have thought for half an hour to play the game. I just can't do. One thing I know that I'm good at is calculating short lines because I calculate them well. I'm good at the little details, and I'm also much better than most at evaluating, which I think is something that's necessary.
so evaluating specific position. If I make this move, position change this way, this is the right step in the right direction, like in a big picture way.
Yeah, like you calculate a few minutes ahead of that you evaluate. That's a lot of the times you can't the branches become so big like you can't calculate everything, so you have to you have to make evaluations based on mostly on the knowledge and the position. Somehow it seems to
When you say you're good at short line, what's short?
that's usually like lines of 2 to 4 minutes each.
Okay, so that's directly opposite with you in the faster game.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. So those you can see pretty clearly that the players who struggle at flicks regular to classical are those who rely on deep calculation because you simply don't have time to calculate quickly and rely on the ball.
Can you try to illustrate that? When you try to talk through what's actually being visualized in your group, is there a visual component?
Yeah, no, I just visualize the word. I mean, the word is
Two-dimensional?
my interpretation is that it is
Like we call it, is it round, tinted, is it black? Like what's the theme? Is it big board, small board? Or the what is it, or is it more this basic concept?
yeah, there are
What is it? Ceiling? What about when you do the branching? You know, how does that work?
yeah, but it's only what I'm so like
Position.
one position at a time, so then I go back. And that's what when people play, or at least that's what I do. When I play blind chess against several people, then it's just always one more at a time. The rest are.
But how do you score the way? So like you went down one branch, like alright, I got that. I understand that that's this good there, this is bad there. I want to go down the other branch. Like, how do you store away? Just put on a shelf kind of.
I try to store it away. Sometimes I just repeat it because I forget. And it does happen frequently in games that you're thinking for, especially if you're thinking for instance, or even more than that,
information. When you think about a move for 20, 30 minutes, like, how do you break that down? Can you describe what's the algorithm here that they put on?
30 minutes is, at least for me, it's usually waste. 30 minutes usually means that I'm going to do. And I'm trying
Just running into the wall.
yeah, I'm trying to find something that isn't there. I think 10 to 15 minutes things and complicated sessions can be really, really helpful. Then you can spend your time pretty efficiently. It just means that the branches are getting wider, so there's a lot to run through, both in terms of calculation and what you have to evaluate as well. And then based on that 10 to 15 minutes thing, you have a pretty good idea what to do. I mean, it's very rare that I would think for half an hour and I would have really during the game. If I haven't seen it in 10 minutes,
You go up to different branches,
yeah,
and like after 15 minutes, it's like,
it may need to the mid game because when you get to the end game, it's usually brute force that makes it so middle game is normally it's a complicated mix of brute force calculation and like creativity and evaluation. So ending is
well, you're good at every aspect of chess because you're saying your end game is legendary. You baffles experts. So, if you were going to let me try to explain what's going on there. Like, if you look at Game 6 of the previous World Championship, the longest game ever played in chess was, I think, his queen versus rook, knight, and two pawns. There's so many options there. So much dance, and it's kind of not obvious that it would be a draw. So, how do you escape it not being a draw in that match?
no, I knew that for most of the time it was a theoretical draw, since chess with 7 or less pieces on the board is solved. So you can, like, people who are partially blind, they can just check it. They can check and they can check as you can take it face, and it just spin out for move back for a draw. So I don't like I knew that. I knew that given that position specifically, I knew that it had to be that. So for me, it was about staying alert, first of all, trying to look for the best way to put my pieces. But yeah, those endgames are they're a bit unusual. They don't happen often. So what I'm usually good at is I'm using my strength that I also use in middle games is that I evaluate well accomplish. Yes, it does matter in some sense. This is like, but also like there are these theoretical endgames with very few pieces, like rook knight and 2 pawns versus queens. But a lot of endgames are simply defined by the queens being changed, and there are a lot of empty pieces left. And then it's usually not brute force; it's usually more of understanding the evaluation, and then I can use my strengths.
Why are you so damn good at the end game? Isn't there a lot of moves from when the end game starts to when the end game finishes? And you have a few pieces, and you have to figure out. It's like a sequence of little games that happens, right? Like little pattern. How does it being able to evaluate a certain position lead you to evaluate a long sequence of positions and eventually lead to?
Well, I think if you evaluate well at the start, you know what plan is going for, and then usually the play from there is often pretty simple. Let's say you understand how to arrange your pieces and often also how to arrange your pawns early in the end game, then that makes all the difference. After that is like what we call technique. Not very often. That it's technique basically just means that moves are simple and these are moves that a lot of players not only those.
So with evaluation, you just constantly improve a little bit and then just need to suffocate in the position. And eventually to the win, as long as you're doing evaluation involved. It's the whole time.
To some extent. Also, yeah, as I said, like if you value it better and thus accumulated some small advantages, then you can often make your life easy towards the end of the game.
So you said in 2019, sort of the second phase of why you're so damn good. You did a lot of opening creation. What's the goal for you of the opening game of chess? Is it to throw the pawns from the lines? Is there something you can put into words about why you're so damn
Again, these things have changed a lot over time. Back in Kasparov's days, for instance, he very often got huge advantages for the opening as white.
Can you explain why?
There were several reasons for that. First of all, he worked harder, he was more creative and finding ideas. He was able to look places others didn't. Also, he had a very strong team of people who had specific strengths in openings that he could use.
So they would come up with ideas and you integrate those ideas into.
Yeah, they would also very often come up with things. So also at the start, he had some of the first computer engines to work for him to define his ideas, to look deeper, to verify that his ideas he was better at using them than a lot of others. Now I feel like the playing field is a lot more level. There are both new engines, neural networks, and hybrid engines available to practically anybody. So it's much harder to find ideas now that that actually like give you. I mean, people don't expect. Now it's all about finding ideas that are missed by the engines. Either they're missed entirely or they're missed in depth, and using them to gain some advantage in the sense that you have more knowledge. And it's also good to know that usually these are not complete bluffs, these are like semi-bluffs. So that you know that even if your opponent makes moves, and also at the start of 2019, neural networks have just started to be a thing in chess, and I'm not entirely sure, but there are at least some players even in the top events, you could see did not use them in the right way, and then you could gain a huge advantage because a lot of decisions they were being evaluated differently from the networks than traditional chess engines. Because they simply think about it as chess in different ways. Short answer is these days it's all about surprising your opponent and taking it into position very easily.
So is there some sense in which something like suboptimal moves?
No, you have to. I mean, you have to, because the best moves have been analyzed.
So that's a kind of, when you say semi bluff, that's a kind of sacrifice. You're sacrificing the optimal move, the optimal position, so that you can take the opponent. I mean, that's a game theoretics.
Yes.
You take the opponent to something they didn't prepare well.
Yeah, but you could also look at it another way. Regardless, like if you turn up whatever engine you turn on, like if you try to analyze either from the starting position or the starting position of some popular opening, like if you analyze long enough, it's always going to end up in the So in that sense, you may not be going for like the objective the prize that are objectively the most difficult to target, but you are trying to look at least at the left side.
How much do you use the stockfish in your preparation?
My team does. Personally, I try not to use them too much on my own because I know that when I play, you can obviously can have help from engines, and often I feel like often having imperfect or knowledge about position or some engine knowledge can be a lot worse than having no knowledge. So I try to look at things.
So then, so your team uses them for research and generation of ideas.
Yeah.
But you are relying primarily on your human resources.
Yeah, for
So
sure.
you can evaluate well. You don't need.
Yeah, and I can evaluate as a human. I can know what they find and so on. And it's very often the case for me to some extent, but not for others, that you arrive at a decision and your opponent plays a move that you didn't expect, and if you didn't expect it, you know that it's probably not a great move since it hasn't been expected by the engine. But if it's not obvious why it's not a good move, it's usually very, very hard. And so then looking at the engines doesn't necessarily help, because at that point, when you're facing humans,
I was chatting with Dennis obviously a few days ago. Asked me to ask you about what you first felt when you saw the play at Zero. Like, you have interesting ideas and creativity. Did you feel fear that the machine is taking over? Were you inspired? What was going on in your mind?
funny thing about Dennis is he doesn't play chess at all, like he plays in a very, very human way. No, I was hugely inspired when I saw the game first. And in terms of man versus machine, I mean, that battle was kind of lost for humans even before I entered top level chess. So that's never been an issue for me. I never liked playing against computers. So that's completely fine. It was amazing to see how they could control chess in such a different way, and in a way that you could mistake for creativity.
Mistake is a strong word. Is it wild to you how many sacrifices you're willing to make? That, like, you sacrifice pieces and you wait for long periods of time before you really do that? Is that weird to you? That's part of chess?
No, it's one of the things that's hardest to replicate as a human as well, or at least for my playing style. That usually when I sacrifice, I feel like I don't do it unless I feel like I'm getting something return.
Like a few moves down the line.
Yeah, usually it's down the line. You can read material versus your king under pressure, or have some very, very good speeds. Positional advantages or states. For instance, in chess, bishops and knights are fairly equivalent because given 3 points, the bishops are really good. And especially a bishop pair is a lot better than a bishop and knight. So for especially 2 knights, depends on the position, but on average. So like sacrificing a pawn in order to get a bishop there, that's one of the things.
Like your opinion.
Yeah, I mean it depends on the situation, but generally that's fine. There are a lot of openings that are based on that you sacrifice the pawn for the bishop pair, and then you get yourself. So that's fine. But the way Alpha Zero would sacrifice a knight or sometimes 2 pawns, 3 pawns, you can see that it's looking for some sort of positional domination. It's hard to was really fascinating to see. Yeah, in 2019, I was sacrificing a lot of thoughts, especially, and it was a great show. Unfortunately, it's not so easy to continue to do that. People have found more solid open rights since that don't allow you to do that as often. I'm still trying both to get those positions and still trying to learn the art of short cycles.
So, Dennis also made a comment that was interesting to my new chess brain, which is one of the reasons that chess is fun, because of the quote, creative tension between the bishop and the knight. You're talking about this interesting difference between the two pieces. There's some kind of how much you can look at. I mean, I think the poetic statement on chess. I think he said that why is chess being played for such a long time? Why is it so fun to play at every level? Then if you can reduce it to one thing, is the bishop and the knight. Kind of your dynamics that they create in chess. Is there any truth to that?
It sounds pretty good. I haven't tried a lot of other games, but I've tried to play a little bit of shogi. And for my new shogi brain, comparing it to chess, what annoyed me about that game is how much pieces suck. Basically, you have one rook and you have one bishop that move like in chess, and the rest of the pieces are really not very powerful. So I think that's one of the attractions of chess, like how powerful, especially the pieces. I kind of think makes
You think power is more fun than variety,
there is variety.
but not much more so than like schools.
No, no,
Like night, I mean, they all move in different ways and all that. There's just all these weird patterns and positions that can emerge. The difference in the pieces create all kinds of dynamics.
yeah, and I guess it is quite fascinating that all those years ago they created the knight and the bishop without probably realizing that they would be like almost equally strong with such different qualities.
That's crazy that this, when you design computer games, it's like an art form, it's a science and an art to balance it. You talk about StarCraft and all those games. Like, so that you can have competitive play at the highest level with all those different units. In the case of chess, it's different pieces. And they somehow designed the game to be super competitive. And there's probably some kind of natural selection that the chess just wouldn't last in the design for it.
Yeah, and I think the rules have changed over time a little bit. But I mean, speaking of games, like I'm also interested to play other games like just around 60 or aficionado, as they call it, like you have 960 maps instead of one.
Yeah, so for people who don't know, Fisher random chess is 960s.
Yeah, that basically just means that the pawns are in the same way, and the major pieces are distributed randomly. Only that there have to be obviously bishops of opposite color, and the king has to be in between the rooks.
So you can still cast.
You can still castle, but it makes it you still have it's still castles in the same way. So let's say the king is
Yeah, what have this 90s?
yeah, let's say the king is so to castle this side, you have the
What we could
the
have
king.
done with place.
No, the king would be put there, and
Oh,
that's happened in my game as well. Like I forgot my castle, and I feel like castle would be there, and then of course space on the other side. I think Fisher test is good, but it's the max will generally be worse than regular chess. Like I think starting differently as opposed to ideal for creating a competitive game as possible. They will still be like interesting and diverse enough that you can play with.
so at least the map is missing different options. Like what fraction of that creates, which is This is something that a lot of people are curious about because when you challenge a great chess player like yourself to look at a random starting position, that feels like pushes you to play pure chess.
Yeah, for sure. But that's the whole idea. That's what you want. And
How hard is it to play? Can you talk about what it feels like to you to play the random starting position? Is there some intuition you've been building up?
it's very open. And I mean, understandably, engines have an even greater advantage in 960 than they have in classical chess. No, it's super interesting, and that's why I really wish that we played more classical chess, like long games, 4 to 7 hours, and in random chess not existed, because then you really need that time, even on the first move. What usually happens is that you get 15 minutes before the game, you're getting told the position 15 minutes before the game, and then you can think about it, you can check the computer, but that's all the time you have. But then you really need to figure it out. Like some positions obviously are a lot more interesting than the others. In some of them, it appears that if you don't play symmetrically at the start, then you're probably going to be in pretty bad positions with the pawns. Yeah. So that's the thing about chess, though. So let's say white opens with e4, which has always been the most played move. There are many ways to beat that, but the most solid ways of playing it has always been with symmetrical with e5 and then the Lopez, there's the Falcon, and so on. And if you just ban symmetry on the first move in chess, you would get or you get more decisive games. So that's the good thing about chess, is that we've played it so long that we've actually devised non-symmetrical openings that are also fairly equal. And but yeah, symmetry is a good default, and it's a problem that by playing symmetrical arms with good preparation in regular chess, it's just a little bit too easy to. It's a little bit too large. I guess if you analyze a lot of everything just on 60, then the a lot of positions would be pretty broad as well.
Because the random starting point is so shitty.
You're actually forced to play symmetrically. Like, you kind of actually try and play a more sort of interesting
Is there any other kind of variations that are interesting to you?
Oh yeah, there are several. So no classical chess has been promoted by former world champion Vladimir Kravnik. There have been a few tournaments with that, not any that I participated in though. I kind of like it. Also, my coach uses like non-castling engines quite a bit to analyze regular positions to just to get different perspectives.
So castling is like a defensive thing, so if you remove castling, it forces you to be more offensive. So,
yeah, it just for sure. I think no castle probably forces you to give a little bit more defensive at the start, or I would guess so, because you cannot suddenly escape with the king. So it's gonna make the game a bit slower at the start, but I feel like eventually it's gonna make the lower games less flourish for sure. Then you have some weirder variants like where the pawns can move diagonally and forward. And also you have self-capture chess, which is quite interesting. So the pawns can, or
seems to commit suicide. Or
yeah,
why would that be a use of the move?
no, sometimes one of your pieces occupying a square. I mean, let me just set up a position. I mean, there are a lot of ways for life like this, for instance, or there are several ways. But like this could be,
Oh, cool. For people who are just listening, yeah, basically, you bring in a night close to the whole, the king, the queen, so on, and you replace the night with the, yeah, that's interesting. So you can have like a front of pieces, and you just replace them with the second.
yeah, I mean, that could be interesting. I think also maybe sometimes it's just clearance, basically, adds an extra. So I think there are many different variants. I don't think any of them are better than the ones that has been played for at least 1,000 years, but it's probably interesting to see.
So one of your goals is to reach the FIDE and Euro chess rating of 29. Maybe you can comment on how is this rating calculated and what does it take to get there? Is it possible for a human being to get there?
Basically, you play with a factor of 10, which means that if I were to play against an opponent who's rated the same as me, I would be expected to score 50%, obviously, and that means that I win 5 points with a win, lose 5 points with a draw. If I draw. If your opponent is 200 points lower rated, you're expected to score 75%.
And you establish their rating by playing with other people and then slowly convert the scores and estimate of how likely you are to win.
Yeah, and my ratings games. Right now, my rating is 2861, which is decent. Like, I think that pretty much corresponds to the level I have at the moment, which means in order to reach 2900, I would have to either get better at chess, which I think is fairly hard to do, at least considerably better. So what I would need to do is try and optimize even more in terms of
Matchups,
preparations, everything. But not necessarily just optimizing of preparation, making sure I never have bad days.
so you basically can't lose.
Yeah, I basically can focus if I wanna if I wanna reach that goal. And so I think reaching 2900 is pretty likely. The reason I've set the goal is to have something to play for, to have the motivation to actually try and be at my best when I play. Because otherwise, I'm playing to some extent mostly for fun, which is thing is that I love to play, I love to win, but I don't have a lot to prove or anything. But that gives me at least the motivation to try and be at my best all the time. Which I think is something to aim for. So at the moment, I'm quite enjoying that process of trying to. Yeah.
What would you say motivates you in this now, like the years leading up to now? The love of winning or the fear of losing?
So for the World Championship, it's been for losing for sure. Other tournaments, love of winning is a great factor, and that's why I also get more joy from winning those tournaments than actually winning the World Championship, because that is a good reason. I also think I enjoy winning more now than I did before, because I feel like I'm a little bit more relaxed. And I also know that it can last forever. So every little one I appreciate a lot more now. And yeah, in terms of fear from losing, like, that's a huge reason why I'm not going to play for championship. It really didn't continue. It really was
Why the society? So I'm going to say losing. You mean not just a match, but like every single position
No, it's usually
the fear of a blunder.
No, I mean, the blunder is okay. Like when I sit down at the board, then it's mostly been fine because then I'm focused on the game. And I know that I can play the game. It's time like in between, like knowing that, you know, I feel like losing is not an issue because it's the World Championship. Because in a World Championship there are two players. There's a winner and a loser. If I don't win around the tournament that I'm playing, then I'm usually it depends on the tournament. I might be disappointed for sure. Might even be very pissed, but ultimately, you go on to the next one. With the World Championship, you don't go on to the next one. It's like it's years, and it also has been like it's been a core part of my identity that I have, and so there's not an option of losing.
Yeah, there's you can at least for a couple of years carry the weight of having lost. You're the former world champion now dudes versus the current world champion. There are certain sports that create that anxiety and others that don't. For example, I think UFC, like mixed martial arts, are a little better with losing. It's understood, like everybody loses. But they
Not everybody.
I, I, if we went to the chat. But in boxing, there is like extra pressure. I mean, maybe you could say the same thing about it. So for you personally, for a person who loves chess, the first time you won a world championship, that was the thing that was fun.
Yeah.
And then everything after is like stressful.
Essentially, there was certainly stress involved the first time as well, but it was nothing compared to the others. So the only World Championship after that I really enjoyed was one in 2018 against the American Rabbi. And what that made that different is that I've been kind of stalking for a bit, and he'd been on rise. So our ratings were very, very similar. They were so close that if at any point during the match I'd lost the game, he would have been ranked. Like our ratings were so close that for each draw they did. And
the game itself.
Yeah, the game themselves were close. I had a winning position in the first game. Then I couldn't really get anywhere for a lot of games. And he had a couple of games where he could potentially have won. Then in the last game was a little bit better, and eventually they were all drawn. I felt like all the way that this is an interesting match against an opponent who is at this position, at this point equal to me. And so losing that, because in all the other matches, I would know that I would have lost against somebody who I know I'm much better than, and that would be a lot harder for me.
Well, that's fascinating and beautiful that the stress isn't for losing, because you have fun. You enjoy playing against somebody who's as good as you, who will be better than you. That's exciting to you.
Yeah.
It's losing at this high stakes thing that only happens rarely to a person who's not as good as you.
Yeah, and that's why it's also been incredibly frustrating in other matches, like when I know when we play draw after draw, and I know that I'm better. I can sense during the game that I'm spending a bit better than them, but I cannot get them.
So you are the best chess player in the world, and you not playing World Championship really made us the World Championship not seem good. So, I mean, there's an argument for that. Is there anything you would like to create with the World Championship? And better for the game of chess, period, for everybody.
So I think 12 games, or now 14 games, that there is for the World Championship is fairly
very little sample size. If you want to determine who the best player is, or at least the best player in that particular matchup, you need more games. And I think to some extent, if you're going to have a world champion and call them the best players, you got to make sure that the format increases the chance of finding the best players. So I think having more games, and if you're going to have a lot more games, then you need to decrease the time between plays, which in turn I think is also a good thing, because in very long time controls with deep preparation, you can sort of mask a lot of your deficiencies as a chess player, because you have a lot of time to think and to defend, and also